Hi and welcome to Cryodo's Data Analysis and Visualization using Excel course. Over the next 26 hours, you'll dive deep into Excel's powerful data analysis and visualization tools, essential skills for making data-driven decisions in today's business world. You will learn to efficiently clean and prepare complex data sets utilizing functions like text, trim, and advanced formulas such as SUMIF, index match, and conditional formatting. We'll explore how to create and customize pivot tables for summarizing large data sets and build dynamic charts, graphs, interactive dashboards that present your insights. You'll also gain hands-on experience with Power Query for automating data import and information, and also learn to work with large data sets efficiently using filters, sorts, and macros. By the end of this course, you'll also have a solid understanding of how to analyze and visualize data effectively, enabling you to confidently tackle real-world challenges. This course includes a certification, so once you've completed the course, you'll receive a certificate to showcase your expertise. So you can find the link to access your certificate in the description below. Be sure to visit www.cryo.do for more resources and programs. Now let's get started. Happy learning!
We are at course data analysis and visualization using Microsoft Excel. We are into week 10. This week, we are going to cover list functions, Excel automation using macros. So what we did in the last session, we have covered how we can work on the large data sets. We learned about freezing the panes, and after that, we learned about some grouping functions as well, how we can have a subtotal by clicking on the group and ungroup option on the large data set. And whenever we are working with a large data set, that time these things are highly required. Only then we can have a good view of our data. Then we learned about how we can protect our file. We learned about protecting our single worksheet and then about encrypting the entire Excel workbook as well. We learned about the sorting at the various level with the custom sorting as well. Then we learned about what if analysis, how we can get the target results. And then we learned how we can add data validation to our entire cell so we can restrict the users to enter the data in that particular sheet. For example, you have a sheet and you have applied some kind of a data validation, and then you are passing that sheet into your organization. So your organization's members or their employees are now aware what kind of data is required in that particular sheet. So what we are going to do in this week, our table of contents for this week are, we are going to work on the list functions. We will understand DSUM function. Then we will learn how we can use DSUM with AND or. We will understand the DAVERAGE function and then DCOUNT function. In the Excel automation using macros, we are going to cover how we can understand macros, how we can create macro with macro recorder, and then editing macros with a VBA, and then creating buttons. So learning objective for this week, by the end of this session, you'll be able to work on list functions. You'll be able to apply list functions to large data sets, create your first macro using recorder, assign macros to items. So our first topic is work on list functions. First function is DSUM function. So this time, how this sum function or DSUM function are differentiate from each other. What is the difference between these two? To learn about that the simple thing is that DSUM function is applied on the some kind of a list. So basically we are passing entire database to DSUM function, and based on some condition, it only do the summation of the given range. So it takes three arguments here. You can see here the first one is the database, the second is the field, and third is the criteria. So in the database, what we have, we are passing the entire range, or you are passing a range of a table to this DSUM function, and then the sum you need to do, the column you are passing here. Here you can give the column number as well. So if you see this example, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we total have 7 columns here in that database. So you can write exactly numerical number as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I have the numerics in, like we can do the sum of the sales, we can do sum of the expenses. So if I want to have the sum of sales, in that case, what I'll do, I'll pass the field as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In case I want to have a total of expenses, then I'll be passing the 7 in the second argument to DSUM function. Then we have the criteria. So database is of course this complete range with us. And in the criteria, what we are passing in the criteria, we can write separately what you need in that criteria. So I will be keeping the column name or the field name same here only. So I'll write here, I need sum for country. Which country I need sum? I need sum for country Switzerland. And sales, this is what kind of a sum you need. So my criteria is that country Switzerland sales values total result I want in that particular column. So I can apply DSUM function here. The other option is that instead of writing the field number here, I can write the field name as well. But I need to keep it into the quotes here this time. So in case like I want to have the sum for the sales, what I can do, I can provide the database here only. Then I can provide the sales in double quotes. And this is the same as the column headings only. And the criteria will be again the same. So it is a database function. What we do with this function, it adds the numbers in a field that we are talking about the second argument in a column of records in a list or a database that match the condition specified view. And where we are specifying these conditions, we are specifying in the criteria, of course. And points we need to remember, we need to complete the entire database only, how this DSUM function works. Then we need to keep the headers same. Headers is the column heading. So whatever headers we are providing, headings we need to keep the same. We cannot write like country is written here and I'll give a different column here. Then it is an error only. So let's try DSUM function on our sample database. So this time what I'll do, I'll go back to my folder, and in this case, what we are taking here, this time we are taking that orders one, the same database we are taking here. So I'll open that here. I'm opening this my orders table here. So this we already worked this table and when we were making the relationship, and the same data I'm taking here. So what we have in this data, just have a look on the data here. So I have the customer ID, I have the order ID, then I have the product, and then units sold, and then the date. So total how many columns we have? We have total 5 columns here. And if we talk about the number of rows, I can see here the number of rows is somewhere about 701. So total 700 records is there because the first row is my heading name. We are not considering that. So we have record of 700 rows with us. This is the data set. We are having 5 columns and 700 rows. So now we are applying this DSUM function here. So what I want to have, I will be writing what the criteria first. What I need in the criteria. So I will be writing here product. So product is my one column, and the another column I'll take as what I need to have a total for the unit sold. So this is my second case. This is my field here. And then let me take one more field here. Let me add one more condition. So I want to have the value for customer ID. So customer ID is, in that case, we will see. So product I'll take chocolate chip only. So let me copy that. This is my product here, chocolate chip. And in the customer ID, what we are taking? In the customer ID, let me take 3 only. So this is the sum I require the sum here. So I'll write here the total. Total what I am taking, total units sold I'll write here. Units sold. So we are applying this function on the units sold only for calculating the total for the units sold, total units sold. But for product chocolate chip and customer ID 3, this is my condition, this is my criteria. So let me write the function here. I'll write equals to and DSUM. So you can read the description given by Microsoft Excel. This is the adding the numbers in the field of records in the database that match the conditions you specify. So let me give the range first. So database, of course, I'll give the entire database here. So this will be going to, let me take the entire range for this. So it will be going for the 700 rows only. This is my database. And then let me go back to my formula place where we were writing the formulas. So I'm at the top of this. So this is the entire table we have selected. Now in case of field, what you want to give? Which field we were talking about? This is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Let me pass 4 here. We will try with the units sold as well. And now the terms with the criteria. So here for the criteria, I will pass this. This is my criteria is written here. I'll close the parenthesis here. So you can see here the first one is the database, second is the field, and third is the criteria. Let me put it, enter here. So my answer is something 117840. So let me see from the filtration as well. We already learnt about the filtration, how we can do the filtration here. So filtration here is data, filter, and then in the filter, what I'll do, I'll write here customer ID as 3. I'll click on OK, and the product will click chocolate chip and click OK. And let me calculate the sum for the units sold. So this is same 117840. So this is correct. So we can see that our DSUM function is working in a correct manner. Let me change the customer ID as 5. So I have a different sum here, different for the unit sold. Let me try for the 1. Let me try for the 2. 3 we already tried, and let me add 4. 5 we already tried. So this was I having in the customer ID. I can see it here also. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We tried it that well. And in the product, what we have some other cookies as well. Let me try for the sugar cookies. What we have for the sugar cookies. And let me take here 1 and let's start for the sugar. So I'm changing here my criteria and accordingly I'm getting the result over here. So this is for my unit sold, whatever units we have sold. So in this way, DSUM function is working. We are passing entire database. We are telling the field as well, and we are telling the criteria as well. So you can have only one criteria as well. So I can have it for the product as well. So let me delete customer ID this time, and let me correct this range as well. My range will be now I5 only. So this is my range. So this is my answer here. So I can try it with the one criteria as well, and then I can add it multiple criteria as well. Let me add this customer ID again. So what we need to make sure that customer ID or the field name we are taking, it should be similar of the database only. It should not be having any other name here. So this I have changed the range here. So this is for sugar 3. Now let me try this with the field name as well. So what I want to have, I want to have the total for the unit sold field. So I'll write here the heading for the unit sold, but I need to keep it with the quotes. Quotes you can see here, quotes are mentioned here, and I click on this. So this is my result this time. So this is same as we have done before. So unit sold. So if I keep it as, I'll delete this and I'll write here. So this will be an error. So what we need to do, we need to keep into the quotes only, then it will consider as the column name, and it should be same as the heading given here. So heading given here, here and here, it should be all 3 places, it should be same. After that, this criteria also have the wildcard entries as well. So what I can say, normally what it is doing, it is equating this range from here. So what if I want to have any other value? So let me try for all the values that have greater than 3. So in that condition, we have customer ID 4 and 5. So I'm having the result for total units sold for the customer ID 4 and 5 because these are bigger than 3. So let me try as a less than 3. So this is another criteria. So my unit sold has been changed. So you can edit the criteria accordingly. You want to equate the condition, you can equate that. You want to have a greater than value, you can have that as well. If you want to have any less than value, that you can have in that wildcard entry. So in that criteria with the DSUM function, we have all these functionalities, all this flexibility to do with that. Similarly, let me add any other thing here. So let me add date here. I'm adding another condition here. So you can see here the dates as well. So let me mark here greater than, I'll write here 1st January 2020. So whatever dates are greater than this I want to add in that condition. This is my condition. Let me increase the criteria again now. So this is why this will be my K5. Now you can see here my criteria has been increased. So I have the answer accordingly. So Similarly, we are doing all kind of summation here, less than 3, or let me change it here 3 as well. So you can see the values as well. This is only for the customer ID. Similarly, I can add multiple conditions as well in that criteria. This is the units sold. So whatever we are writing here, this is we are adding one more condition here. I'll suggest that you apply that and you can check it on the values here by manual doing here. This is something 20,000 and 20,831. This is the answer. So let me try here for this is my condition is what is my condition? The condition is that it should be having value for sugar. Only sugar we are selecting here. And then another condition is my customer ID should be 3. And then here I have the conditions here. It should be greater than 2020. So let's not take 19's data for a roughing approximately. Then you can calculate here. So you can see it here. And I have some cases here, the 1st January that will be decreased, deleted from here, and then you can see here. So let in the 2020 as well. If I see for January, let me deselect this January, and now I have something here. So you can see here the same result we can see here, 20,831. So you can apply and practice this DSUM function and then cross check with the whatever value you are getting here with this database function. It is very useful when you are working with a large data set. Then you have some specific criteria. Every time you don't need to do this filtration or any other kind of extraction from your table, you can apply this function and have the values according to your conditions. Here you can do the changes here with the values, like next time I can write chocolate chip, I can write any other product as well. I can add order ID as well. I can have a different value for customer ID there, and I can do some changes with the data as well. Similarly, if I open my data with the financial sample, let's try there also. So this is we are having a much larger data set now. So you can see here this data we already working. If I say here, I have approximately again 700 rows, but multiple columns this time. So you can apply, you can give this entire range to that, and you can edit your criteria over here and have the total value. You want to have the total for maybe units sold, you want to have a total for manufacturing price, sales price, gross sales, similarly other values as well. This is up to you what you want to have with that value. Let's move on to the slide. So we remember that we need to complete the complete data set. We need to keep the header seams for the criteria, and what we can do with the DSUM function, we can add the numbers in a field of records in a list or a database that match the conditions specified by you. And in fact, you can give your range like that as well. So let me try that also. So right now what we have done, we have already tried with this sales. We can keep here as the result as well. Let's do DSUM function with and or. So what do you mean by the and or? You're basically extending the criteria range to add multiple criteria. You can downward for or. So you just see this result. Right now we have tried this one. So now if I want to extend my condition, extend the criteria, how I can extend that criteria now? For extending that criteria, you can add multiple criteria. So how you can have it? So this is the example of having or. So either the value for US and Switzerland will be selected here. So if you have something as a right word, so like this one, this is my and condition. So Switzerland and red, USA and red, that should be selected here. So this is the condition here. Extending, how we can extend the criteria? We can extend the criteria by this putting it the values, the criteria in the downward direction or in the rightward direction. So this is according to your condition. So when we are putting downward, we have a condition of or. If we are putting rightward, then you have a condition of and. So let's extend the criteria. We have already the example here. So we tried this as well. We already tried this. This is the case of ending. Here in the and what we are writing, this is the right word. This is we want as an and condition. Everything should be true. Now you want to have for maybe the or condition is chocolate chip. You want to have it here. So customer ID again 3 and date I'll take the same. Let me take it for now. And let me increase the range again. So this time what I have in the range, I have other conditions as well. So let me try as the criteria again. I'll delete this to add a new criteria. Let me add this here like this. This is still A6. Now you can see here the cases with us. So now this is with the sugar and chocolate chip. Customer ID should be 33. Date is given here. So this is the first condition and this is the OR condition, you can say. So this is the condition of AND. This is the condition of OR. So we can have the values as well. Similarly, you can add criteria in a different manner. Now, if I put it like here, so what you can do, you can expand in this direction as well. If I expand in this direction, this will be adding a OR condition here. If I expand in this condition, this is I am exploring or extending it in the AND direction. Let me add it for what we have for another product. Let me see here. This is sugar chocolate chip we already covered. Let me have something with the fortune cookie as well. So let me copy this fortune cookie and let me come back to the data. This is I'm adding fortune cookie and let me see here. Let me take here, maybe here I can change 1, 2, 3 and let me remove this date for right now. Now I have changed something here. Let me change my range over again. Criteria I need to update. This is my criteria now. So this is the answer here. So you can see here 1,30,186. This is the answer we are getting here. So let's cross check that as well. What exactly we are getting here. Let me see the values here. So this is for sugar and chocolate chip and then fortune cookie and the sugar should be 1. So let's calculate the result for sugar one first. What we have. Let me do it here. So I'll select sugar here. This is sugar. Customer ID is 1. I'll select customer ID as a 1 here. And the results, let's recalculate. This is something 24,115. 24,115. I'll write here 24,115. This is I am having with the what we are having here. We are having it for sugar and customer ID is 1. Let's try for chocolate chip now. In the case of chocolate chip, we have the customer ID 2. I'll be selecting here chocolate chip and customer ID is 2. This is my answer here. And the unit sold we have 63,108. I'll come back to the initial stage 63,108. Let's try it for the fortune cookie and 3. Product is fortune cookie and customer ID is 3. I'll write here OK and click here. Unit sold we have now this time 42,962 something. I'll removing that point values 42,962. So this is my answer here. Let me calculate this something here. This is 1,30,185. Now you can actually understand how this and OR is working. Similarly, you can try it for other conditions as well. Let's try the same and OR condition with financial sample as well. I'll go back to the financial sample data. So this is my database here. So let me come to the end of the sheet and let's try the function there. So you can see here you have a good database with you. So let's try what you want to have first. We need to do what we need to do. We have just so many values here. You can see here. So what I want to do in the country, I'll write Canada. Country is my Canada. And what I'll do, I want to have a profit details here. So this is my good database with me. I'm coming to the end of the sheet here. So let me give the database here, DSUM, and the database what we are passing here. This is my database here. So let's pass the entire data set to this function. This is my data set. We have the total P columns here. You can see how the selection is going on. Till now we have selected somewhere about 150 rows and total we have a record of 700 rows that we are selecting here. I'll be selecting everything over here, and once my selection is done, then we will come to the field name. Field we already decided that we are going to do with the profit here. Criteria I will be writing in the downwards area. So let me write the field here first. Till now we have come up across some 540, 550, 570 rows, and similarly once this is done with the 700 rows, we will writing the criteria as well. So this is selection is going on as we are working with the large. Now you just need to be sure. Here we have the total here. We will not be coming to that. This is my database here. So this is the data and the field. Let me pass the profit. I'll close here. And right now, let me close this. This is an error only because criteria has not been provided here. See, whenever you're working with a large data center, this kind of error you will be getting here. So let's wait for the sheet here. Yeah. So this is an error here because it has not received the complete value. Let's provide a criteria here. So my criteria is country, and then I'm writing here Canada. And let me pass this criteria here. This is my criteria now. So you can see here you have the total sum for the country Canada. Let me add Mexico as well here. So this is, I'm adding one more condition with this is a OR condition. So let me add one more row here so you can see here. So see here you are just changing the criterias and accordingly you are getting the result with you. Now you can add more criterias as well. You can add segment, you can add other status as well. You can have some other fields as well, and accordingly you can do changes on that. And our condition will be same, like if you want to extend the criteria to range it to add to multiple criterias, what you can do, you can have it in the downward direction, having a condition of a OR. If you want to have it in the right side, then in that case you are putting a AND on that. So accordingly how AND and OR logic works, and our function will, our criteria will be extended accordingly. What we need to make sure? We need to make sure that we are selecting the complete database. We are keeping the header same for the criteria, and then we are getting the result in the same direction. And whenever we are passing a column number, so we can consider it from the first column only, and then we can provide the field number as well. We have the both conditions as well. So it's up to you. Nothing is wrong. It's up to you whether you want to pass like country here, or you can give a number like we have the country 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. So this is the criteria here. Let's move forward. What we have next? Next function is DAVERAGE function. DAVERAGE function is also a database function, or we can say a list function. How it works? It works in the same way how our DSUM function works. So what we can do here, database, field and criteria. Same three arguments we are taking here. One is the database, second is the field, and third is the criteria. This function works entirely same, just it has the sum. Instead of sum, it does the average. So average the value in a field of records in a list or database that match conditions that are specified by you. Points to remember, again same, select complete database, keep the header same for the criteria. So let's try this DAVERAGE function, how it works. Back to the data. So I'll try it with the orders first. So this was our orders. So let me mark it here now. Average units sold. This way you want to calculate here. This is my function. So I'll keep the range at same only. I'm not making any changes here. So I'll write here D average function. So if you read the description given by the Microsoft Excel, it averages the values in a column, a list or a database that match conditions you specify. I'll give it here. Database is what? So database, we can select that complete database. I will be selecting here. This is my entire database here. This is basically a table given here. Tables names come into the database name. If we have not provided any name, in that case we can have a simple values as well. So whenever you're working with a large database, na, that time these kind of functions are lifesaver for you. So you don't need to do every time filtration, or you don't need to extract something particular from the table. You can actually have a subsets calculation by using these functions, and normally in the data analysis these functions are very much useful. See, we have selected here our data. So this is our data here. Now in case of average specifically, you need to be very sure about the criteria you are providing. So what I'm trying to say, so let's run that example and then we can learn that. So this is the table 3 and the field, again I'll provide the unit sold only. So my unit sold number is 4. This is my number 1, 2, 3, 4, and let me have here the criteria we are giving here same. This is my criteria here. We are passing here product and customer ID, ANDing and ORing. We are trying here, I'll mark here. So this is the average here. Now, what if I have not written anything here and then I will be putting it into the range. So let me change the range here. I'll be adding this a blank column as well. So this time I'm not getting any error. Everything is fine. What if in case of similarly, I'll write here the criteria as, I'll come to this and I will be adding a blank row here. In fact, I added a 2 rows here. So this is same. This I'm getting a same result I am having here. No. Here the results has been changed to a blank values as well. It is considering then this criteria blank value as well. So you need to be very sure about whatever criteria you are passing. It should not be considering any blank value or something. Similarly, we are doing with this as well. So we need to correct this range. Let me correct the range here. Let me delete. I'm not adding any blank cells here. This is here 1669 you can see, and let me remove these multiple rows as well. So we are not considering blanks for the product or for the customer ID, and then we are getting the results here. So please make sure whatever values you are providing, you can have it with the other values. And as we have done with the unit sold or for the DSUM function, we can give only one criteria as well, and we can extend the criteria as well. And similarly, we can do with the average as well. So in the average also, we can have one criteria as well as the multiple criterias with us. Now try this. Let's try this on financial sample database now. So let me copy this column here. I'm copying it here, and financials profit range. See, it has changed the range here because I copied something and it has taken the blank values and then it is giving some different results. So you can see here. Let me change the range here. So I'm changing the range. What we have, let me come to, I'll be writing here on another side, and let me give the range here. This is my range. I'll be deleting this and giving it like this. This is my range, and let me change this function to, instead of DSUM, as average function. This is my DAVERAGE function. So you can have the average value of the profit with you for the country Canada and Mexico. Let me add United States of America as well. This I'm adding one more condition here, and let me add this to D712. This you can see here, you have some other changes over on that. I'll save this. Let me add some criteria to this condition. So if we see here in the segment, we have a government and mid-market as well. So let me try with that also. I'll be adding one more column here. This is my segment. I'm keeping the same name, otherwise it will be an error. And I have the values government here. And then I have maybe let me add small business. I can see it here. And for United States of America, let me take channel partners. So this way I have extended my criteria. Now let me add the range here. The range I'll provide here. This is for again profit only. So this is my range. So you can see the result here. This is the average function. So it can work with the multiple criteria as well. Now I can have a AND criteria or I can have a OR criteria depending on my question. So I can have it for any other field as well, like we have discount as well. Discount also we can try, or we have tried profit. Let's try it for the sales. So I'll come back to the downside of the sheet where we have written the formula for the D average. So same I'll copy for a now and then provide a different cell this time. So we are doing for D cell now. I'll come here. This is, let me not pass the blanks here. Let me give the range here. I'm including the field name as well. Similarly, in the database as well, we are considering this headers as well, the field name as well. So now instead of profit, I want to have the value for the sales. So I'll be writing here sales. So something as an error. D709 to D712. Let me try profit again, whether it is working for the profit or not. Yes, it is working for the profit. Now let me try again for the sales. Now I think these conditions are not satisfying. That is why it is giving me answer like this. Sales, we are trying again. So this is an error here. Why I am having an error? Let's read about this error. So you can see here some values are not provided here. So let's go back to sales field and then you can see what is the missing value here. So what we have in the sales, sale. This is, you can see here, sales field is there and there is some error with the prices. So let's try it with the sale price. I'll come back to my sheet, worksheet again. Let's see, we are trying this time for a different column now. We are not taking sales into ground. This is giving an error. There is an error with the data set. So I'll try here sale price. You're again getting an error here. I should not sale price. See, this I was doing. I was actually writing a wrong column here. That is why I was getting an error. When I have corrected that, then I got a, and it might happen that column heading has taken anything other as well. It might have taken that it is considering the space as well in the column heading, and that might be the reason for dealing for that. So let's come back to the slide. We have tried these. We have understood for now that it takes three arguments, both of these functions. The first one is the database, the second is the field, and third is the criteria. Criteria we are mentioning separately and then passing that range to this DAVERAGE or DSUM function. DSUM function calculates the total of the past values and DAVERAGE function calculates the average of that value. So according to field we are specifying, according to the criteria we are mentioning. We can give a single criteria as well. We can have multiple criteria as well by and writing in the rightward or downward direction, writing in the or and the and format. And database we need to pass completely including the header name as well. In the criteria also we need to mention the heading name, and the criteria you can write differently. In the field, we need to pass either the column name, heading name, or the column number. Number can be in the numerical form, or in the column name, you can have it in the quotes value. Next function is the DCOUNT function. So it is very much similar like DAVERAGE and DSUM function. It calculates the total count we are passing it to. Using this, the cell contained numbers are encountered in the field of records in a list or a database, that much conditions that are specified by you. Points to remember: select complete database, keep the header same for the criteria. So let's try this function. But we have the DCOUNT function. So let me write count of the units sold as well. So let me copy this and pasting it here. This is my value. Let me change the range here. Because of the copying it, it has taken some blank rows that I don't want to have it here. So instead of DAVERAGE function, let me write here DCOUNT function. So what DCOUNT function is doing, it counts the cell containing numbers in the field of records in the database that match the conditions you specified. So this is 78. This is the value here, and let's try it. How we can try it here? So what I'll do, I'll write Let me calculate this divided by this rather than this. I'll write it again. I want to calculate average manually. So this is my total units and this is my count here. Yes, it is seen. So my count function is working very fine, but I read somewhere that it counts only the numerical values. So using this cell, the cells that contain numbers that are counting in a field. It is talking about the numbers. Let's give a text data to this one. So this time what I am doing, to this DCOUNT function, I'll come and I'll give another field here. So let me write here date function. So let's try that, whether it work on date function or not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I date is fifth column with me. So this is again working very fine. 78 I'm taking. And let me give C, that is entirely text. Now I'm getting 0. So in case of text values, I'm getting 0 because this count function can only count the numerical values. It cannot work with the text function. That is why it is returning me 0. So if you try it with the order ID, so let me give 2 here. I'll write here 2 here. Even it is working fine for the second column as well. Let me write here first. I'll passing here first column. So first is also 78. So let me change some more conditions here. This time I'll make it 3, 2 and 1. So I got a different answers here for total units sold, for the average as well, for the counts as well. So all three functions are taking same kind of criteria. The first one is the database itself. The second is the column. Third is the criteria. Let me change some other values here. I'll be deleting this and let me add one more thing here. I have something. Let me copy it from the last. I have this white chocolate and macadamia nut. Control C and I'll take it here and I will be writing it to here. I'm putting into the product here and the customer ID. Let me write 4. I will be deleting it here and let me do the changes with the conditions here. I'll be changing the criteria. I'll be changing the criteria for all three functions. This is my criteria in the first case. In the case of average, what we have, let me try with the average. This is working for now. And let me try for the DCOUNT function as well. So I'll be putting a new criteria here so we can see the changes here. So this is some unit sold is written here, average you can see here and count you can see here. So now you can have a multiple criterias here and depending on these kind of values you can actually draw anything. So like you can pass this value to pivot chart as well, any pivot table as well. You can go ahead with that kind of a data set here. So you can have that range with you and accordingly you can calculate. So if I pass it to a chart, let me draw a chart here. What I have, insert, I'll go with the insert and then I'll come to, let me come to the recommended chart only. So I'll come it here. So you can have a chart outline like this. So I'll come this. So this is my chart here. As I have a more values for units sold, this I can see here. So unit sold, count, unit sold, you can see it here. Similarly, I can have a different style as well. So you can pass that data, you can change the criteria and similarly you can change it into the pivot chart as well. So that value you can use. So whenever you are doing data analysis, you might be working on the large data set, provide the criteria and initial data summary you can provide in that manner with the database functions. These are the database functions. So let's see what we have, what other functions we can work on. So this is, if I see here, I have some other functions as, so if we see DCOUNT we already covered, this is counts the cells containing numbers in the field of records in the database that match the conditions you specify. Then we have a DCOUNT A functions. It counts the non-blank cells in the field of records in the database that match the conditions you specify. So basically, what if you are having that blank value in that particular field, it will be ignored by this count A function. Non-blank cells will be there. Then in the next, what we have, if we see what we have with the D function, then we have something as a D max as well. This is returns the largest number in the field of records in the database that match the conditions you specify. So quickly, let's try this dmax function as well. So let me work on the same range. I'll be writing here maximum value. I'll write maximum value for, again, for the units sold only. This I'm trying here, and before that I have something as an error. Let me change. Yeah, this is fine. Let me do ignore error. This is something we have. Let me correct my range first. This is the first thing we need to do. This I'm correcting the range here. I can fix the values as well. If I'm not doing anything, any changes, now I can fix the values as well by using absolute reference as well. This is my DAVERAGE here. So instead of DAVERAGE, what I'll come with a function dmax. This is my function, returns the largest number in the field of records in the database that match the conditions you specify. So the first case is database we are providing C, column again unit sold, and the criteria we are giving. So we have the value 3850 as the maximum value for that particular set. Like in when you are using a normal maximum function, you can pass only one value to that. You can pass only one column to that. With this DSUM function, you have a multiple criteria for that database, and then you are having that values here. See how powerful of this function. So let's try again what we have again. So DCOUNT A we already discussed. Then we have D maximum we already covered. If we quickly try D minimum as well. So I'll come to, again, let me copy this and I'll come to this. This is my minimum here. Minimum we are trying here, minimum function. I'll come the minimum value unit sold. I'll copy this here and let me do the changes with the range first. So this time, let me have an entire range here. This is my range I am passing here, and let me write it for the minimum function. This is my dmin. So we are getting the minimum value. So minimum value is 257. What we have next? D minimum we already tried. Next, what we have? Dollar. Again, you can see we have D for standard deviation. D for standard deviation with the population. DSUM we already tried. D variance and D variance with the population. So whatever functions that are used for the data summarization that are provided or that have the flexibility to work on the database functions, providing into extension to that particular function. So this time, quickly let's try the standard deviation as well. So I'll come with the standard deviation. So we have DS standard deviation. It estimates a standard deviation based on a sample from a selected database. So I'll write here standard stdev. This is my function. So now you see again same kind of criteria is given here. So let me copy this quickly, and first thing I'll do as changing the range. Range is product and customer ID. And instead of D minimum, I'll write here D standard deviation, STDE standard deviation. So this is my standard deviations result. So I'll write it here also. What I have here, standard deviation for units sold. Similarly, you can try it for with population as well. So let me fix this time the values here, the range here. I'll fix the value. I'm putting here that kind of reference here, so it should not change every time. This I'm fixing the value here. Let me copy it here again, so I can see here in the my range is fixed now. Instead of D standard deviation, I'll come with D standard deviation with the population. So you can see something a result with a different here. So I'll write here with population. Let me write here population, whatever function we are using, population. Next, we are left with the variance as well. So quickly try variance as well. So let me copy this and I will be writing here what I have for the unit sold. I have variance here, variance. Then I have this is with the variance with the population. This everything we are doing with the unit sold. So let me copy this to these two columns, and instead of standard deviation, I'll come to D variance. This is my D variance. I have values for my variance now. Now I'll come to again this value and I'll come with the population this time, D variation. So now how many functions we have tried? This we tried DSUM function, we tried. Then we tried DAVERAGE function. Something wrong with my spelling here. This is my DAVERAGE function. Then we tried DCOUNT. We talked about DCOUNT A as well. And here then we talked about dmax as well. Then we talked about dmin function we tried. Or see how Excel is how smart it is writing everything. It understood it as a formula and giving me the result here. And then we tried standard deviation as well. This was this function standard deviation I should write here. D standard deviation, D variance we tried. And then we tried, I'll correct here, this was with the population. I'll write it population. Then we tried D var P. This was our another function. So these all are the data based functions. How many functions we can say? We total have 10 functions here, including this DCOUNT A as well. So all these 10 functions are taking same argument, that is the total 3 argument. One is database, the second argument is field, and the third argument is criteria. And we are passing same criteria. Now quickly let me change the column number here. So instead of unit sold, I'll pass this product to everything. So let's see what kind of changes we have it here. I'll be giving product here. So instead of unit sold, I have now value for the product. So it's giving me 0. So we are basically checking which functions work for the text value. In case of numeric, it is working fine. So here in average, we got an error because it is trying to divide by 0. And total has been resulted as 0 here only. Now let me pass it to again. This is, I have product here. So in case of DCOUNT as well, I'm getting 0. Let me try quickly for DCOUNT A as well. So I'll be copying it here, or before that I'll fix the values. So I'll use a relative reference here. This is my relative reference. I'm putting relative reference here and let me copy it here. DCOUNT A, I want to try whether this A will work or not. This is giving me this 92. So it can take the character values because it is basically for the blank and non-blank. If it is non-blank, then it will calculate, and this normal count is working for the only numerical values. Next, I have for the maximum value. So again, I am passing this product to this function. So let's see how it responds with the character set. Again, it is 0 here. If I try it with the minimum, then again it will give me some same kind of resultant. This is my product. If I do it for the standard deviation product, I am doing here again divide by 0 error. So if I try for another standard deviation, so this is with the population, again I'll get the same error. If I do for the variance as well, in that case what we are taking again a divide by 0 error. And if I do for standard deviations with the variance with population, again we are getting a divide by 0 error. So from out of 10 functions, only one function is workable with the character values or string value, that is the count a function, because it only calculates this DCOUNT A function only takes a value as, if I see the description here, you can see the DCOUNT A function. So it counts non-blank cells in the field or of a records in the database that match the conditions you specify. And apart from that, all other functions are doable with numerical kind of value. Only then we can get the correct results here. So if I change to a numerical value, let's try it for the date now, if we are using it for the date functions. So this date function is, let me calculate the column number this time rather than writing date. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is my fifth column. So I will be passing 5 in place of product here. So let me write 5 here for the DSUM function. So we are getting some kind of error, or we are getting some kind of a value that we can convert into the date function. So if I mark it here, if I change the format cell to a date, I'll come to this date. So this is, or let me come with a smaller date. I'll make it here like this. This is my date function here. So this is some a large value I am getting here. So that result is not understandable. So let me pass it to, next I'll come to a normal numerical value only. I'll come here format cell and I'll mark it as a number only. So let's see, we have a something result like this. If I come to DAVERAGE function, and I'm giving a date function, date column here 5. So again, some results we are getting this time. This has calculated the average as well. If I come with the DCOUNT, so ultimately conversion we can do. So count is working fine. If I do with the DCOUNT A as well, so let's see with the fifth column, I'll give here 5. So it is working fine with the count function. If I give with the maximum value, so it will again give me some result. If I convert this into a date, let's see the result here. So I'll write here. So this has given me exact date here. Similarly, we can do the conversion it for here also. And if I try the minimum value here, so let me pass it the fifth column here. So these functions are also taking the date values as well. Let me convert this again. I have a specific number coding for that, and that coding is represented here. What we need to do, we need to convert it into the date, and then we can come up with the result. This is my minimum date here. So we can have the range as well in the database. This way you can calculate it, like you have the data set from which to which date. That range you can have from these kind of dmax and dminimum function. You can pass it to the date. Let me calculate the standard deviation this time for the date. It will be error or not. So it has calculated actually the values. In case with the population as well, I'm getting some kind of result. If I calculate it with the variance as well, again I am getting something as a resultant. If I try variance with the product as well, then also I am getting the result. So we have total calculated 10 functions, all related with the list functions we are talking about. And what we have here, we have something as similar. If we see, start from the DSUM, we have database function. So with the DSUM function, we can actually add the numbers. All these 10 functions take 3 arguments. The first one is the database, second is the field, and third is the criteria. And you can add multiple criterias by writing in the downward or the rightward direction. If you are writing in the downward direction, then you are having a OR kind of logic. If you are adding the criteria into the rightward direction, that time you are having a AND kind of logic. After that, we covered DAVERAGE function. It calculates the average values. Then we talked about the DCOUNT function. And if we compare it with the DCOUNT and DCOUNT A function, DCOUNT function counts the numerical values and DCOUNT A function calculates the non-blank values. Then we talked about the D minimum function, D maximum function, D standard deviation function, D standard deviation with population function, D variance function, D variance function with the population. Next function is the DCOUNT function. So it is very much similar like D average and DSUM function. It calculates the total count we are passing it to. Using this, the cell contained numbers are encountered in the field of records in a list or a database, that much conditions that are specified by you. Points to remember, select complete database, keep the header same for the criteria. So let's try this function. But we have the DCOUNT function. So let me write count of the units sold as well. So let me copy this and pasting it here. This is my value. Let me change the range here. Because of the copying it, it has taken some blank rows that I don't want to have it here. So instead of DAVERAGE function, let me write here DCOUNT function. So what DCOUNT function is doing, it counts the cell containing numbers in the field of records in the database that match the conditions you specify. So this is 78. This is the value here, and let's try it. How we can try it here? So what I'll do, I'll write, let me calculate this divided by this rather than this. I'll write it again. I want to calculate average manually. So this is my total units and this is my count here. Yes, it is seen. So my count function is working very fine, but I read somewhere that it counts only the numerical values. So using this cell, the cells that contain numbers that are counting in a field. It is talking about the numbers. Let's give a text data to this one. So this time what I am doing, to this DCOUNT function, I'll come and I'll give another field here. So let me write here date function. So let's try that, whether it work on date function or not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I date is fifth column with me. So this is again working very fine. 78 I'm taking. And let me give C, that is entirely text. Now I'm getting 0. So in case of text values, I'm getting 0 because this count function can only count the numerical values. It cannot work with the text function. That is why it is returning me 0. So if you try it with the order ID, so let me give 2 here. I'll write here 2 here. Even it is working fine for the second column as well. Let me write here first. I'll passing here first column. So first is also 78. So let me change some more conditions here. This time I'll make it 3, 2 and 1. So I got a different answers here for total units sold, for the average as well, for the counts as well. So all three functions are taking same kind of criteria. The first one is the database itself. The second is the column. Third is the criteria. Let me change some other values here. I'll be deleting this and let me add one more thing here. I have something. Let me copy it from the last. I have this white chocolate and macadamia nut. Control C, and I'll take it here and I will be writing it to here. I'm putting into the product here and the customer ID. Let me write 4. I will be deleting it here and let me do the changes with the conditions here. I'll be changing the criteria. I'll be changing the criteria for all three functions. This is my criteria in the first case. In the case of average, what we have, let me try with the average. This is working for now. And let me try for the DCOUNT function as well. So I'll be putting a new criteria here so we can see the changes here. So this is some unit sold is written here, average you can see here, and count you can see here. So now you can have a multiple criteria here, and depending on these kind of values, you can actually draw anything. So like you can pass this value to a pivot chart as well, any pivot table as well. You can go ahead with that kind of a data set here. So you can have that range with you and accordingly you can calculate. So if I pass it to a chart, let me draw a chart here. What I have, insert, I'll go with the insert and then I'll come to, let me come to the recommended chart only. So I'll come it here. So you can have a chart outline like this. So I'll come this. So this is my chart here. As I have a more values for unit sold, this I can see here. So unit sold, count, unit sold, you can see it here. Similarly, I can have a different style as well. So you can pass that data, you can change the criteria, and similarly, you can change it into the pivot chart as well. So that value you can use. So whenever you are doing data analysis, you might be working on the large data set, provide the criteria and initial data summary you can provide in that manner with the database functions. These are the database functions. So let's see what we have, what other functions we can work on. So this is, if I see here, I have some other functions as, so if we see DCOUNT we already covered, this is counts the cells containing numbers in the field of records in the database that match the conditions you specify. Then we have a DCOUNT A functions. It counts the non-blank cells in the field of records in the database that match the conditions you specify. So basically, what if you are having that blank value in that particular field, it will be ignored by this count a function. Non-blank cells will be there. Then in the next, what we have, if we see the what we have with the d function, then we have something as a d max as well. This is returns the largest number in the field of records in the database that match the conditions you specify. So quickly let's try this d max function as well. So let me work on the same range. I'll be writing here maximum value. I'll write maximum value for, again, for the units sold only. This I'm trying here, and before that I have something as an error. Let me change. Yeah, this is fine. Let me do ignore error. This is something we have. Let me correct my range first. This is the first thing we need to do. This I am correcting the range here. I can fix the values as well. If I'm not doing anything, any changes, now I can fix the values as well by using absolute reference as well. This is my d average here. So instead of d average, what I'll come with a function d max. This is my function, returns the largest number in the field of records in the database that match the conditions you specify. So the first case is database we are providing C, column again unit sold, and the criteria we are giving. So we have the value 3850 as the maximum value for that particular set. Like when you are using a normal maximum function, you can pass only one value to that. You can pass only one column to that. With this DSUM function, you have a multiple criteria for that database, and then you are having that values here. See how powerful of this function. So let's try again what we have again. So DCOUNT A we already discussed. Then we have D maximum we already covered. If we quickly try D minimum as well. So I'll come to, again, let me copy this and I'll come to this. This is my minimum here. Minimum we are trying here, minimum function. I'll come the minimum value unit sold. I'll copy this here and let me do the changes with the range first. So this time, let me have an entire range here. This is my range I'm passing here, and let me write it for the minimum function. This is my d min. So we are getting the minimum value. So minimum value is 257. What we have next? D minimum we already tried. Next, what we have? Dollar. Again, you can see we have D for standard deviation. D for standard deviation with the population. DSUM we already tried. D variance and D variance with the population. So whatever functions that are used for the data summarization that are provided or that have the flexibility to work on the database functions, providing into extension to that particular function. So this time, quickly let's try the standard deviation as well. So I'll come with the standard deviation. So we have DS standard deviation. It estimates a standard deviation based on a sample from a selected database. So I'll write here standard STDEV. This is my function. So now you see again same kind of criteria is given here. So let me copy this quickly, and first thing I'll do as changing the range. Range is product and customer ID. And instead of D minimum, I'll write here D standard deviation, STDE standard deviation. So this is my standard deviations result. So I'll write it here also. What I have here, standard deviation for units sold. Similarly, you can try it for with population as well. So let me fix this time the values here, the range here. I'll fix the value. I'm putting here that kind of reference here, so it should not change every time. This I'm fixing the value here. Let me copy it here again, so I can see here my range is fixed now. Instead of D standard deviation, I'll come with D standard deviation with the population. So you can see something a result with a different here. So I'll write here with population. Let me write here population, whatever function we are using, population. Next, we are left with the variance as well. So quickly try variance as well. So let me copy this and I will be writing here what I have for the unit sold. I have variance here, variance. Then I have this is with the variance with the population. This everything we are doing with the units sold. So let me copy this to these two columns, and instead of standard deviation, I'll come to D variance. This is my D variance. I have values for my variance now. Now I'll come to again this value and I'll come with the population this time, D variation. So now how many functions we have tried? This we tried DSUM function, we tried. Then we tried DAVERAGE function. Something wrong with my spelling here. This is my DAVERAGE function. Then we tried DCOUNT. We talked about DCOUNT A as well. And here then we talked about dmax as well. Then we talked about dmin function we tried. Or see, Excel is how smart it is writing everything. It understood it as a formula and giving me the result here. And then we tried standard deviation as well. This was my this function standard deviation I should write here. D standard deviation, D variance we tried. And then we tried, I'll correct here, this was with the population. I'll write it population. Then we tried d var p. This was our another function. So these all are the data based functions. How many functions we can say? We total have 10 functions here, including this DCOUNT A as well. So all these 10 functions are taking same argument, that is the total 3 argument. One is database, the second argument is field, and the third argument is criteria. And we are passing same criteria. Now quickly let me change the column number here. So instead of unit sold, I'll pass this product to everything. So let's see what kind of changes we have it here. I'll be giving product here. So instead of unit sold, I have now value for the product. So it's giving me 0. So we are basically checking which functions work for the text value. In case of numeric, it is working fine. So here in average, we got an error because it is trying to divide by 0. And total has been resulted as 0 here only. Now let me pass it to again. This is, I have product here. So in case of DCOUNT as well, I'm getting 0. Let me try quickly for DCOUNT A as well. So I'll be copying it here, or before that I'll fix the values. So I'll use a relative reference here. This is my relative reference. I'm putting relative reference here, and let me copy it here. DCOUNT A, I want to try whether this A will work or not. This is giving me this 92. So it can take the character values because it is basically for the blank and non-blank. If it is non-blank, then it will calculate, and this normal count is working for the only numerical values. Next, I have for the maximum value. So again, I am passing this product to this function. So let's see how it responds with the character set. Again, it is 0 here. If I try it with the minimum, then again it will give me some same kind of resultant. This is my product. If I do it for the standard deviation product, I am doing here again divide by 0 error. So if I try for another standard deviation, so this is with the population, again I'll get the same error. If I do for the variance as well, in that case what we are taking again a divide by 0 error. And if I do for standard deviations with the variance with population, again we are getting a divide by 0 error. So from out of 10 functions, only one function is workable with the character values or string value, that is the count a function, because it only calculates this DCOUNT A function only takes a value as, if I see the description here, you can see the DCOUNT A function. So it counts non-blank cells in the field or of a records in the database that match the conditions you specify. And apart from that, all other functions are doable with numerical set, numerical kind of value. Only then we can get the correct results here. So if I change to a numerical value, let's try it for the date now. If we are using it for the date functions. So this date function is, let me calculate the column number this time rather than writing date 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is my fifth column. So I will be passing 5 in place of product here. So let me write 5 here for the DSUM function. So we are getting some kind of error, or we are getting some kind of a value that we can convert into the date function. So if I mark it here, if I change the format cell to a date, I'll come to this date. So this is, or let me come with a smaller date. I'll make it here like this. This is my date function here. So this is a large value I am getting here. So that result is not understandable. So let me pass it to, next I'll come to a normal numerical value only. I'll come here, format cell, and I'll mark it as a number only. So let's see, we have a something result like this. If I come to DAVERAGE function, and I'm giving a date function, date column here 5. So again, some results we are getting this time. This has calculated the average as well. If I come with the DCOUNT, so ultimately conversion we can do. So count is working fine. If I do with the DCOUNT A as well, so let's see with the fifth column, I'll give here 5. So it is working fine with the count function. If I give with the maximum value, so it will again give me some result. If I convert this into a date, let's see the result here. So I'll write here. So this has given me exact date here. Similarly, we can do the conversion it for here also. And if I try the minimum value here, so let me pass it the fifth column here. So these functions are also taking the date values as well. Let me convert this again. I have a specific number coding for that, and that coding is represented here. What we need to do, we need to convert it into the date, and then we can come up with the result. This is my minimum date here. So we can have the range as well in the database. This way you can calculate it, like you have the data set from which to which date. That range you can have from these kind of D max and D minimum function. You can pass it to the date. Let me calculate the standard deviation this time for the date. It will be error or not. So it has calculated actually the values. In case with the population as well, I'm getting some kind of result. If I calculate it with the variance as well, again I am getting something as a resultant. If I try variance with the product as well, then also I am getting the result. So we have total calculated 10 functions, all related with the list functions we are talking about. And what we have here, we have something as similar. If we see, start from the DSUM, we have database function. So with the DSUM function, we can actually add the numbers. All these 10 functions take 3 arguments. The first one is the database, second is the field, and third is the criteria. And you can add multiple criterias by writing in the downward or the rightward direction. If you are writing in the downward direction, then you are having a OR kind of logic. If you are adding the criteria into the rightward direction, that time you are having a AND kind of logic. After that, we covered DAVERAGE function. It calculates the average values. Then we talked about the DCOUNT function. And if we compare it with the DCOUNT and DCOUNT A function, DCOUNT function counts the numerical values and DCOUNT A function calculates the non-blank values. Then we talked about the D minimum function, D maximum function, D standard deviation function, D standard deviation with population function, D variance function, D variance function with the population. After completing the database function or list function, next topic we have for this week, week 10, that is Excel automation using macros. So what is macros first? Macros are used for the automation. So automation is resultant to efficiency and then fewer errors. How? Macro is basically a recorder. So what you can understand, to understand the macro, let's take an example of a sound recorder. So basically when you are starting a sound recorder, it is basically adding the or recording the sound, and when you click on the pause, that recording is paused again. And whenever you want to listen it again, you can have it. You can have that sound again. Similarly, you can have the video recorders as well. And at the same manner, these macro works. So it is a basically the logic behind the macros are VBA coding. VBA coding it works. So dynamic codes are generated when we are using the macros here. And these codes are the reusable codes. You can use it in any time here. So why we use macros? We use macros for the automation and the efficiency so that we can have the fewer errors. And how macros recorders, it works as in the recording. It is VBA recorders and we generate dynamic and the reusable code with using macros. So how it works? So let's understand the case here. I'll come to my order sheet again. So I'm at a blank sheet here. In that blank sheet, now you understand that every time or every day I need to maintain a sheet, or maybe what I need to do, like I come with the simple example here. I'll write here serial number. I'll come 1, 2, 3. Here I'm writing order ID and then I'm writing here customer ID, and then I'm writing maybe unit sold. So this is my work here. This kind of format I need to provide every time. This is my one work here. So let me write here unit sold. This is the correct definition here. And then what I'll do some a little bit formatting. Let me centralize this. Zoom, provide a color, do with the borders. So on a daily basis, this is a very simple task. And in case of the real life examples, you can have a big task as well. So that task is repeatable in the same manner every day or every time, or you can say the multiple times a day. You can record a recording for that. How you can do that recording? You can do it with the macros here only. So this is very simple example. You can have do a multiple data set, like you're getting a file daily basis from any other sources, or you are getting some kind of a data. For example, I'm getting this kind of a data from a sheet from orders here, and then I need to provide my kind of formatting on that sheet. Every day you are getting a same format, and then you want to make changes on that sheet. So you can do that, and you don't need to do it every time. What you can do, you can make macro on that, and then you can pass on that macros value, and macro will do rest work for you. So how we can create the macros? Let's come back to the presentation. So how we can create macro? We need to go to the view. In the view, macros and record macro. And then what are the steps? So once you open this record macro, you can see here this view and the macros. Once you click on the macro, then you can click on the record macro. Once you click on the record macro, we are having a macro name here, shortcut key, and where you want to store, you want to give some description, you can give that. Next, so this is talking about you can provide the name, you can give the shortcut key, you can choose a location here, and then you can give the description as well. So out of these 4, we have this 2 optional things, that is shortcut key and the description here. And once you are done with these 4 steps, you can click on OK, process, and once your process is done, you can stop the recording. So let's come back and let's see some practical implementation there. For now, let me delete this. So I have a blank sheet for now. I'll delete this. This is my sheet here. What I'm doing, I'm click on view, and then in the last, I have the macros with me. I'll click on this. There is my record macro. So this is my first macro here. So let me I'll write here the name as first only. Shortcut key, this is the optional one only. So let me try for this here. I'll write here control. Let me try here control. I'll give any shortcut, control Y. This is my small y. This is I'm giving a shortcut key. Now, where you want to store this macro in? And you have 3 options with you. You want to store it into new workbook, you want to store it into this workbook, or you want to have a personal macro workbook. So this entire workbook will be saved as a personal macro workbook. Like you have a separate workbook only storing the macros only, so that you can choose. You want to have it into a new workbook, that you can do. You can want to have it into this workbook, you can do that, or you want to save it separately. Let me save it separately for this time. Description. So I'll write here, this is my first macro testing. So this is my description. You can give anything with here. Once it is done, I'll click on OK. Now your recording has been started. Whatever you are doing, that is into the recording here. So let me write here serial number. I'll give it here order ID. Let me click here customer ID. And after that, let me write here 1, 2, and let me see. You just make sure, remember that you are under a recording phase. After doing this, let me provide some brief formatting here, and let me have a borders over here as well. So here I will give a good dashing here. I can provide a theme as well here. Let me write it as a table 3, or I'll come it to my sheet again. This is my values here. Let me make it bold here and make some text size as well. Times New Roman 14. This is my customer ID here. And let me have a color as red, background color as some grayish I'll give. This is my things have done. So this all I want to do here. And once I'm done with that, I'll go back to view and click on macros. Now you can see here, instead of record, you are coming with the option stop recording. I'll click on a stop recording. My recording has been stopped. How I can see here the values here. Now my cursor is here. I'm at 6. I'll click again on the macros. Now just go to the view macros. Here you can see the different macros here. Now you can see multiple macros here. Let me for now, I'll be deleting everything. So this I made it with a different workbook here. Now I am coming to which macro? My macro this time is first. This is my macro. Now once I clicked on this macro, you can see the description here. This is my first macro testing. So if I click on run here, it has nothing you can see here. So for now, let me delete this. I'm deleting this, whatever I'm creating here. This has been deleted here. Again, I'll come to macros, view macros. In that view macros, I'll come to the first. This is my first macro testing and click on run. So you can actually see what you have, whatever you have done, you can have that value here. So let me create a new sheet here. My new sheet here is there. Sheet 1. I'm keeping my cursor at A1 only. I'll click on macros, view macros. I'll come to first. This is my first macro testing and click on run. At the same location, you are getting that table. So that entire field or entire values have been stored with this macro. You can see here as well. So what I have here in all these sheets, you can see the value you have provided. This has been done it here only. So I have the macro. Let me delete it again. I'll come to this. Let me delete this here again. So this is storing everything, whatever formatting I am providing here. I'll come to click on view macros and run. This time I have executed a different macro. Let me come to my macro only. This is my first. So you can see on that same range you are getting the values here also. This is the benefit of using macros. So this is easy to use as well. Let me come to the presentation and see what are the advantages of using macros. It is automated efficiencies and fewer errors. So one time you can make a basic set with you, that model is prepared with you, and that you can use multiple times. Let me have some more examples here. So I will be deleting everything here. Let me delete this, and this is my sheet here. Now in that sheet, I'll come to macros again, view macros. So I have some macros already made here. I'll come with this. So you can see some values are coming here. So let me come again here and let me make some my on macros again. So we will be trying it with the multiple macros this time. So here in this macro, what I am doing, using some color changing addition. So I'll be writing here hi and bye, and let me write namaste here. So these are my columns name here. In clicking of hi, what we are doing, before that, I'll write here again hi, bye, and namaste. This is my result here. And now I'll start recording here. This is record macro. This is my, let's give this name as hi only. Shortcut key for now we are not providing, and I am saving into personal macro book only. And description also I'm giving as hi. I'll click on OK. This you can see here macro with name hi already exists. Replace existing macro. So if I click on yes, so I can replace that as well. Now again I am saving something. So what I'll do, I'll select this and do some kind of a color here. So this is yellow here. Now I'll stop my recording again. I'll come to view and stop recording. This is done. Now I'll come to buy. Again I'll start record macro. I'll give the name buy, and description again I'm giving buy. It already exists. Let me replace this one as well. So again I am saving here home, and let me give this time red color. This I am giving. Let me stop the recording again. View, stop recording. This is again done. I'll come to one third macro now. Third macro I am creating. Record macro, and this time I'll give the name as namaste. Writing here namaste only. And the description I'm giving, I'll click on OK. Let me try a green color this time, and I'll go back to the color formatting, and I'm giving a green color here to this namaste. And let me stop the macro recording. This is my stop recording. So I have total 3 macros now: hi, bye, and namaste. So now I'll come to this values here. So let me delete this. This is my personal workbook macros here. I'll come to view and then macros. Now in view macros, I have macros in what I want to have. Let me want to have in this workbook, or anyone you can try. So this time I'll try my high. I try my high and click on. So you can see that color is provided here in the same field at the same location. Let me have for my buy as well. So I'll take it buy as well. So buy has been provided. If I take the namaste, so this was the third macro I am getting. So this is my third macro, that is with the green color. So you can have multiple macros with you and you can run that. This was the simple thing. You can do multiple things as well. So data you will provide in the same range you will be getting, but you need to make sure that this macro will be working on the same range only. So if it started from this F5, so it will work in the same manner, G5 and H5, and the range was this. This was the complete range. So H5 to H15 for the namaste macro, G5 to G15 for bye macro, and F5 to 15 for hi macro. This was the range given by these 3 macros we have used here. And after that, we have other options as well. So you can record as well, and you can see the viewing of the macros as well. So you can do all these things for the macro building. And let's come back to the presentation. What we have the next, we learnt about how we can create the macro by going to view and then macros and recording macro. We need to provide 4 things: provide name, shortcut key, location, and description. If you have remember that in the first time, when we created that table as serial number, order ID, and the customer ID, that was our first macro we tried first. The shortcut we have given, we have provided a shortcut to that, and that shortcut was control, and we have a Y for that. So if I click on control Y, now I'm at the sheet. So you can see that values as again. So with that shortcut is also provided. Rather than going to that options viewing in the macros, you can apply the shortcut key as well. So I have this, my first macro from the ranging starting from this range, that is F6 to H 16. So it has been overlapped or overwritten in all these three macros. It took that space. So if I run again that macro, so this is my range here. Let me have by again. So this is here. So again the overwritten thing has done. Let me do it for the high, and let me do it for the next was the namaste one. So if I'll try that, this is the values here. So if I click again that shortcut key, that is Control Y, so I'll get that kind of output. So this is how my shortcut keys are working here. If I try it into a next sheet, this is my sheet here, and I'll try to run my high by. I'll turn high, so high is there. If I have the buy, so buy is there. If I try my namaste here, so this content is also here. This is the value for all these macros. I can have it in any other sheet as well. So we have provided the name as well. So name should be unique every time you are creating macro. Shortcut key is your responsibility or your wish whether you want to give or not. If you want to give, you can execute the macro with the shortcut key as well. Then you need to select the location, and if you see in the location how many options are available, we have option to store in the macro at the 3 location that you want to save it to a new workbook, you can do that. You want to save it into this workbook, you can do that. Otherwise you can go with the personal macro workbook as well. And then description, that is the optional thing whether you want to give it or not, but it is advisable to give the description, because like I created hi bye namaste, so I might not be remembering that what is this hi bye namaste. So maybe on the later stage you cannot recall that, but with the description you can have the help with what you have provided in that location. So once you are done with the recording thing, it's basically creating a record of whatever mouse clicks you do or whatever you write. That is okay, process and stop recording. Now once you're done with the macro and you made some errors, so what you can do? One thing is either you completely replace it as we did it in the practice session. Otherwise, if you need to do the editing you can do with the VBA only, that is Visual Basic for Applications. So made a mistake, add more items in a macro, want to edit the macro, how you can do that? So for that, you need to go to the developer section of the Visual Basics and then start editing your recorded code. So points to note, no undo after macro. So let's try this. This is very interesting one this time. So next we have a developer tab here. So by default, it is not available with the Microsoft Excel. You need to enable it first. How you can do that enabling? So I'll go back to the file. In the options, I have customize ribbon. There I have option for this developer. Let me uncheck this and click on OK. So by default, you don't have this developer tab in Microsoft Excel. How you can have that tab with you? You need to go to file, click on options and then customize ribbon. In that customize ribbon, you need to check on the developer tab and click on OK. So once you have that developer tab, you have all access or all the functionalities that is available for macros at your end only. So you can start recording with the macro here as well. You can go it with the record macro. Each of the commands you perform will be saved into the macro so that you can play them back again. So let me try this. So I'll come with the record macro, same method you are getting here. So I'll write here macro color change. This is my color change. Shortcut key I don't want to give. Again, I'll save it to the personal macro workbook. I'll write here color change and I'll click on OK. The syntax of this name is not correct. See, that's why I have given this name. Whatever your name you're giving to the macro, you need to make sure that it starts with a letter or underscore. This is the first case. Yes, this is perfectly fine. It does not include a space or a character, that is not allowed. Does not conflict with an existing name in the workbook. This you need to make sure whenever you're keeping the name for the macro. And what error we have done here? We have provided the space. Let me change it to the underscore color change. Let me try this. So this is fine here. So what I am doing here, let me change the background color of the entire sheet. Let me give a light shade. I'll use this shade here, or let me come with a white shade here. So this I'm doing here. And after this, I'll again go to my developer tab. Now you can see here stop recording. So now it is your wish, you want to do it from here only, or you want to come to the developer thing. So in the view, you have only three options available with the macros, that is view macro, record a macro, or a stop recording, and then using some relative reference. And in the developer tab, you have everything with the VBA, where you can do the handling of the macros. I'll come to home and I don't want to use any color. So this I'll see no fill. So I can see my data here only. So this is my data. And now I'm not having anything here with me. So this is my data here. So now if I want to run the macros, I'll go to the developer and then I can see the macros here. Here I have provided with the macros. I'll try my color change. This is my run. So you can see the color here. So this was whatever color I have given there, that has been executed in the stepwise format only, and you can see all those color over there only. I'll come back again. Let me try this no fill. I don't want to have a color fill with me. I'll come with the no fill so I can see my sheet. In this way, you can execute macro with the developer tab only. Then now we need to learn how we can do the coding. Now in the coding, I want to have a different color now. So let's do the editing with the hi, bye and the namaste. Instead of yellow, red and green, I want to have a different color now. But how I can do the correction? Do I need to replace everything, or I can edit it with something? I can actually edit with something. So how I can edit it? Let me click on the macros again. The first was my high one, and after clicking on the high, I'll come to the edit part. I'll click on edit. Cannot edit a macro in a hidden workbook. Unhide the workbook using the unhide command. Or let me have it edit with. Let me try it with the color change also. This we recently executed. And I'll come to color change and I click on edit. This is giving me same time, same option. With this editing thing, we can see that we are not able to edit any macro. It does not allow us to edit any entry. So how we can do that? So for that, we need to jump into the coding part. How we can do that? We have this developer tab with us, and then in controls, we have view code with us. So this is the view code. This is the code it is asking us if we want to write something here, some macros here. We can write it here. But for now, our agenda is to edit the existing macro that we want to do with this editing this VBA code. So this is for Microsoft Visual Basic for application, and this is for orders. Orders is the name of our workbook. Here we can see here this kind of a window is opened here. So made a mistake, add more items in the macro, want to edit, and editing we can do by developer and Visual Basics. Start editing your recorded code. This we can do it from here. Here what we have four things with us, and then that four things are, so the first one is, first we need to make sure about the project explorer. There we can see all the projects here. So all the sheets whatever we have created in this orders Excel sheet 1 2 3 4, that you can see here. This book is where we are working here. VBA projects are all those modules which have been created against the macros. So this was for my yesterday's working. This is for my today's working for the macros, whatever we have created here. Here you can see the properties here. Properties explorer. Whatever properties are there for that particular sheet or particular module, that is presentable or displayed here only. Then in that, again, you can see other windows as well. We can here see project explorer. We can see here project window. This we can choose it from here, and we have some other options as well. Now I'll come to this. Here you can see one more thing. This is the shortcut bar where you can see all this here. So you can view Microsoft Excel here. I can go back to that. If I need to go to the code again, I'll come to the view code. There you can see that code again. This is to insert a user form. That is, right now we don't need to understand that things here. And in the saving option, and we can run a macro here also. So let me try running a macro here. So I can run a macro. I need to put the name of that macro here, and then I need to see which macro I want to use here. Like I want to use color change. I can run that macro on the back side of my page. So this is running that macro. Similarly, I'll go back. Let me minimize this, and here I can see the result. Like the result will be displayed on my this sheet. I'll again come to running a macro, run a macro, and I'll give the option for all projects. And there from I can select here other macros here. From this all projects you can see, let me try this by one. I'll click on run, so you can see the macro here is visible. Now in the macro we have used the macro, the last created one. In that macro we have given a color to the entire worksheet, and here with this by macro we are giving to this particular range. So rest everything is same, only what has overwritten for that particular range, that is F5 to F50. So you have option to run a macro from there also. You can put a break, you can reset it again. So all the editing that you want to do with the macro, that is allowed only with the this window that is viewing into the code, and there you can see code for Microsoft Visual Basic for applications. So let me come to the code now. I'll come to the module 2. This is for today's working. I'll click on that. So you have this window here. Now you can see the color change. You can see general as well as the color change. And similarly, you can see some other. I'll click on the by. So I have this macro for the by. You can see here sub by macro. A range is provided here. If you want to change the range, you can do it from here. With selection, interior, pattern, color index, you have given Tina and shade. So whatever is the value is written, that has been recorded by this macro, and this is the coding against your work on the Excel sheet orders with this macro, that is by. If similarly I'll come to now in by we have a 255, in Namaste I have this code 5287936. So let's try this macro first. I'll close this and I'll come to a basic. I'll be overwriting everything. Now this is the no fill with me, and now I want to try macros. I'll come to developer, and in the developer I'll come to the view code. In that view code I'll come to the module 2, and I'm using here now. First I'll come to high. In the high I have the color 65535. This is the color code I am using in the high, and in the by this is 255. So what I will be doing now, instead of 65535 I'll write here 255, and instead of 255 I'm writing 65535. So I replaced everything here, and after that what I'll do, I'll save it here. This is I'm saving here. I have saved here. I'll close this coding part and I'll code this here again. Now I'll run my macro from here, only macros. So the first macro we have used high. So this time I'm getting a red color. So basically the range is same, only the work I am doing, the color I am doing, that has been changed by this. Again I'll be selecting now by, I'll be running this. So this is the another range we have provided. So this time we did some kind of a changes on the ranges over there, and then we are getting different results over there. Let me try something else now. Let me go back. So any changes you want to do, that you can do it here. In fact, you can copy it from another code as well. Now if you want to do some other changes, you can do it here. So for the Namaste I have 5287936. So I'll copy this and I paste it here, and I'll paste it to 255 as well. So now all three macros I'll see here. So first macro was the high. High is also having the same range for the color. I'll come to the by. By is also having the same range, and then I'll come to Namaste. Namaste is also having the same color. I'll save it and I'll close it, and let's see the working of the macro here. So let me delete for this now. I'm deleting everything from here. I'll delete this and I'll come to first macro, that is macro first by, this is my color. I'll come to hi, this is my color. And then we have this namaste with us. I'll run it. So the range is different, but the color is same because I have given the same color code to all three macros. So this is the changes we have done. We cannot edit it like that in any other manner. We need to edit it from the code only, and similarly we can get the result here. I'll open it again, module 2, and I have the coding for everything written here. Similarly, this was the first macro we have created. Now you can see here the shortcut key as well. Shortcut key we have given the y. Let me run it again. What we were having with this first macro, this I run the control y. So this was the macro which we executed over there. The shortcut for the first macro, I'll run it again macro. So this is, if I run it again, this is the same answer we are getting for that particular range. Now range you can see here from F5 to H15. So I'll come to the viewing of the code, module 2, I'll come to the code here. So now if you look for the range here, so this is the range here starting from F6 is serial number, order ID, customer ID, and then you can see here range F6, select active cell formula as serial number. So let me mark it to some, let me give it ID only. I am writing here ID only. Let me save it again, and again let me minimize that, and using again the my macro is the first, I'll run it again. So you can see the changes here. So now this time this is ID, this is not serial number. Let me go back to the code again. So this is my code for the Visual Basic. So this is the code. Now customer ID is there. So we have seen that we can change the color as well. We can change the content as well. Now let's try something with the range as well. So here for the borders, we can see that we have provided the borders as well here. So this is, you don't need to, for now you don't need to go into the exact coding how we are writing. This is auto generated. So you can look for some active things or some keywords that is represented by how you can see here. So in fact, you can see here the range K12 is select active workbook. So I have clicked 4 times for saving that button so that I can see it here. And after that, seeing that, then we can see here the size as well. Now let me, so my font size is Times New Roman and size is 14. Let me make it 18 this time. I'll save it. I'll minimize that and I'll run it again. Macro again. So this is my first macro. Let me run that. Now you can see a different text size now. So if I see, this is Times New Roman 18. So this is for my that particular range. This was for with selection font Times New Roman 18. Strike through false, superscript false, subscript false, outline false. So you can make it true as well to see it here whether it works or not. Similarly, from here also you can change the selection as well. You can change the range as well over there. And then we have shift here, Excel diagram down, edit horizontal alignment, vertical alignment you have, and then we have columns. For these columns you can see I column, H column, you have entire column you want to auto fit or you want to select some particular things as well. So all of the changes which we have done in the macro we can actually edit from here only. So see here the merge cell is already false, so you can make it true as well. Wrap text you can see here. So let me make this wrap text as true. So if I save it value here, so whatever wrapping thing that I can do it from here only. Let me run it from the view this time. View macros, this we are doing for the first. I'll run it again. This is my macro again. So if I do like this, so this is not wrapped for now. I can do it like in that manner. I'll go back to this other contents as well. Vertical argument not. Again, if we see here, so whatever we have done, we have selected here active cell, formula ID, order ID, we are giving any other format as well, type we are taking. So all the changes if we are doing here, we can do it. And normally if we talk about using the macros are largely used when you have the same kind of formatting to use in daily basis on in the frequent manner. That time you can record your ways or you can record formulas over there and you can easily apply it in one click on your given data set. Now let's try with any other macro. This is our color change. This we recently tried. So here in the color change, you can see what we are doing. Cell selection dot interior. Your pattern color index is automatic. And then we have some selection here. This was the color here. The code is given here. And then this code has been provided like this. And then range fx dot select. So whatever changes you have done, it is. Let's see what we are doing in the F6. So I'll close this and I will be running this time the macro as color change. I'll come to color change and click on the run. So now ultimately I'm getting the cursor at the F6. So the same was written in the code as well. So everything you can know about, you can have the complete detail about that macros from these code only. I'll come to the code again. This is my code, view code. So I'll come to module 2. There you can see the color change and with range dot select. So this was selected over there. Similarly, now you can see here, this is my namaste here, end with nothing is given here. Same if I copy here, range f6 dot select. After this I'm writing here, same thing. I pasted that in the namaste. Now I'll close this and now let me delete everything here from this cursor so that we can see other changes here as well. Let me mark it as a no fill. This is my no fill again, so I can see my normal view of the sheet. Now I will be running. My macro is color change. And then I'm running this time namaste. Now so you can see here namaste. Once namaste has been executed, your selection is at F6 again. This was with the code only. Let me make some changes again. So this time I'm selecting, instead of F6, I'm selecting F10. This I'm doing again with the namaste. I'll close this. I'll rerun the code for macro, which is my macro as namaste. I'll click on that. This time you can see that your selection is there. So from other macros as well, you can actually copy paste whatever you want to do with that changes. So if you feel like you have done something in that macros and you want to do some changes over there, you can do that. Similarly, I can go for this saving thing also. This was my selection of the range. Here I am selecting everything. So let's see here. This was for which macro we are doing so many things. We were doing this for the first. So in that first, before end with, we are selecting something. We are selecting the range for the K12. So let's run first again. So I will be rerunning the first here to see what we are doing here. So here is the first. So once the first is done, you can see here this range has been provided. The range is selected as K12. So you can see here range.K12 is selected and the columns as well. In this way, you can do all the editing part of the macros. So once you are done what you want to do, you can make it into the macro when you have same kind of application where you need to perform similar kind of text many times. You can make macros and you can take help from other macros also by editing it and running it in the same manner. So you need to make the changes and save the code into Microsoft Visual Basic for applications. Let's come back to the slide. Next, we have creating buttons. Now we can create buttons as well. How we can create? First, we need to enable the tab, that is developer tab, that we already did. File options, customize ribbon, check developer tab. And then we need to insert button, developer, control and button, and assign macro to button. Select macro. Let's run this. Let me delete everything from here. So I don't have anything on the sheet here. Now what I'm doing, so here I have the controls. This we are talking about. This is my controls. And I'll click on here. These are the buttons provided here. So form controls is provided. Let me try this one. So once I click this one, this time I have this kind of a cursor with me. you can see here, once I click on this insert from developer controls, I have something like this. You can see it again. So this you can see here. Now I need to make that kind of a box here. Once you make that, it will ask you which macro you want to assign. Let me assign this high. This is my button 1. So let me rename it as, I assigned a macro as high. Okay, so let me have another control now. I'll go back here, insert, and I'll come to this checkbox, or I have other options also. I have an option button as well here, so I'll make it an option button. Now here in that case, I will be writing it as buy. This is my buy. So these are the options. So let's try for now what we can do with this high. I'll take more 2 buttons. I'll make it another button as, and I'll make it as buy this time. That button is, I'll write it here, a button name as buy only. So I have 2 buttons for now, that is high and buy, and we have assigned macros on that. So first macro we assign to high is high only, the high macro, and the another macro we assign to another button, that is buy. I'll click on this high. So once you clicked on high, so whatever the things you were performing on the high macro, that has been performed here. If I click on this buy, so again same thing happened here. So we made the same color that time. I'll come to 255 code again. So this is my high. Instead of this, let me write 255. I'll save this. I'll click on that. Now high is this, buy is this. So you can see here what you can do with this button. So you can insert the shapes over here. You can assign that particular macro to that shape, and you can actually run it by a click. Now you don't need to go to clicking, or you need to apply any shortcode. You don't need to go to macros tab, or you don't need to go to developers one. What you can do, you can assign the macros to a particular button and execute it. Let me try it for other things as well. So this is my drop down list here. Now I'll just right click here. This is my another button we have taken, or I can say it a checkbox. I'll assign a macro to it. So for that, let me select this. Let me select this. And then you need to click on the assign. I need to click on the assign for that. Right now, I'll click on assign, and this time let me click on the first. So first, okay. So this is the thing. So once you hover the mouse on that particular control, you click that and you can get that macro over there. So you can see here this has been provided with that macros here. Whatever changes you were doing that time, that has been provided with that macro. And in fact, after having that control, that button or that icon, you can say you can change it to any other macros as well. So let me try that as well. So now I'll click on this and I'll right click. Now assign macro. Instead of buy, I'll provide namaste now. I'll click on OK. So this is namaste now. I'll click on namaste, so you can see the green color you are getting in a different range this time. So different range is provided here. You can see the results here, high, buy, and you can see it for other values as well. So in this way, we can have macros assigned to particular control. So let's try for other controls. This is basically a combo box. So this here also you can give the position and assign it to macro. So if I assign it to a macro again, let me try to macro 2. So it was written something. If I click on that, so this was a selection over that time in that macro. You can see here. So this was provided there. Let me assign it to again namaste, and I'll click on that. And when I hover the mouse, so you can see it is asking you to provide the choice. So choice if I select, and then the choice we have not provided here. So you can have the values according to that. Let me delete this control. and this also I'll delete so that we can work on other cursors now. Other controls also I will be deleting this by as well. This has been assigned with multiple columns, multiple macros here. Let me come to the sheet 2. Here in the sheet 2, or I have this as well. Let me delete this. Here, let me have a good output with me. Like a dashboard you can design with the macro. Dashboard can be designed with the macros. So let me take this button here. So I will be writing here. I'll be using hi again. Okay. And let me take another button here. I'll be inserting one more button. I'll take one more button here. This is for Namaste. So I have 3 macros here. So now if I click on this, so you can play it with around. So a dashboard thing is provided with you with the button. So you can assign it, you can reframe it, you can resize it in a different range, and then you can do multiple things with that. Similarly, you can assign these buttons as well. So instead of that, you can do it for any other shape also. Now I am going to home, going to insert, and in that insert I have some other shapes with me. This shape with me. So this is my shape, and you can assign it anything as well. When I right click there, I also again have an option to assign a macro. So again the same thing, you can do it from these shapes as well. So let me try this color change here. This is my color change here. So if I click on that, the color has been changed here. This is the thing I'm doing with this here. Button 2, button 3, and this is my another shape. Again I'll click. So you can see here, you can actually make the dashboard things workable by these shapes. So it is not necessary to take only the shapes that is available with the developer tab. You can take any other shape as well. So let me try, can I do it with some kind of data as well, or some pivot table or not? So let me take a small data set here. So I'm taking here 10, or let me take here 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let me make a chart here. I'll go to insert, recommended chart, and let me make this kind of a chart here. I'll click on OK. So this is my chart here. So this is just a random chart we are taking here to see, can we assign macros to this as well? So yes, assign macro. Now I can have a macro as well. Let me click on buy. So this is my macro now. Even the chart is also visible. Now once I hover my mouse on this chart, you can see this kind of arrow, and if I click on that, whatever we have done on the macro, that is also accessible with this window. So we can make this also a macro. So let me try with the text as well. So in the text, I don't have this option, this assigning macro. So whatever shapes we are taking, that time we can use that. So we have it for the table, and we have it for the chart as well. Let's try it for any other shape. I'll go back to the insert. So can we have it from a picture as well? So let me take an online picture. I just want to see, can I assign macro to a picture or not? So that we are testing right now, we have tested that we can go with the images or the controls given by the developer, and otherwise we can go with the different shapes as well. So let me take the picture for these birds. I'll be going here with this picture. This is picture we are inserting here, and we have tested it for the charts as well. So any chart we can apply, and we can assign the macros here wholly. So we have the picture here now. So let me right click there, right click and assign macro. So the picture is again given here. So let me click on the Namaste. I'll click on OK. So now again, when you're hovering over the image, you have this cursor with you. When you click on that, so this Namaste has been performed, but it is on the same range, you can see. these all images, these all buttons, these all shapes or charts we can link with the macros as well. And macros are useful to make your work more efficient and error free. And whatever things you are repeating on the daily basis, you can record into the macro, and then you can rerun the macro and use those macros over there. Just we need to keep it to the mind, it is working for the same range only, that exact shapes are taken. So in fact, one more thing we can try. So here, let me record a new macro here. I'll go to a developer tab, and in that developer, what I am doing, I am recording a macro here. So this is, let me take it macro 9 only. And then in that insert, I'm coming to pictures, taking an online picture, and again I'm going to, maybe I can go to a plane, airplane, and there from there I can go with a picture over here. Let me take a plane's picture and click on OK. So it is downloading a picture here, and then it is by default it will be taking a space here. My cursor is here C9, at C9. So accordingly my picture is placed here. So I'll click that picture here, and let me give a border to that picture. I'm providing a border here, and if I go to the picture effects, I'll take a shadow as well for that picture, and then I will be going to developer and stopping the recording. My recording has been saved, and now I will be coming to rerunning that macro. Let me come to a new sheet this time. This is my new sheet, macros, and I'll come to the macro 9. I'll click on that. Now we want to see everything is working here. Whatever you have downloaded, that same thing has been happened here and performed very well in the same manner with the same formatting. But there are some changes according to the sheets venue. This you can see here, this does not look like here, but the basic shape has been provided, but it has also kept the formatting of the current sheet as well. So if I delete this from here and let me rerun that macro 9, this is the same sheet where we have created this. Again, it is downloading, it is running it exactly in the same manner. It is basically saving the steps. It is not saving the content. It is basically saving the contents, the steps we have done, and we have the output with us. So accordingly, the whatever range I have, that has been provided. Let me go back to the view code and click on the module 2. This is for macro 9. So you can see here. So the path has been stored here for the active sheet pictures.insert, then increment left, increment top, scale width, type, visible, 4 color. We have given this color here, transparency range has been given. And after that, you can make any changes over here. Transparency, if you want to change, you can change it that here as well. In the last, we have selected S8. That is why this cursor is coming to S8. Let's see here. So if I rerun it here, let me rerun here. I'll come in here macros, and I'll come to macro 9. I'll click on macro 9, and it is again downloading the picture and giving me this. So my output is somewhere at S8. This we can see in the code. So in this session, what we have learned, we learned about the list or the database functions. We total experimented with 10 functions, 10 database functions. These functions were taking the criteria range. They are taking basically 3 arguments. One is the first argument is the database. Second argument is the field. Third argument is the criteria. We can have the criteria for in the AND logic as well as in the OR logic. We can give it in the downward and the rightward direction. Then tested our output with DAVERAGE function. We worked on DCOUNT function, DCOUNT A function also we discussed. After that, we tested our output with the minimum function, the maximum functions, and we also tried the standard deviation with population. We tried the variance and the variance with population. These all functions we tried with orders, sheet, and the financial setup as well. Just we need to remember that we need to give the same kind of headers. We need to pass in all 3 arguments in the database as well. In the field we need to write, and the criteria as well. In the field we can give the numbers as well, and we can give the column name as well. But we need to give the column name into the quotes. Then we learned about that we can give multiple criterias also. We learned about how we can record and edit the macros. Recording can be done by going to the view option and going to the record macro. So whatever steps we are doing, that has been recorded by the macros. Once we are done with our process, then we can stop recording. After that, we can rerun anytime. If we want to make changes in that macros, that we can do with the help with the VB only, and we can open the code, edit the code, and make the changes. From that code, you want to make any formatting changes or any content changes, you can do it over there only. You can copy the content of one macro to another macro as well. So you can create macros with coding as well, and VBA we will be covering in the next week in the more detail. But these macros are helpful in the case when we want to have the same set of instructions or same set of formatting into Excel very frequently. That time we can actually create the macros over here, and that macros can help us to finish our work or to execute our work in limited number of time. And one thing more we need to remember here, that when we were working with our database function, these functions are basically used for summarizing the data, where we can have give our own criteria and accordingly we can change the output over there. So we can have the output for the numerical data, but count a function is workable with the strings as well, because it is checking only the blank and the non-blank cells. We can also pass the date values to database functions. We in the execution and the practical we have seen there how this is workable with the date function. Ultimately we need to do the calculation, we can do it over there, but basically we can have the output with the numerical values here. We learned about assigning buttons and shortcuts to the macro. So it is your choice if you want to give to shortcut to macros, you want to run it with the macro shortcuts over there, and we can assign buttons as well to the macro. And in fact, we can take a different shapes as well. We can have a pivot charts as well. We can have a image as well. And so we all these things can have been assigned by the macros. And once it is assigned, we can go with the click event. So when we hover our mouse on that assigned button or assigned image or assigned pivot, so we just need to click on that particular control, and after that we can access that particular macro. So when you're using these kind of buttons, these shapes or these images, you don't need to go to view or developer tab to access the macro. You can directly just access it on the click event. So whenever we are using these kind of buttons, we can make our own dashboards. So we can click on that, like you can have a different pivot chart on button format here, and you can go with different outputs as well. This all you can do with the macros over here. So macros are very beneficial for the user, especially when you're working in an organization you and you are getting same kind of a data set over here. Like you can consider that you are working at a central head, and that organization is having multiple branches all over the country, and you have provided a sample Excel sheet to all those branches, and all those branches are passing you the same kind of data every day. And when you are doing the analysis of that data, you're putting that data into your own format, and so you don't need to do those format again and again. You just, how you can do it, you can just execute it and run that macro. With that single click you can do the calculation. In fact, you can do some kind of formula as well. You can apply formulas over there. That formulas will also be recorded. The main agenda with the macros is that this is doing the recording in the basis of mouse cursors and that ranges. So it will make sure that macro will be make sure that whatever we are running, that is in that particular range only. It will not go beyond to that range. And when if you feel like you need to do some changes, that time what you can do, you can make the changes with the editing the macro by clicking on the code, and then in the VBA, you can do all those changes. You want to change the range, you want to change the content, you want to change the foreground color, you want to change the theme, you want to change the font size. You can go with a different font color. You can have a different table over there. All the things you can do. In fact, if you feel like that any one macro is working fine for you, so same kind of macro you can perform with different shapes as well. This was all about this week. Thank you. Welcome to week 11 for course data analysis and visualization using Microsoft Excel. In this week, we are going to cover basics of VB. So what we did in the last session, we learned about the list functions, which is also known as database functions, where we are passing basically the entire database to these functions, and accordingly we can have the output with us. We learned about how we can add different kind of criteria to these list functions. After that, we covered how we can record and edit the macros, how we can assign the buttons and shortcuts for the macros, which we can create by editing the macro or recording the macro. And in this week, we are going to cover VBA basics. We will be learning about introduction to VBA first, and then we will go through the editor VBA. We will learn about how we can add code to the VBA procedure. We will learn about VBA variables. We will talk about if statements, loop, input and user messages, and then how we can handle the errors with VBA. Learning objectives for this week. By the end of this session, you will be able to understand the basics of VBA, edit the basic codes, and apply if loop conditions in the code. Diagnose errors. So let's start VBA basics. What is VBA? So full form for the VBA, or we can say the full meaning for the VBA is Visual Basics for Applications. It is a programming language for Microsoft Office programs. And why we are using VBA? We are covering here Microsoft Excel, and that with the data analysis and visualization. Then why is there a requirement to talk about or to understand VBA, that is Visual Basics for Applications, to optimize time in Excel? And how we can do that? We can write the codes and functions and applications using the programming language VBA to optimize the time in Microsoft Excel for different applications. What we have in the editor, VBA editor, we basically have the project explorer with us, properties, toolbar, and we can add modules and start writing the VBA. How we can add the modules? We will learn this with the practicals also. After covering this slide, we will be opening Microsoft Excel, and then we will be executing how actually we can add modules into the VBA. So this is the window for the Microsoft Visual Basic. So I'll just go back to my sheet orders. This is my normal Microsoft Excel workbook orders with me. So we have the data for customer ID, order ID, product, unit sold, and date. In the previous weeks, we have worked on this workbook only. So I'm opening that one. Now what I will be doing, I will be going to a developer tab, and in the previous session when we were doing the macros, at that time we learned how we can add this developer tab inside our Microsoft Excel menu. I'll click on the developer, and then I have this first option Visual Basic with me, and you can use a shortcut key as well, that is Alt plus F11 to open the Visual Basic editor with you. So I'll click on that. So this kind of window you will be seeing for Microsoft Visual Basic for applications, that you can refer it to VB as well. Here you can see this window. This one is the properties, and the first one is the project explorer. So whatever the applications or whatever the modules you are having in the VB in this programming language, that you can see in this project explorer, and in an hierarchy all your files will be listed here. Then we have the properties for that particular project. So if I can see here different modules here, I'll click on the module. If I go to some objects here, this is for the sheet 1. So relevantly, the properties associated with the sheet 1 is visible here. So you can see some display, page breaks, and all other properties here. In this session, we will not be exploring much about the properties. right now you can see that you need to be understand that what we have here. I'll go back to the slide part. So in the sections, we have the Project Explorer. I'll come to this window. So this is my Project Explorer, where you can see how many files you have in your Visual Basic platform or in the portal in that particular workbook, and all the files will be visible here only. Then second is properties. Properties are associated property of each individual file or object or a module which you can see, which is visible inside the properties window. After that, we have the toolbar. Toolbar, before going to toolbar, you have different options here. If I click on file, you can save the Excel, the changes you are doing in the Excel. You can import the file, you can export the file. Printing option is also available. In the edit, we have undo, cut, copy, paste, clear, select. All this editing part is available with me. And in the view, you can see here. Now what you can see, the F7 is for the code. For the object, you can press Shift plus F7. You can browse different objects and you can have a different window as well. Watch window, locals, Project Explorer. So Project Explorer we can see in default section as well. Properties window is also visible. And in the toolbars, right now the selected part is the standard one. We can see the toolbars which is visible in this window as from the standard one. You can customize it as well. In the insert, we have different options or different methods to insert inside this VBA, that is procedure, use form, module, class module. We will be talking about the procedure in this session. Format, that this is for some kind of alignment, to make some changes in the size. You can do the spacing as well. You can align it in the different forms as well. Debugging is for the compilation part. Run, once you are done with the compilation, then you can run that macro or you can run that code as well. Tools, you can see tools, we have the macros, add-ins, window, help. So the same Microsoft Visual Basic has been used for the macros itself. And macro, whenever you are recording something with the macro, by default the backend is handling or making some kind of a code irrespective of the activity performed inside the macro. And if you want to do some kind of editing in for the macros, that you can do by making changes in the VBA code associated with that macro, that we already learned in the week 10 as well. So similarly, in this week, we are talking about how we can have our own code with the VBA and how that is helpful for different applications. So we have learned about, first of all, how we can go that. So we need to go to the developer and click on the Visual Basic. There you can see the project window. You can see the properties window as well. We have different toolbars here. To go back to the Excel, you can go back like that. You can insert a use form here as well. You can insert a module as well. You can insert a procedure as well. You can click on the save here, and then you have the option for cut, copy, paste, and you can find a particular content as well. Similarly, you can run the form as well, and different options are available here with the tools. So this is all for the writing the code inside Microsoft Visual Basic. Now let's go and see what we can do with the Microsoft Visual Basic. Now this is talking about how we can add modules and start writing the VBA code. We are mentioning here that VBA is a programming language. So how you can start writing the code? For writing the code, you need to go to the Visual Basic and click on Insert, and then you need to have a module first. So let me take a module here. This is my module 5. So once you have this module, you can write your code right here only, this white screen, and then you can execute the code by clicking on the run. So we have different modules here. If I click on this module 1, so I have a sub try. This is for the macro we tried that day in the week 10 for the try, and the code associated with that macro is mentioned in this sub. Similarly, we have another macro, that is sub macro 2. So this is the window where you are storing everything for the macros, so for the code here only. Similarly, I'll go to the module 2 as well. This we also did it. And then we have this module 3. Now let me come back to the module 5. There we are going to talk about what we can do here. We have learned how we can insert the module. Insertion is so simple. And once you are done with the insertion, then you can start writing your code here only. Adding code to the VBA procedure. So how we can add the code here? Procedures are stored in the modules. So once we have the modules with us, after that we need to go to add procedure. Procedure we can see here. Here procedure is mentioned here. So once you have the module with you, then you can start writing the code by having the procedure first. So in this procedure, what you can do, you can choose a sub or function or a property. You have three options here, three types here. When you're working with the procedures, you can have the procedure either for the sub or for the function or for the property type. And in the scope, we are talking about public or private. Public is accessible by all and private is accessible by only few people or with the privacy check. Once you have selected the type and the scope, then you can click on OK and you can start writing the code. So once you have this add procedure, we learned it from the insert and then we can have the procedure. So you can give your name to that procedure, and after giving the name, you need to choose a particular type. You can have the sub, you can have the function, you can have the property. Similarly, for the scope, you can go for the public or for the private one. And once you are done with these three things, you have given the name, you have selected the type, you have selected the scope. After that, click on OK and you are done with adding the procedure inside your module in Microsoft Visual Basic, and you can start writing the code. So let's do the practical part. So I'll go back to the Visual Basic. I already have the module with me. So this module 3 is stored with me. We will be working with the sub for this week. I'll click on insert and then procedure. So I have the procedure with me now. Let me give this name as first. I'll be going with the type sub and the scope public, and I'll click on OK. Once I have clicked on OK, I will be getting a few line code by default in a single go, that is public, sub, and that is name is first. That name I have provided, and after end sub is to check that we have ended that particular first procedure. And now I can write my code here in these lines, and once I write these lines, then I can actually execute this procedure as well. So in this way we can add code to the VBA procedure. Then we have the VBA variables with us. Variables are the objects, or you can say the spaces where you are storing your content. So for example, you have a particular type of a value and you want to store it somewhere. You need to provide a name to that particular location, and that name is known as variable. So how we can have the variables? To declare the variables, we need to start it with the keyword dim. Dim is already defined in VBA language. To declare the variables in the VBA, we have the dim with us. Different programming languages uses variables inside their compiler and interpreter, and they use those syntaxes to declare the variables, and after the declaration we can assign the values to those variables. Input variable name and then give the variable type. So first you need to start with a div. Just understand this, how we can have the variables with us. This is the basics of the programming language. So once you start or you want to do some kind of execution, you need to deal with the values as well. And how you can deal with those values, you need to have variables with yourself. So to first have the variables in the VBA, what we are doing, we are declaring the variable with the keyword dim. And then after giving dim, after writing dim, we are going to give as one name to that variable name. So in this example, they have taken a country as the variable name. And then you need to have a variable type with you. Variable type define that variable will be storing what kind of value. Here in this example, it has taken as string. So we can store a statement or a word in that country variable. country is equal to India, and then active cell dot value, we already talked about this. We have seen this in macro as well. So the value is country here, and in this way we are finishing that code for the procedure test 1. So reiterating everything here, we have taken a sub procedure. The name is test 1, and this is scope is the public for that. This is the end of that procedure test 1 with the end sub. We are taking a variable here country, and we are starting that declaration with the keyword dim, and we are having the output, the variable output as string with us. The variable type is defined with as string, and in that country we are putting equals to India. And then what we are assigning? We are assigning that value of this variable. What is the value of this variable country? That is India. We are assigning this value to the active cell value. So whatever is the active cell, there we can execute this value. So let's understand this with writing the code. I'll go back to Microsoft Visual Basic, and I already have this first with me in this module 5. So I'll be writing here dim, and before that, let me come to another sheet so where I can see the all the outputs with me. So we are working in the sheet 1 now. The sheet 1 is here, and I will be writing a variable dim, and let me give a name country itself, country, and the type we are giving as. Now you can see that whenever you are writing something like that, all the keywords are converted into a blue color text, and you can have the suggestions as well. Let me take string here. I'll be writing a string as the variable type. I can put a enter as well. After that, what I'll be doing, let me assign a value. Country equals to, let me give a country here, USA. And then what I am using, I'm using this active cell 1. I'll provide a value active cell. So we need to make sure about the case sensitiveness of the VBA. So here what we are using, you can see here A is into capitals and C is also into capital. So I'll be writing here active cell dot, and then you can have these suggestions as well. Value, and value is equal to what we are giving that value. We are giving country. We are providing the value as a country. So this is about my function. Let me save that as well. Once you have written this, I will be selecting this whole code and clicking on this run. So I have clicked on this run. Let me go back to the Microsoft Excel. I'll go with this. So you can see here in the active cell, USA is written here. So this has been done by the code itself. Let me change this active cell to D2 this time, and let me run this code again. I'll go back, and you can see that in the D2 as well, you can have the value USA. So this time you are writing the code and then having that data, that particular data into the Microsoft Excel. So this is you can take it as example for the reverse engineering. We are writing a code and then having the output in the Microsoft Excel. Before that, we have executed macros in the Microsoft Excel, and then we have the code in the VBA. This time we are directly operating from the VBA only, that is from the programming language. So let me change this value to something else this time. I'll be having the value, let me take it India only. India I'm writing, and I'll run it again. So I'll see the output now. Now this D2 is India. D2 is India, and the active cell dot value. So we have changed the values here. So this is how we can declare the variables in the VBA, and then we can store the values in the VBA. I can have it with a different type as well. In this example, we have taken as a string. We can have it in the numerical forms also. So all these variables are allowed into VBA. Let's come back to VBA and let's learn about some new concepts as well. Next, we have the if statements. If statements are very interesting one when we are working in the coding environment. So if statements having elements as if. So if is a condition. For the if, we are providing a condition. Now this condition can be true or false. If this condition is true, then output should be like this. If this condition is false, then output should be like this else part. So in this way, if is working, you can have the nested if as well. You can provide end if for having the end of the if statement. Now we have another example as well. Before going to that, you need to understand the structure of the if statement. In the if, we have the condition. If that condition is true, then we will go to the then part, that is with the output with the then, and else we have the output for the else part. Now let's understand the working of this if statement. This is the function here given. The same test one has been extended here as with the dim you are declaring a variable country and giving as a variable type string. In the country you are providing USA. Now you have a if here. You can see with the blue color all the keywords here. If the country is equal to India, then active cell dot value is namaste, else active dot cell value is hello. So the condition you're talking about here, condition is country is equal to India. So if this is true, in that case, the statement written after the then will be executed. If this condition is false, in that case, the statement returned with the else will be executed. So the else we have active cell dot value hello, and this is showing the end of the if statement. And after that we have the end of the procedure, that is test one. You need to make sure about the hierarchy. So we have started if inside the procedure. That is why we are making the end for the if statement first, and then we are making end for the procedure test one. So let's add this if here in the same function, that is first. So let me have here, after having the India, let me give here if, and after writing if, the country's condition is, let me give a condition country equals to, let me make it here India only, and then I'm writing here then is active cell dot value, let me have here namaste, and then I have the else part. In the else part, now you can see here I can copy paste as well. So I'll paste here the value. So I'll be writing hello in the case of else part. Then I will be giving here end if, and the end sub is already written here. Let me run the statement here. Now let me go back to my Excel part. Now namaste is here in the active cell. Why namaste has been come as output? Because the condition is true, the country is India only. That is why it is going to the if condition. So we have the two statements here, active cell value for the namaste and the hello. But we are seeing that it is executing only a single statement. Why it is executing a single statement? Because we have the country here India and this condition is true. So these two statements are dependent on the condition. If this condition is true, then the statement with the namaste will be executed. If the condition is false, then the statement with the hello will be executed. So let me change this value to USA and let's see what is the output then. I'll be saving it and Control A, execute that. Let me go back to the Microsoft Excel part. Now you can see here, hello here is written. Why this so? Because the condition given with the if is this time false and we have printed here hello. Let me change this to something else here. A new condition I'll take. Instead of this country, let me take here another variable here. Let me take here a numerical value this time. Let me take here num1. In the num1, I will be writing here a number. I'm giving here as, and now you can see here number, or let me take here integer only. So I'll be taking here integer for the num1. In this num1, I'm taking a value as 100. This time we are executing variable as well. We are experimenting with the if condition with a numerical value, and we have taken that variable name as num1, and given the value 100 for that integer. Here instead of country, I will be writing here num1. So if num1 is equal to 100, in that case, we will be writing here 100. Let me take it into the sentences. And in the case of the else, I will be writing here not 100. This is my condition here. Let me save this selection for the entire procedure and then click on this running statement. Which procedure or which macro you want to execute, the name is the first here. So I will be selecting here. Let me check it once again. I'll be selecting here all projects and let me look it for the value here. The value is given as first. Let me execute it one more time. So the output should be here. So 100 is printed here. How come 100? It means it is going back to, it is executing the statement for the first part, that is first condition. If num1 is equal to 100, then active cell dot value is 100. Otherwise, in the else condition, it is not 100. So let me change this value to 120 this time. And let's execute this. Go back. And this time it's a not 100. So we have experimented with the two different values. We have learnt about the string type as well, string variable type as well, integer type as well. And there we have worked on the if statement. In the if, we provide the condition first. If that condition is true, in that case, we execute the output part of the then statement. If that condition is false, in that case, we execute the output statement given in the else part, but we need to make sure about to provide the end statement for the if statement. In this way, we are working with the if. Till now, we have covered about how we can declare the variables in VBA. We need to start with the keyword dim. Then we need to provide the variable name and the variable type with the as keyword. Then we can use the variables here. In the if statement, we have the element here as if. There we can give the condition. And then we have the output, else we have the output. And then we need to provide the end if. We have learned it with the string value as well. We have learned it with the numerical value as well. Then we have the loops with us. Loops is basically you are executing a statement multiple times. How we can do that? You can do it with the loop statement. So type of loop. Loop is basically are used with the while statement. And why we need to use the loops? To repeat the same process one more time. How? Start with the loop type, see the range, and then end it with the loop. So we have another example now. Now you can see in this screenshot, we are talking about the do while loop here. So let's look here value. We have taken a procedure here test2 and we are declaring an integer value, a variable here I as an integer. We are giving this initialization value to this I equals to 1. Then we have the loop. The keyword we are using here do while. Do while is the keyword for the loop here. And then we are giving here condition. As we have given in the if statement, we are giving another condition in the do while. And then we are checking it. If the value is greater than 100 for the active cell, then active cell dot interior color. So we are basically changing the colors and we are using a particular color RGB. And then we are ending the statement if, and after that we are incrementing a value. Again, I is equal to I plus 1 and ending the loop with loop statement. End with the loop you can see here. And similarly, you can end the procedure as well. So basically with this example, what we are trying to do, every time we are going to check the value. If that value is the greater than 100, in that case, we are changing the interior color. Otherwise, we are not making any changes to the color. So you can see in this output, all the statements or all the words, all the values which are greater than 100 are marked as or colored as green. Otherwise, all other values you can see here 70, you can see here 51, 91, 95. All these values are of no color, but other values are, because that values are greater than 100 are marked here green. How we have done that? We are checking all the values here, and how many times we are checking those values? We are checking it for the 15 times. If I increase this to 20, then we are going to cross check the value for the 20 values here. So you can see here we are checking for 15 values here. So for all the active cell, for the 15 times we are checking these values. If these values are marked as green or are having a value greater than 100, then we are marking it as a greater than 100 value. Now, after understanding the type of the loops, and let's have this loop to practically how this is running here. Before that, we should have something to check here. So I'll go back to my Microsoft Excel part in the same order sheet. Let me delete this everything here and let me write some values here. I will be writing here 10, 200, 30, 400, 50, 600, 70, 800, 90, and then I'll take 1000 here. And let me go back to Visual Basic here. I'll go back to this module 3. In module 3, I already have this code written with me. So I will be copying that code first and coming back to my module 5. The module 5 we are working here. So we will be going back to the module 5. In that module 5, I can copy this code here. Before that, I need to insert a procedure. Procedure, let me take here second now. Type I am choosing sub only, and then the scope I am taking here public. So you can see this line for the next block, that is second procedure. I will be pasting that code here, and in that, according to that code, what we are doing here, we are just copying pasting the code given in that procedure. We have the procedure second with us, where we are declaring a variable I as integer, and I'm giving a value to that integer, that is 1. Do while is representing a loop. Loop is basically a symbol of re-executing that statement depending on the condition. So this condition given here should be, if it is true multiple times, and accordingly I can execute the output given after the then statement. Otherwise it will go for the end of statement, and then we can iterate the loop as well. And to finish or to end the loop, we can write here loop. Do while, the condition is given here and the ending of the loop is given here. And inside the do while loop, we are checking one more condition, that is for the active cell value. If it is greater than 100, then this is the color, and if we have another statement with us. So let me run this and see. Now, if I go back to my Microsoft Excel, we have how many values here? 10 values. So let me check it for the 10 values only. So the condition is the 10 for the I less than equals to 10, and it is checking the value given in the active cell dot value, and after that I am going to have another value as well. And to move the cursor here, how this active cell should be moving, after that we are using another function, that is active cell dot offset, and we are passing a value 1.1 to select that value here. So basically we are moving the active cell, the selection part here. Let me run this code again. I will be selecting this and running here. So once I run here, you can see the output. I need to assign this value again here. So this is my value here. This is my active cell. Let me go back to the code again. I will be running here. Now let's see the output. Now we have the output here. But the color, we can see that color has not been changed here. Let me go back to the module 3. In this module 3, you can see here, we have another code here, and that is going to check with the I1. Let me select this and run the code. And we are moving the cursor here. Let me pass here one more value. This time let me change the offset to 10. So we are not changing anything here. I'll go back to the module 0 here. I have changed the offset here. Let me execute the code once again. And I'm going back to my Excel part. In this Excel part, we need to keep our cursor here. This is our value. I'm keeping my cursor here only. And then executing and trying to execute whether it is changing the color or not. Now you can see here all the values that are greater than 100 are marked as green and other values are not marked anything. So let me try to mark another value as well. In that case, we can give a else value as well. You can see here the if given here is not having any else. So let me take a else value as well. So I'm writing here else value and let me give another value here, active cell interior dot color. So let me write that as well, active cell dot. Now you can see here, I'll go with the interior. So all the suggestions I'm getting here, dot for the color as well, I'll get something color, and then now I can provide a particular color to that cell. So instead of this green, let me have any another color now. So I will be changing this value to 255 and let me keep everything as 0 here. This is the value given here. Let me delete this and I need to recheck it. So let me mark it as without any color. I'll mark it a no fill and keeping my cursor here in A1, going back, selecting the code and executing this code one more time. Let me go back to the Microsoft Excel part. Now you can see here the values. So the condition is that if the value is greater than 100, then mark it a color that is green, that is equivalent to green. If it is not equal, that condition is not true, then mark it in another color, that is a red color. How this color has been decided from these RGB values, that is RGB 0, 255, 0, 255, 0, 0. We have these different values with us and the conditions we are checking with the 10. Let me have some more values here. I'll write here. Let me repeat these values one more time. I'm marking here for the 20 values. Let me have a no fill for all the values here. I'm keeping my cursor here. And this time I'm changing the value as 20. Instead of 10, I'm changing this value as 20. And let me run this code and have the value here. I'll go back to the Microsoft Excel. So it is working for all these conditions. So let me I'm keeping my cursor again at A1 and I'm changing this condition to 40. I don't have the values in all other cells. In that case, how the code will perform? I'm selecting everything and clicking on the running itself. Going back to the Microsoft Excel part. Now you can see here, because the value is not true in that case, for all other values we are giving the red mark, because we have the else condition and in the else condition we have the color red with us, and we are changing here 40 values so that it is going till 40 and we are given by the color for the red from the range 21 to 40. So if I move it to some other direction, you can check in that well as. So now I'm keeping my cursor at 41, or let me keep my cursor at C1 and then I will running this code. Let's see what happened in that case. Let me go back to the Microsoft Excel. Now you can see that entire range for the C from 1 to 40 has been marked as red because the else condition is satisfied and the statement given with the else is working here fine. Now let me change some values with offset. Instead of 0, I will be making it changes to 1. Now for the offset, I'm providing value 1 and 1 and I'm keeping my cursor to E1 in that case. And I will be selecting the entire code and executing this. Now you can see the offset, how it is working. So this is the power of this offset. We started from the E1 and we moved in another direction for the one-on-one for the rows and the columns as well. This time rows is also increasing and column is also increasing. Instead of when we were using 1 0, it was keeping column as the same column. Now this offset is working in that condition and this active cell has been changed to this order. So let me make some more changes here. I will be deleting everything from here from the sheet. All the values I have been deleted. Now instead of 1-on-1, I'll mark it 1-4. Now with this color, we can see that how our cursor is moving. Let me run it again, go to the Excel part. Now you can see this is increasing one row. And then how many columns we are increasing? We are increasing 4 columns and we are having a different output here as well. So I'll move my screen. Now you can see the output, how it is working. So it has checked that condition because we have not provided any content, and in this we are having the different values here. Let me delete everything here. By now you have understood the offset, how this offset is working, and what we have done, we have taken one procedure first and then we have declared a variable with I as an integer, and in the do while loop we have a value there. We are checking that condition. If that condition is true, we are repeating all those statements written inside that loop, and once that condition is false, we will come out of that loop and end that loop as well. Here inside the loop we have a if statement as well, and then we are storing these values. To understand the working of do while loop, let me take one more function here. So I'll be going back to insert and procedure. Let me take a name as third this time. I'm taking a type sub only. Scope, I'm taking public. I'll click on OK, and then let me copy this code, but I'll not take anything here this time. I'll not take the if statement. This time for the do while loop, I'm taking a condition I 10. Let me delete everything from here, or I can keep the value for RGB, active cell thought, interior color, let me take, and offset value let me keep, and I'll take 1-0 here only. And now what I am doing here, before that I need to declare this as an integer as well. So now in this function third, in this procedure third, I have a variable I as an integer. The value I am giving as 1. I am checking the condition for the 10, I less than equal to 10. If that condition is true, in that case, or we are not taking any condition as well, we are not checking it with the any if condition. So in that loop, what I am doing, I am providing a color here. This was color, or the range was, a code was for the red color. And then after that, I am increasing the value of I and then deleting it. So this time I don't have any if condition with me. I'm just coloring something, and I'll be keeping my cursor to A1 only. You need to make sure about where your cursor is having here. I'll be selecting this and running the code. Let me go back to the Microsoft Excel. Now you can see that we have the red color 10 times. How this has happened? So this has happened by moving the loop here. If I would not have used the loop, in that case, you need to rerun all those 10 statements every time. But here in that case, we can execute, we can tell the loop how many times that loop has to run those statements according depending on the condition, and accordingly we can run those statements. So this is the power of the using loop. You can club it with any if statement as well. You can club it with any other statement as well. And in fact, you can print so many things here also with this active cell. This we have done with how 10 times we can take those values. Now let me take it for 1000 times. So let me see where I have the cursor. I have the cursor at 11. So let me come back to C1. In the C1, I will be selecting this one more time and running the code. This time you can see this code is taking time, but not that much time. I'll go back to the Microsoft Excel. Now you have this color for 1000 cells, and in single statement you can perform this statement, and similarly you can use multiple times. So you can see that the power of the code with a single line of a code or with a few line of a code you can actually run, or you can actually execute a good amount of work with Microsoft Excel. That is why Visual Basics for applications is used here to utilize the code part here. Let me go back and let's run something else. We have changed the color as well. What other changes we can do? We can change the font as well. We can change the font size as well. We can change a style as well. You can do bold, italic, or any other formatting you can perform here only. You can perform the calculation as well. We have many different methods as well where you can do all those changes here. So let me change this condition one more time. I'll check it with a greater than 100. This is greater than equal to 100. Same condition I am doing now. What I have changed, I greater than 100. So in that case, what we can do, I'll start this value with I equals to 100. And instead of increasing, I will decrease this time. I'll mark it I minus 1. So the three changes we have done. Initially, we have the value 1 for the I. This time we have the value 100 for the I. The condition we are changing from less than equals to 100 to greater than 100, or I can make it at greater than equal 100 as well. Let me make this changes. And the third thing we have changed, the loop we have changed from I equals to I plus 1 to I is equal to I minus 1. So let's see where we have the cursor now. I'll keep it to the A1. I have the cursor here A1. I will be selecting this and executing this. Let me go back. Now you can see here you have here only for the A1. Only for the A1. So your loop has not worked here. Your loop has worked only one time here. And so it depends on the loop how many times your value is executing over there, and accordingly you can run those values. You need to make sure about how you are taking a condition here and you are making the changes over there. I'll be deleting this. Let me come back to the code and let me write here I equals to 1, giving here value less than equals to 100 and marking here I equals to I plus 1. This is I am changing with the loop when you're using do while here. I'll be selecting this procedure. That procedure is third and running the statement here. Going back to the code so you can see you have the values here. So we have the cursor somewhere here in the D8, and that is why this kind of output you can see here. You can use different codes as well. Or let me have some values now. I will be giving a value. Now let's try with something with the value. So instead of color, let me give a value active cell dot value. I can copy this as well. So this time I'm not using any kind of a color here. So I want to change something active cell dot value. So this I want to write here, or maybe I want to print the value of I only. And let me delete this and keeping the cursor at to be 1, selecting this code and running this time, going back to the Microsoft Excel. So I have the value from 1 to 100 by a single line of a code, and this how I have done. I have printed I 100 times with a loop and with the using active cell dot value. And how I am increasing or how I am changing the selection. I am changing the selection by passing value 1 and 0 for the row and column to offset, and then with the offset I am selecting that particular value. For example, I need to write another time. I want to give a string value. So let me go back to the D1 only. Here, instead of any I am be writing namaste maybe. So this value I want to print 100 times. I'll select this and run the code. Let me go back to the Microsoft Excel. So you can see here that you have the namaste 100 times with you. So you don't need to do copy paste or you need to have the code. So you can have those value with some kind of a condition as well. So let me try something more interesting now. I will be deleting everything here. So will be going back to this example where we were having some values and we were checking it is greater than 100 or not. So let me write here 10 and then more than 100. Then you can write here 10 200, 30 400, 50 500, 60 700, 80 900, and then maybe 1000 or 10,000 I have given here. And now I'm keeping my cursor here A1 only. Let me check it only 10 times only. So if this is greater than 100, in that case, I am writing namaste instead of changing the color. In the case of the else, I am writing here hello. And if offset, I will be giving 1.0 only. Loop we are changing here I equals to I plus 1 and then ends up. I will be selecting the code for this procedure. Make sure you're doing the proper selection and then click on run. I'll go back to the Microsoft Excel. Now you can see here, hello, namaste, hello, namaste, hello, namaste. So according to the condition, our content has been changed. Can I apply multiple things over here? Yes, we can apply that as well. So let me try that also. I'll be copying my code from this module 3 and this is the code for the color. I'll be coming back to the module 5 and in the if condition I am having second output statement as well. So the color also I am giving and for hello I will be having a different color, maybe red, and for namaste we have for the green. Now let me keep my cursor. Before that I need to make some changes in the file. Let me make the values again here 10, 200, 30, 400, 50, 60, 600, 70, 800, 90, and then again 1000, and let me take here 2000. This is my values and let me pass it the value as 11 here and selecting the code. Executing the statement. Before that I need to check where I have the cursor. I should keep it here to A1. Selecting the code again. Clicking on the run. Let me go back to the Microsoft Excel. Now you can see here hello namaste and we have the different colors as well. Similarly, you can have multiple statements here. So it is your case, you want to have a single statement or you have a multiple statements here. Depending on that condition, you can perform that well also. So in this example, what we did, we have a variable with us, I as an integer, I equals to 1. Do while we have given a condition I less than equals to 11. In the if statement, again we have the condition if the texter.cell value is greater than 100. In that case, we are writing namaste and we are giving a color green. Else case, we are writing hello and color giving red. We are ending the if statement and with the offset having the value row for a 1 and 0 for the column. We are moving the selection and then increasing the variable is equal to I is equal to I plus 1 and then ending the loop and then ending the procedure as well. So we have learned about how we can use the if statement, how we can use the loops with us, and how we can make the use of different type of variables. Either we can have the string as well, we can have the numeric value as well. We tested our results with the integer value. We have worked with the string as well. string we have given with the value in the first function, the first procedure we have taken. There we have executed something with the country value, and you can have the values as well. So you can give a value to an entire column as well. We will learn about that also in this session, how we can have a changes in entire sheet with a single click or with a few line of a codes. Now if I go to this module 1, we have, so maybe you have done something with the macros over there, and you can copy that code as well to your own coding part also. Like you can see here, we have something in the formula. I'll go back to the module 2. In this module 2, you can see different things we have used here with selection. See this with the font, we have the Times New Roman, size we have strike through, superscript, subscript, outline font. All these properties you can change here, whether it is relevant to the value, whether it is relevant to any particular formatting property. All this we can do it here. So like you have something with the macros with that, and same code you can copy to your own procedure as well. Here you can see how we have the auto fit for the columns. We have the margin cells also. We have merged the cells either from the column side of the row bottom side. So these values also you can make changes in the module 5, and you can write it over there only. Let me go back to the slide part. So we have learnt about the type of the loops, how we can execute the loops, and why we use the loops. We use loops to repeat the same process at multiple times. How we can use the loops? We can start with the loop type. In this example, we have used the example for the do while. We need to give a range here. Range we can give with the condition, and to show the end of, or the, we need to finish the scope of that loop, we need to use the keyword loop here. And you can clearly see that all the keywords are shown in the blue color only, and rest of the content is we are having in the black color. So if you are making any error also, in that case that error is represented by the red text. So I'll show you that also. Let me go back to the visual code. So suppose I am making a error here and then coming here. So now you can see here it is a compiled error, expected equals to Microsoft Visual Basic. For applications you need to click OK, and then you need to correct it. Similarly, if you are, I am making a error here, there you can see if I run this, I'll not give any code here, I'll be writing RGB here only. So in that case what will happen? So where I have the cursor with me, so I have the cursor with me here, and I have a else statement also, so I don't need to have the numbers as well. I'm running this code. Now you can see here you have an error here, argument not optional. So now you need to provide the values here. So it is basically saying that we have this RGB function, but you need to provide the values over there. This is not optional one. So this Microsoft Visual Basic is actually helping you out how you can check your code and have a correct output with you. You need to make the changes over there. Now if I provide the value here 0, and it is also giving me suggestions as well. So this is red as integer, green as integer, blue as integer, and this is the entire value for the long. And we need to provide all these values. So let me have 255, 0 and 0. These arguments we have provided, these are predefined functions we can say, or predefined procedures, and we are passing the arguments. Whatever the properties are available there, the best thing is that in this editor we are getting suggestion for everything. For example, I am declaring a variable here dim, maybe j, as a should be capital. Now again I can have different suggestions here. Suppose I want to have a long here, so you can see here this is long is provided. If I want to have maybe integer, so I can give this output as well. I can check it that this kind of variable is available or not. So this is allowed with Microsoft Visual Basics for applications. We can work with the different kind of variables as well. We can store our values over there. So whatever kind of your requirement is, that accordingly it is advisable to take the variable and then work on that. After covering the if condition, after covering the loop with the Microsoft Visual Basic, till now we have talked about how we can edit the code in VBA, and using these codes we can actually automate our work with Microsoft Excel. We have covered the basics of writing the code with the VBA in Microsoft Excel, and then we learnt about declaring the variables. We have talked about how we can use if condition, and after that we have covered the loops as well. Now we are covering input and user messages. So what do you mean by the input and user messages? So basically these messages are used to interact with the user, and according to the choice of the user the code will be executed. So why there is a requirement to use input and user messages? Users are allowed to interact with the code, makes the code dynamic. So whenever we are having the functionality of the interaction with the user, in that case we are making our code dynamic in nature. Dynamic in nature means that user can take decision on the runtime of the code. It automates the user's experience. How? We have this input box with us. So this is the syntax for the input box. You can see here in the screenshot in the slide. This is the prompt, and then we have the title. After that you can give a default one. You can provide a position for the X element and the Y position. Help file if you want to add any context you want to give. And then you need to have as a string variable over there. So this is the syntax we use for the input box. This provides the functionality where the input from the user can be taken in the code, and that input can be used for the further communication or for the further execution of the code. Let's see in this example, we have an example how we can use input and we can get the user messages. You can look for the screenshot here. Here one procedure is declared with the name input sort by, and with the dim keyword we are having two variables. These variables are user input and promote, and we are having these variables as a string type. So that is why it is written as dim user input as string. And similarly you can see the definition or the declaration of the second variable, that is prompt. In that prompt we are writing some text here. Enter your choice. For now you can leave this one. When we will do the hands-on on the Microsoft Excel, then we will understand how this keyword is working. Then we have this 1 as country, 2 as team, and 3 as sales. In this user input, what we are passing? This user input we are passing to the input box promote, and then we can have the display for this user input. So after executing this bunch of lines or this code for the procedure, we will be getting output like this. So this output is showing us the choices. Enter your choice, country, team, and sales. So if you can see the next line, context for country, for team, for sales, so that is because of the keyword that is written here, VBCRLF, and we have this end and some spaces with the underscore. So this keyword is telling this window, this prompt, to have the content in the next line. This is the significance of this keyword with us. So in this code, what we are doing, we are asking a user to enter choice either for country, for team, or sales, and according to that choice we can run our next line of set next coding context in the same procedure. Now let's run this code, then we will understand more about this, how we can get the input and output from the user. So I'm back to my Visual Basic. So you can see the same code already written here. We are not repeating it. So you can one more time you can see about this code. We have a procedure here, user input. This time we have changed the name here. Again we are taking two variables here, user input and prompt. and we are defining or declaring these variables as string type, and then we are having a context, a text, enter your choice, country, team, sales, and I already told you that this keyword is used to have the content or have the text in the next line. So after writing enter your choice, this prompt will be displaying a next line, and this country will be displayed only in the next line only. And similarly, we have next line before the team word. Similarly, we have next line before this 3 and sales. So you just need to make sure about where you are putting the quotes here and where you are putting this keyword for the new line. And once you have this content with you, this string with you, then you are passing it to a variable that we already defined as user input. And maybe on the later stage, we can use this input for some other execution purpose as well. So this is the significance of using prompt here. We can have the output from the user, or we can say we can have the input from the user, and according to, based on that input, we can work further. Let me select this and let me run this code. So now you can see here this window with there, and this enter your choice, country, team, sales is presented here. Let me write 3 here and click on OK. So I'm back to the code. Right now I don't have any working lines like if I select something, what should be done. In the next example, we will be running that as well. That time we will see how these inputs can be further executed. Let me make some changes here. I'm not writing this keyword here. I'm deleting this one. And after that, let me have this underscore before that. I will be deleting this keyword here. Now you can see this, and let me run this again. So this is giving me an error because of the mismatching of the codes over here. So if I write everything in one line, at that time, I will be getting this in a same line only. So if I do this part and write like this, and then if I run the code here, let me go back to the code and execute it one more time. This time you will be seeing the output, enter your choice and the country in the same line. Why this has happened? Because I have deleted the keyword given for the new line. That is why I'm getting this kind of output with my window, and this is known as prompt only, and with this prompt you can have the output according to your choice. Now our next case is to check how we can make a working based on this user input. So before covering that, let me run some few examples of a VBA code, and then what will be our agenda? Our agenda will be to club all these short programs into a small procedure or small program, and depending on the user's choices, we will be implementing the code. So how we can do that? So here we are going to talk about the code for printing a sheet, a printing worksheet, to insert some values, insert some another values, and how we can make the protection of the sheets. So these 4 cases we will discuss first, and then we will learn about like how we can ask user to choose one choice, and accordingly we will be executing the code. So out of 4 we will be running one particular choice, and then we will be executing the same procedure. So let's talk about the first procedure here, that is to print sheet. So normally if I am working on this Microsoft Excel, at that time if you want to print something, you can do this Control P and you can print everything over here. After that, what I can do, another thing is that I can work with the VBA code as well. So for the VBA code to print my worksheet this is public subprint. This is the name only. Print sheet, you can keep any other name as well. I am declaring a variable I as an integer with the dim keyword. So with the dim, we are having an integer value as a variable here. So that why we are taking here integer value? Because we want to store only numerical values in this variable, that is I. Now I have my for loop here. In the previous session, in the previous slides, we have discussed the loop, but we have covered only do while loop. Another type of loop is for loop. In that for loop, what we are doing? We are initializing the variable first with this condition after the for keyword, and then we are giving the range here. Range means that like you want to run the loop from 1 to 10 or 1 to 20. So 1 is the starting point, initialization of that loop, and 20 or 10 is the count, or you can say that range for that for loop. And set of statements written inside the for loop will be executed according to the life of the loop. So if I am saying 1 to 10, so the loop will be repeated 10 times. If I am saying loop is from 1 to 20, the same set of lines will be executed 20 times. And this next I shows the end of this for loop. So what we are making in the changes, we are making changes in the value of I starting from 1, and it has to go from the sheet count, and then we need to have the cell values. Now in this code, what we are trying to print? We are trying to print the name of all the sheets. We are not printing any other thing, we are printing the name of sheets. So let's run the code, then you will understand the output here. Before that, let me put some more sheets here. This is sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, sheet 4, and sheet 5. Now my cursor is at D2 point in the sheet 5. Let me go back to the coding part. So this code what we are running, we have the name of the procedure as print sheet. We have taken a variable I as an integer. Then we are running a for loop. And what variables we are using? We are using the values we are assigning from 1 to sheets count, the number of the count for the each worksheet we are taking it. And this cells I1, we are changing every time dot value. So sheets I dot name we want to print here, and then in the next I. So let me run this code and see what is happening here. Let's return to the Excel. Now in the Excel, you can see here the name of all the worksheets are printed here. So you can see here orders, sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, sheet 4, sheet 5. It is written here. Total we have 6 sheets. And why it is coming in A1? My cursor was somewhere else, because here we are using these value. I is for the 1, and this is for the row number, and this is for the column. So every time column number is 1 only, and my rows are incremented every time with the value of I, and then over there we are having the name of the worksheet. So let me change the name and then see the output, whether this output changes or not. So I'll be writing here maybe first and second. I'm changing the name of the sheets here to check how the functionality of VBA code is affected here. This is 4th and then 5th. So right now I have this code here with me. I'll save it here. Let me go back and rerun this set of lines, returning to the Excel. Now you can see it exactly. Orders first, second, third, fourth, fifth. The code is printed here for the worksheet. Let me change this to a second column now. I want to have it into the second column. So let me run it again. I'm selecting this line of code again and running this. Returning back to the Microsoft Excel, you can see here orders first, second, third, fourth, fifth. This is the output here. Let me rerun it again. So you can see these values are overwritten here. So in this way, we can have the name of all the workbooks over there into our Excel or into our active sheet, into our active worksheet. Next, second procedure we are having for the printing the value from 1 to 100. Now I don't want to go with like dragging or something. I want to print my numbers from 1 to 100 with programming. And how I can do that? This is, I have again a function function name we are keeping or procedure name we are keeping insert values. The variable we are again taking I as an integer and using the for loop again. I we are initializing with the 1, keeping the range till 100, and then we are keeping the value I to each cell, and this I will be incremented every time, and this is for the one column only. And with the next we are ending it, and this is ending that particular procedure. Let me go back and execute this line of code and see the output into Microsoft Excel. Now you can see here this 1 200 is printed over here only. How this happened? This happened with the code. Let me take it till, let me delete this first. I will be deleting this entire sheet here. Coming back to the first column. Let's try this code once more time and see are we able to do it or not. I am changing this value 100 to 50 this time to see the output here. Running this code, going back to the Microsoft Excel. Now you can see that our values are printed here from 1 to 50 as well. So every time you want to have this numbers or you want to have it into a different set, you can just copy paste this code and you can execute that at any time. Let me show you one more thing. I am closing this Microsoft Visual Basic application interface and closing this orders one as well. Let me make a new Excel here. This is a blank Excel will be there. So this is blank workbook I am taking. Now I want to print this 1 to 50 value here only in this a new sheet. Let me go to the developer tab, Visual Basic over here. That module was saved in the module 3, and now I have the code with me, and in that code I want to run it again 1 to 50 so I can access the code I saved in the orders worksheet into a new workbook as well. Why this happened? Because I had declared this as a public. That is why we were going to the public procedure here. Let me rerun the statement every time, this time, and now you can see this 1 to 50 again printed over there. So this we can reuse the codes with us, and that codes can be used at any time whenever you need, and you can do all the execution over there in the repetition manner. Let me open that Excel workbook orders again so that we can run further statements over here. Let me return to this order sheet. And there we can see what we have worked so far. This is my orders one. And now in the order sheet, let me return to the Visual Basic one more time. Here you can see the code again. In that code, we have the output from 1 to 50 with us. After 1 to 50, let's have some more values here. Next, we can try that having the value with another variable. So let me run this output first and then we will understand the code. This is the third procedure we are talking about. And let me run this and going back to the Microsoft Excel. Now you can see that we have the values from 100 to 1 printed into a different order this time. Not from 1 to 100, we are printing the value from 100 to 1. And how this has happened? Here the name is given as insert values bottom. We have taken two variables here. The first variable is I as an integer. The second variable is a j as an integer. And for the j, we are having the value as 100. We are assigning this time value 100 to the j variable, which is the second variable as integer we declared earlier. And then we are starting the for loop with the variable I, and we are having the value I equals to 1 to 100. So range we are giving here 1 to 100 only. And then we are printing here in the first column, that is A column. And what we are printing here j. So this time j is 100. And after that, we are decrementing this value of j to -1. So this time value of j will be 99. And After this, we have already assigned. So we are running this for loop 100 times from 1 to 100, and we are printing these values from for the j. And every time this loop is executed, the value of j is decremented by -1. Let me try this time. Instead of -1, I'm doing -2. And let me run this again. Rerunning this code, going back to the Microsoft Excel. Now, this time you can see the values here are 100, 98, 96, 94, 92, 90 so far. So, how this has happened? This has happened because we have decremented the j with the -2. I can try it with the -3 as well, -4 as well, -5 as well, -6 as well, -10 as well. These we are giving here. I as an integer, j as an integer, j we are having as 100. 100 value we have used to initialize the value. You can have any other different value as well. For running the for loop, we have the variable I. For I, we are doing the initialization with the 1 and taking the range till 100. And then we are printing the value of the j. J we are decrementing by -2 or a -1. We can do that. If I start this j with 50, in that case, we have different set of values. Let me rerun this set of lines, the procedure here. Returning back to the Microsoft Excel. Now you can see here 50, 48, 46, 44. And after achieving 0, it is going to minus values as well, negative values as well, because it has to run the code 100 times. So you can see the output till 100 here. So 100 times it has executed that for loop and this -2, and then we were able to get the negative values as well. So in that case, maybe I can decrease it to 25, so that my loop will be executed 25 times only rather than doing it 100 times. Let me rerun this code and going back to the Microsoft Excel again. So before that, I should delete these values and run the code. Going back to the Visual Basic, rerunning the code, Microsoft Excel. Let's see the output here. So this time we are at the right track, that is 50 to 2. And so we have total 25 values and we are decrementing the value of j with the -2 and starting the value of the j with the 50. So we have seen how we can print the values in the another order as well, going to ascending to descending as well. So we have printed from 1 to 50 as well and 50 to 1 as well. After that, the fourth case is how we can do the protection of the sheet. So if we are doing it with the Microsoft Excel, in that case, what we can do, we just need to do right click and click on the protect sheet. So you can provide the protection to the password or protection of the password to the worksheet. Similarly, you can do with the VBA code as well. How you can do that? You just need to initialize a procedure, that is, in this case, we are giving a name as protect WS, and there is a single line code to protect the sheet, that is active sheet dot protect. So whichever sheet is the active in the last session, that sheet will be protected here. So let me run this 3 lines. Running the code, going back to the Microsoft Excel. In this case, my active sheet is the 4th. So let me check. Yes, this sheet is protected now. That is why it is showing me the option to unprotect the sheet. So if I check for the other sheets, I will be getting the option for the protect sheet. So these sheets are not protected this time. And now my third sheet is the active sheet. Let me go back and rerun the code. This has been rerun. Microsoft Excel. Now I can check for the third sheet as well. So third sheet is also protected. So you can use the line of the codes at multiple times. Nobody is stopping you. You can have the usage or access in another workbook as well. If you have assigned the scope as the public, so you can reiterate the statements multiple times and use it for the multiple processes or multiple applications. So till now we have understood that how we can use the input or prompt to get the input from the user. So we have the choices there, and after that we have understood some 4 other procedures, that is to print the name of the worksheet, to insert the values from 1 to 50, to insert the values from 50 to 2, and then how we can protect the sheet. Now next agenda is to use these all four programs together and asking the user what input or what output he or she wants from the program. So let me copy this code here. I will be having this code first, the choices one, and I'm saving it here. Let me change it to some other name because this user input is already given. I'll give it here user choice. User choice is the name of the new procedure. And then what I'm doing here, I'll be having these inputs here. And in the inputs, we are asking the user to put some choices. The first choice is print name of worksheet. This is our first program. Then the second one is to insert or value from 1 to 10. The third choice will be value from 50 to 2. This is my second choice. And let's do it for the fourth choice as well. So I'm just copying pasting it. This will be fourth choice. In the fourth case, I want to do the protection of the sheet. So protect the active sheet. So these all four cases we already discussed. Now our agenda is to club all these four programs in one single program and asking the user what program or which program he or she is willing to execute in one go. So let me run these lines first to see that these lines are working properly or not. So we have the values with us. Enter your choice. 1, print name of worksheet. 2, value from 1 to 10. 3, value from 50 to 2. 4, protect the active sheet. I'll be clicking on OK. Now, the next case is to put some if-else condition here. So my condition will be here. Let me copy some other code as well. This is the how we can use the if-else code here. So now you need to make sure it should come above the ending of the procedure, that is end sub. Now, if the user input is 1, in that case, the one case is printing the name of worksheet. I'll go back to that code. So my code will be here. Let me open this and printing here. So if the user input is 1, in that case, we are having an integer, running the for loop, and then printing the sheet name, the worksheet name. We just copied the same procedure which we already discussed in the user input 1. Else if we have the user input 2. 2 is from printing the value or having the value insertion of the value from 1 to 10. So let me copy that code as well. So this code again we already discussed here. Similarly, for this is for the user input 2. So if a user is choosing the value 2 for the 2, in that case we will be having a integer again. This integer is already given here, I as integer. Let me delete this one because I is already declared one more time already in this program, and then for loop I to 50, and then we are printing here value. Let me run these values first and then we will come with other values as well to check our working of our program here. So this time I have the code for 1 and 2. I'll go with the 1. I'll click on OK. So this is an error here. So this is we are working in a protected sheet. So let me go back to the Microsoft Excel and let me make the changes to this is an unprotected sheet. This is again an unprotected sheet. This grouping has done. Let me do ungrouping. And here this is an unprotected sheet. Second is also unprotected sheet. Third is a protected sheet. Let me make it unprotect. Fourth is also a protected sheet. Let me make it unprotect. And fifth is also a unprotected sheet. And let me come to a new sheet. There we want to see all the outputs. Now I will be again executing this. This is my first choice. So first choice was to have the values for the sheet. Yes, it is working very fine. So we can have the name of all the workbooks here. So our choice is working very carefully. Let me run it for the second choice as well. Now I am putting here 2 in this box here. I'll click on OK, return to the Microsoft Excel, and we have the value from 1 to 50 as well. So our two cases are working very fine. Let me try it for the third as well. Third, in case of third, we want to have the value from 50 to 2. So let me copy that code to have a opposite range in another order. From ascending to descending, we are returning. So this will be for the choice of the third. So if a user is printing 3, in that case, what we need to do, that we are putting here in through the code here. Now you can see here, and in the case of the else, or maybe I can go with one more choice because we have the value for 4 as well. So I will be writing here, else if user input is 4, in that case, what should we do? We need to protect something. We need to protect the sheet. So our single line of code is active sheet dot protect. So this is my output here. In the case of the else, let me give a message box. This is used to give a output here. So this is a new case which we have not talked about yet. We have talked about how we can take the input from the user. Message box is used to give the output to the user. In that message box, what we are passing, enter a valid choice or try again. So this is if a user is entering something apart from 1, 2, 3, 4, he or she should be aware about the things that allowed choices are 1, 2, 3 and 4. If he or she is entering something changeable output, in that case user has to try again with the choices. So now let me run my complete code and see how our program is working. So now this is print name of worksheet, we already tried. Second choice, value from 1 to 10, we already tried. So this is 3. In case of 3, we have the values from 50 to 2. It is working very fine. And let me rerun the code here. Fourth choice is to protect the sheet. This is for the sheet 1. Let me go to sheet 1 again. So this time my sheet is protected only. Let me make it unprotect. So I have seen that my all 4 choices are working very fine. If I enter something apart from 1, 2, 3, 4, what will happen in that case? Enter a valid choice, try again. So my all the inputs are working very fine. So we can take the input from the user, we can give the output as well. So let's revise one more time this program. We have a procedure here, user choice. We have taken some variables here. Then we are giving a prompt here to enter a choice or to get a choice from the user. And we are keeping that choice into a variable user input. Then we are checking that user input with if condition. That is, if user input is equal to 1, then we need to run this set of statement. This we already discussed. Else if is another else, and if combination of else and if is known as else if. There also we are comparing it with a new condition, and that new condition is user input is equal to 2. In that case, these set of statements will be worked here. Then we have else if user input for 3, user input for 4, and the ultimately else we are not having any condition over here. So if all these 4 condition fails, in that case, one output will be given to the user to make him aware about that the enter choice is wrong. That is, enter a valid choice and try again. So we have understood how we can take input from the user and give output to the user. So why we are using this input and user messages? Users are allowed to interact with the code, makes the code dynamic, automate user experience. How we can do that? Input box. This is the Input box is given here with the syntax here: prompt, title, default, X position, Y position, help file, context, and as string. After doing this input and user messages, there is another one more example or one more application we can say with the VBA, that is handling errors. So VBA is extensively used to handle the errors. Errors like that. Message box is used for handling the errors. Give information to the user about the error. Get next steps from the user. So one example is given here. The example is that we are doing some procedure here. We are asking a user to enter the choices here. In that choices, what we are taking here, we are giving this user input as with the message box, please enter a valid integer. So in the similar cases, whatever the error we think that user can do, we can keep that error into a choice in the else or in the any if condition, and then we can use message box to acknowledge the user that this is an error and he or she should be aware about that, and accordingly that user should be providing the input to the code. In this way we can make the our promote or we can make our program more interactive into the nature. So let me rerun this code here. The code is given here, or we can type any new code as well. So this is the code with us. You can understand this. This is for the sort input. Now what we are having here, the same choices we have taken in the prompt, that is enter your choice. We are having country, team, and sales. Then we are giving this user input to the input box, and then we are comparing the inputs with the 1, 2, 3. In case of 1, we are writing here country with the message box. In case of a 2, we are writing here team. In case of the 3, we are writing here sales, and the else case is to enter a valid integer or try again. So now let me run this code here. This is enter your choice. So I can enter 1. So I am getting country. Let me run this code again. This time I am putting 2 here. Click on OK. This is team. Let me run it again. 3 this time. Sales. And let me rerun this. This time I am doing 3 dot. This is an error. So enter a valid integer or try again. So this is the communication between user and the coder. So according to the choices here, we can check the output and then we can choose the same thing over there. And we can actually acknowledge the user as well that he or she entered a wrong input or output. Now we can do same thing with the string as well. Now for example, in the same choice, instead of 1, I am putting here country. So we want to make it with the country only. And this is team. And this is sales now. So we have replaced 1, 2, 3 with respect to country, team, and sales. So I'll going back to the program again. This I'm running here. Enter your choice. I'm again selecting 1. So this is enter a valid integer and try again, because it has not matched it with the any if condition. That is why it is giving me this output. So let me put a country over there. I will be running this code again. Now let me write country here. In that case, I am getting country. If I write here team, I am getting the team over here only. If I write sales, so I will be getting the window as sales. So this is according to the choices here given. So you can ask the user what kind of output or input he or she wants, and accordingly you can interact with that. So these input for the prompt message and the output with the message box is used to interact with the user and to handle the errors. And what kind of error? Let's try it with the one more example this time. So I am copying the same code here with the choices here, or let me take the same one where we are having the message boxes, and let me have this code one more time. So we will give a error here. Error is that enter your choice. Now I'll be writing here addition. This is my subtraction. And this is division. This I want to do, and user input is provided here. If user input is 1 here, in that case, let me print here addition only. And in case of 2, we are doing subtraction. In case of 3, we are doing division. And in case of else, we can write enter a valid choice here. Try again. So this will be our output here, and we can have the variable as well. So let me take the variable here. So let me take two variables here. After this input and output, I am taking two variables here, dim. Let me take here x as integer. This is my integer. And again I am taking a y. So this time we want to do some calculation here. Y as integer here. And let me take one more variable, that is z as integer. So what we can do, we can put our output and input here only, and we can have the values over here as well. So in case of addition, I can write here z equals to x plus y, and let me give some values as well. X is equal to 10, y is equal to 20, and this is addition. And let me print this z only, and this time let me give the value of the z here. Similarly, in case of 2, what we are doing, we are having the subtraction here. So let me try x minus y only. In case of 3, we are doing division, and we are giving again output as x divided by y, and deleting this message box. Now let's try that this works or not. I will be selecting this program entirely, and the name detected, that is sort input. So we already have this function with us, this procedure with us. So let me change as calculator. We are trying to make a small calculator here and rerunning the code. Now this is duplicate declaration in the current scope. This is for, we have already declared this prompt as string. So we need to change this. I am changing this. It should be. So in this way, with this errors, we can learn that how we are making the mistakes. This is one addition. So this is 30. Our calculator is working fine. 2 is subtraction. That is minus 10. And 3 as division. This is 0 because it is taking only integer values. I can take it as in the long value as well. In that case, we can have the printed here. If I go with any other choice, in that case, enter a valid choice and try again. So we can make a simple calculator as well. In this way, you can see that how we can interact with the program here, and we can have the multiple outputs over here. So if I want to have the multiplication as well, so what I can do, I can just directly copy it. So this is so simple to add my code here. I'll make a fourth choice, and then I'll write subtraction, or I'll write multiplication was missing, multiplication, and again I can copy it one more time. This is my else if. Just I need to copy paste the same code, and I'll write here, and instead of the symbol for the division, I'll have the multiplication one with me. I'm printing the value here. Let's run the code again. This time we will try only the fourth choice, that is multiplication. So this should be printed here. Yeah, it should be given 4 here. instead of 3. And let's run this output one more time. Fourth position for the multiplication. So we have the 200. 10 multiplied 20 is 200. So everything is working fine. We have learned how this input and outputs are working with us. So let's revise what we have covered in this week, week 11. We learnt about how we can do the coding with the VBA, that is Visual Basic Applications. So what we have understood? We have understood that Visual Basic is for the applications, is a programming language for Microsoft Office programs. Why we are using it? To optimize the time in the Microsoft Excel. How we can write the codes, we can write the functions, or we can have application with us. VB editor, the sections we have in the VB editor, that is Project Explorer, properties, and the toolbars. So let me show it one more time. So this is Project Explorer. This is the properties. With the help of Project Explorer, what you can do? You can easily move to different files in one go or one go. See, I can come to module 1, I can come to module 2, module 3, module 4, 5, 6, 7. Similarly, I can switch to the different sheets as well. You don't need to go into the file open every time. You don't need to do that thing. You can just have a look on the all the files with the Microsoft Visual Basic with the Project Explorer. You have the properties as well, toolbars, that is going back to the Excel, inserting some user form or module, saving it, cut, copy, paste, running the code, breaking the statement, resetting, all this you can do with the toolbar. After that, what we can do, we can add modules and start writing the VBA code, insert module. So this kind of output will be there initially. And once you go to the insert and module, then you can have a white screen over there. There you can start writing the code. Then adding code to the VBA procedure. The first thing is the procedures are stored in the modules. Type, we have 3 total types, sub or function or property. Let me show that again. This is insert. If I go here, let me try here, insert procedure. So we have 3 options here, sub, function, and property. And scope can be public or private. If you want to access it all over the workbook, all the entire system, you should have that procedure into the public scope. Otherwise, you can go with the private one as well. After that, you just need to decide like what type or what scope you want to have with the VBA code. Hit OK and start typing the code. This is the output given here. VBA variables, declare variables, start with the dim, input variable name, variable type. So we have here dim country as string, country India, active cell dot value as country. So with this dim keyword, we can actually declare the variables with the VBA, that is Visual Basic Applications, and we have the type available with the as. We can give the variable type. In this example, we are using the string type for the country, and then we can use this variable country. Maybe we can have the value India. Whenever you are using a numerical value, in that case you don't need to keep in the quotes, but when you are using any string value, that time you need to keep into the quotes. Active cell dot value, we are putting here the value here. Then we come with the if statement. In the last example, when we were doing the input and output from the user, that time we also learned the if else, multiple if statements as well. So if statement is a condition basically. So if condition, if that condition is true, then the statement given with the then will be executed. Otherwise, if the statement with the if is false, in that case, statement with the else will be executed. So we have one example here. We are taking a procedure here, test 1, declaring a variable country as string, country is equal to USA, if country is equal to India. So here we are matching the condition. If this is true, in that case, the output given or the set of statement given with the then will be executed. If this condition is false, then else case will be executed. And in case of the nested if else, what we are doing, we having if condition again with this else as well, that is else if. And ultimately, when you're done with the if statements, then you need to write end if to show that this if is ending now. In the loops, we have covered first that do while loop. We have the for loop as well. Why we are using the loops? To repeat the same process. Start with the loop type and set the range. So in this example, we have a loop for the do while. We are starting the value I equals to 1 outside of the do while loop, and then we having the condition that I should be less than equal to 50. There we are incrementing it, and with the loop we are showing that this do while loop is ending here. So all the statements written here inside the do while loop will be repeated multiple times depending on the condition given here, depending on the iteration that is happening here. I is starting or initializing from 1. Iteration we are doing I is equal to I plus 1. And then we are executing these set of statement multiple time. This is the benefit of using the loop. Like you can have the multiple statements at one time only. You don't need to rewrite the code that much time. So we can have the printing for other files as well. In the last example with the input and the user messages, we have tried the for loop as well. After that, we learned about input and the user messages. Why we are using here? Users are allowed to interact with the code, make the code dynamic, automate the user experience. How? We can do it with the input box prompt, and the syntax for the input box we already discussed. Let me return to the Excel part, and there we can see how we have executed the code. So first we discussed about the choices here. So this was the choices we have given with the prompt. In this choices, we can have the different inputs and outputs, and depending on that output, we can perform the function. We can have a look on the function we executed. So this is for the 4 choices. We ask the user with the 4 choices to print the name of the worksheet. The second choice is value from 1 to 50. The third choice is value from 50 to 2. And the fourth choice we have taken protecting the active worksheet. We are matching the value entered by the user with the user input and then giving the output as. So this is the loop, or the we can say the logic behind printing the value for the name of the worksheet. We have a for loop with us. We are initializing I with 1, keeping the range to sheets dot count, then printing the cells value here, sheets I dot name. Else if user input we are having here 1 to 50, and then we are again printing here. This cells is deciding whether where we are interested to put our output over there. Then in the else if we have the logic to print the value from the 50 to 2. We are taking here two variables I and j. J we initialized with the 50, I we initialized from 1 to 25, range we have used here, and then we are assigning the value of J to that range here. We are incrementing, or we can say decrementing J with J minus 2, and then in this way we are able to print the values from 50 to 2. And the fourth case we have the logic to make the protection for the worksheet. In the else, we can do the message box, enter a valid choice, and try again. So this program was the sum up of, in case of multiple inputs, how we can take a particular input from the user, and accordingly we can run our code over there. And for the handling errors, we have seen that message box is the fundamental tool to give a prompt to the user that this information entered by the user is wrong and what should be the next step of the user. Like you can see here also we have given here enter a valid choice and try again. So this is the next step that he or she should rerun that code. And similarly, we can have the multiple outputs here, like in maybe in the next week we will learn how we can do the email to multiple users using Microsoft Excel, how we can access the Outlook with the Microsoft Excel. In that case, if a user is making a mistake and we as a coder are understanding the situation that this may or not be, that user can provide a wrong input. In that case, we can have that suggestion to the user that this error should be avoided. So in this way, our software or programming will be more functional. So whenever you are providing a good user interface to the user, in that case, the a code is understood by 100% correct when it is making a user active about all the choices, or how that coder has built up that software or that output. So we have covered till now the VBA, the basics of the VBA coding. So we can do, instead of going through the macro and then recording the VBA code, we can make our own code as well. In fact, what we can do, like we have a macro with us or we have recorded a macro and we can do the editing part with that macro as well. We can copy that content and go with any other output as well. We can make our own procedure as well. So let me try this. In this module 2, we had this macro, this first macro we tried when we were doing the macro. So if I feel like using anything from out of these macros in my own procedure, I can just copy that set of lines into my own procedure and do the output. So let me see here. I should have something with the active workbook.save. So this is for the saving here. Let me return to my part. In the module 4 or module 3, we were having the code. So this time I'm adding one more choice now. So this is for else if user input. I'm giving here 5. So we are adding one more choice. In that case, what we are doing, we are saving that workbook. So we are having one more output. So what I did, I checked my macros, and from that macro, I had a code or a line of a code. This is, for example, a single line of statement. You can choose multiple statements or multiple lines as well. Now that thing I'm putting into my code, this I already made here. So I'm having one more choice here. So let me do it correctly. I will be copying here. This is my code. So I have the 5th choice now. This is to save the workbook. Save the workbook. The code I already copied here. So we picked it from a macro, and from that macro I am putting into my procedure. You can make your own procedure an entirely new way as well. So now you should have, let me try it one more time. So we edit it somewhere else and we are running something else. So this was our code here. This I am selecting here and running the code here. So this, you can see the save workbook. If I choose 5, so it has been saved. My current workbook has been saved. So we picked the output from macro and then we pasted that code into the procedure and we executed that. Similarly, I can choose anything else also. So we have something with the interior color as well. So let me try that well also. So we have here for the formulas, we have for the range as well, whatever we did. So you can see, you can have the code for your own execution as well. On running that, executing that code, you can run that as well. So you can take reference from the macro. You don't need to write everything over there. So one time what you can do, you can perform all the steps with yourself, then you can have that code with you, and maybe in the minor way you can edit the code and you can run everything over there. This was so what we have covered so far in this week. We learned about VBA window, how we can add the procedure and modules, etc. We talked about the variables in the VBA. We practiced with the if condition and the loop in the codes. We learned how we can handle the errors in the VBA using input and output user messages. That's all for this week. Thank you.
In this video, we are going to see about VBA sample codes. So our first program is how to protect the worksheets instantly. So in this video, I am going to explain the codes first. Then I will show you how to work on this code in the VBA editor window in a practical manner. Okay, we will enter into the first program, that is protecting the worksheets. So if you want to write any codes in the VBA, then definitely you have to start with sub-procedure or with the functions. So here I have used the sub-procedure. So if you are working with sub-procedure, then you have to use the word sub. I have given the sub-procedure name. So my sub-procedure name is protect worksheets. So if you are giving 2 words or 3 words in your sub-procedure name, then you have to give underscore between the words. Otherwise, what you can do, without space, you can give your word. So here my sub-procedure name is protect worksheets. So protect is the first word, then the worksheet is the second word. So here I have used the underscore. So instead what you can do, instead of giving the underscore like this, you can give directly like protect worksheets without space. Then you won't get any error. So, but if you are giving a space between protect and the worksheets, then you will get an error. So if you are getting the error, you have to overcome by using the underscore, or you can write the words without space. Okay. So the next line is dim WS as worksheet. So dim is nothing but dimension. So why we are using this dimension is, if you want to declare your variable, at the time you have to use the keyword dim. Then we have to mention our variable name. Okay, here my variable name is WS. So instead of this, what you can do, you can use any variable name, but that variable name should follow the variable naming rules. Then I have used the word as. As is the connecting word. So in this particular variable, what kind of data we are going to store? So for indicating that, we are using the word as. So here my data type is worksheet. Okay. Then dim A as string. So dim is dimension to declare a variable. A is my variable name. As is the connecting word. Then the string is the data type. Okay, so A, which is equal to input box, enter a password. So we are introducing the input box here. You know what is input box? So with the help of input box, we can get inputs from the user. Okay, so once you receive the input from the user, you need to save that thing in a particular place, right? So for that, we are using the A variable. So A equal to input box, enter a password. So this is enter a password is the prompt message. So if we are giving any prompt message like this, then definitely you have to give within double quotes, because enter a password is in the form of string. So that's why we are using double quotes. Then for each WS in active workbook dot worksheets. So why we are using this? So first of all, you have to know what is workbook and what is worksheet. So worksheet is nothing but like where you are entering your data. So worksheet contains lots of cells. So that is a worksheet. So what is workbook? Workbook is going to contain lots and lots of worksheets. Okay, so why we are using for loop here is, we are going to protect all the worksheets at a single time, right? So what we can do, we have to take the first worksheet, then we have to protect, then we have to take the second worksheet and we have to protect, we have to take the next worksheet, then we have to protect. So in this way we are going to do, but we are going to protect the worksheet, but we are protecting the worksheet one by one. We are doing the same process repeatedly. So if we are doing the same process repeatedly, then you have to use the looping statements. So here our looping statement is for loop. So for each WS in active workbook, WS is the variable name. So why we are using this variable name? Like what worksheet now it is working. So that worksheet is going to be shared in the WS variable. Okay, so for that we are using WS. So from where we are going to take? So we are going to take the worksheet from our active workbook. Active workbook is nothing but like in which workbook we are currently working. So that is called as an active workbook. Okay, then dot worksheets. So dot worksheets in the sense, in this particular workbook, what sheet we are going to take. For example, in our workbook, we have 3 sheets. So initially the sheet 1 is going to be saved in WS. Then what it will do, WS dot protect password equal to A we are giving here. Okay, so here our password is like whatever the password the user is giving, that will be saved in the variable A. Then that password is applied to this particular sheet. So that's why we are using the variable A over here. Okay, So then once the process is completed, once that sheet 1 is protected, then what we have to do, we have to move to the next worksheet. So next WS. So then again the loop is going to run. Then the sheet 2 is going to be saved in the WS variable. Then that is protected with the user input. Then again sheet 3 is going to be saved in the WS. Then again that sheet is also protected by the user input. Then in this way, like how many sheets you are having in this particular workbook, everything is going to be protected. So once you completed, like for example, in my workbook, I have only 3 sheets. I have protected all my 3 sheets. Once this process is completed, then the loop is going to stop. Then it will come to the next statement that is called as a end sub. Okay. So in the end sub, why we are using end sub is, if we are starting the sub procedure, then definitely you have to close it. So for closing that sub procedure, we are using the word end. And what we are going to end? We are going to end our sub procedure. So here I have used end sub. Okay. So now I will show you how to work on this thing in the VBA editor window. Okay. So I am just selecting all my codes. Then I am going to my Excel workbook. So this is my Excel workbook. So now what I am going to do, I am going to run this code now. So how to do that? You have to click on the developer tab. So under developer tab, you have a Visual Basic application. Select this and you have to paste the code here, right? So I'm just selecting the sheet 1. So now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to paste my code over here. Then I'm going to run this. So here it is asking me the password. Okay. So here you just consider I am the user. So I am going to give my password. So my password is skill. Okay. Like whatever the password you want to give, you can give. So here my password is skill. Okay. Fine. So now what I am going to do here in this particular workbook, I have lot of sheets like this. Okay. I have protected all my sheets using the word skill. Okay, so here you just take an example, like here I have a student marks. So student marks are the very valuable informations, right? So somebody should not vary this. So what I am doing, so I am just protecting this particular sheet using the code by using the given password. Okay, so now what I am going to do, I am trying to edit this. So I am going to vary the mark of Shakti's SQL mark. Okay. So instead of 14, I am just trying to type 94. But it is showing you the pop-up error message. So here you can see the cell or chart you are trying to change is on a protected sheet. To make a change, unprotect the sheet. So while you're doing the unprotecting process, it may request you to enter a password. Okay. Meaning if you know the password, then only you can edit it. Otherwise, you can't do any changes on this particular worksheet. Okay. So how to unprotect? I am just right clicking on the sheet name. Then you will get an option called unprotect sheet. Click on this. Then here you have to give the password. So our password is skill, right? So I'm just clicking on skill. It is accepted. Now I'm trying to vary 94. So now it is nice, accepting the value nicely. Okay, so in this way, you have to work on this particular program. So our next program is remove spaces from the selected cell. Okay, so how we are going to remove the unwanted spaces in our data is we are going to use the trim function. Okay, so if you want to write a VBA code, then you have to start with sub procedure. So I have written sub. Then our sub procedure name is trim data. Then dim a as range. Dim is nothing but dimension to declare a variable. A is our variable name. As is a connecting word. Range is nothing but our data type. Okay. So what is the range here? If we are selecting more than one cell, then we are going to call that as a cell range. For example, A1 colon A10, A1 colon C17. So these are all the examples of range. Okay. Then set A equal to selection, meaning like here we are not going to give the cell address directly. So instead what we are doing is like whatever the data, while we running this code, whatever the data the user is getting selected, so those data range is going to save in this particular A variable. Okay. So for each cell in A, why we are using for loop here? We are going to remove unwanted spaces in all the cells which is present within the particular range. So for that we are using for loop. So for each cell is a word in A. So in this particular cell, what we are going to do is our overall selection. So in the cell, we are going to save the cell address one by one. For example, my cell range is A1:A3. Okay, first A1 cell is going to save in the cell variable. Then what it will do? Cell dot value equal to worksheet function dot trim cell. Okay, so trim is a function name. So why we are using this function? So using trim function, we can remove the unwanted spaces given in the particular cell. Okay, then why we are writing worksheet dot function? So worksheet function is the library name. So in that particular library only, we are having the trim function. Okay, so what we are doing here, so once we have removed the unwanted spaces in the A1 cell, then the A2 cell is going to save in the word cell. Okay, then in the A2 cell also, it is going to remove the unwanted spaces. Once it is completed, A3 is going to save in the cell. Okay, then it is going to remove the unwanted spaces. Once it completed everything, like here we have given the next statements, right? So using the next statement only, it is going to fetch the values one by one. Okay, once all the processes completed, the control list comes out of this for loop. Then we have given end sub. So if we are starting with the sub procedure, then definitely you have to end it. Okay, so I will show you how to work on this program. So first of all, I will show you the data. So this is our trim data sheet. Okay. So here what we are going to do is we are going to remove the unwanted spaces. So here you can see Microsoft Excel is a spreadsheet, but it is containing lots of unwanted spaces in between, right? So what we are going to do, we are going to select these cells, then we are going to remove the unwanted spaces. Okay, so first of all, I am going to select only these two cells. Then I am going to the Visual Basic Editor. Then what we are going to do, we are going to run this particular program. In the A variable, whatever the data which we have selected, only those data is going to save on the A value, right? So what we are going to select is in our selection. So we have in this particular worksheet, I have three data, right? I have used three cells, that is A1, A2 and A3. But what I have selected only A1 and A2. So this is our range now. So now in this particular program, what data is going to have is, it is going to take only A1 and A2. Let me run this code. I have selected my code and I am going to run this. Okay, I have run the code successfully. So now you can see the changes. So here you can see Microsoft Excel is a spreadsheet, Tableau is a data visualization software. So here you can see the unwanted spaces are removed using our program. But the thing is not changed in the Python is a programming language. Why the thing is not same? Because we have selected only A1:A2. So that's why in this particular cells only the changes is affected. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to select this particular cell as well. Then I'm going to the code and I'm going to run this. Okay, so now what is our selection? So our selection is A3. So now you can see in the A3 cell also the unwanted spaces are removed. So in this way, this program will work. Okay. The third program is highlighting the duplicates from the selection. So now what we are going to do is, if you are having a duplicate data in your data sheet, then we are going to highlight that with some colors. Okay, let me show you how these things are going to work. Okay, so first we are using the sub procedure. So we have used the word sub. Then we have to give the sub procedure name. So duplicate values from selection. So this is the sub procedure name. So here I have used 4 words but I didn't use any space, so it is not going to throw me any error. Okay, then I have entered with the open bracket and a close bracket. So this is the syntax you have to follow. Then dim my range as range. Okay, so here dim is a dimension used to declare a variable. My range is my variable name. Instead, you can give A, B, C, anything. As is the connecting word. Range is the data type. Dim my cell as range. Okay, so dim is a dimension used to say variable. My cell is the variable name. As is the connecting word. Range is the data type. Set my range equal to selection. So whatever the data which I am selecting, only those data is going to be saved in the variable my range. For each my cell in my range. So why we are writing this code? We are going to take the cell one by one from our range, and the each and every cell are going to be saved in the variable my cell. Okay. For example, our data range is A1 colon A10. So initially the A1 cell is going to be saved in the word my cell. Once the thing is completed, once the for loop is run once, then it is going to take another data like A2. A2 is going to be saved in the my cell next. Once all the process is completed, A3 is going to be saved. So in this way, the things will work. So within this for loop, we are using the if condition. Okay, if is a conditional statement. So why we are using this if condition is, we are going to check whether that word is a duplicate or not. So how we can find that whether the word is a duplicate or not? So if we are counting the same name or same data again and again, then obviously that is a duplicate data, right? So for that, we are using the count if function. So using count if function, what can we do? We can count the values based on our criteria, right? So I will tell you, like if worksheet function dot countf. Countf is the function coming from the worksheet function library. So worksheet function is the library name. So from there only we are getting the counter function. So in the counter function, what are all the values we are supplying? So this is the parameters we are passing inside the counter function. So first of all, we have to give the range. So here our range is saved in the variable my range, right? So here I have given the range. Then what is our criteria? My cell dot value, that is our criteria. Then if that is greater than 1, meaning if that particular word is present more than one time, then what it should do is, it should highlight that particular cell with the color code of 38. So here we are using my cell dot interior dot color index equal to 38. So instead of this number, you can give any number if you know the color coding properly. So otherwise, you just vary some number, like you can give 24, 12, then 64. Try with some numbers, you will get some different colors. Okay, so why we are using the word color index is, in the color index only we can find for this number what color is assigned. So this is like a color palette. Okay, so from there, if we are giving 38, for 38 some color is assigned. Okay, I will show you how to vary this number, and then if we are varying this number, what will happen, everything I will show you in the practical. Then so here this is my condition. If the data is duplicating again and again, if the data is presenting again and again, only those data should be highlighted with this color index 38. Okay, otherwise what it should do, it is not going to do anything. Okay, we have entered the if statement. If we are initializing the if statement, then definitely you have to end if. Okay, so I have entered the if statement using the end if comment. Okay, then we are using the word next. Why we are using next? Because here we are using the for loop. Then you have to if you are using the for loop, then at the end you have to give the next. If you are giving next, then only it will take the values one by one. Okay, for that only we are using next statement. Then we are ending the sub procedure. So I have selected the sheet 3, and what we have to do here, we have to select the range. So what I am doing, I am just going to the sheet 3 and I am going to select the cell range. So this is my cell range. So I have selected it. So now what I am going to do, I am coming to this VBA editor window, and I'm going to run this code. So I have selected this code as well. Then I'm going to run this. I have run the code. So now I am coming to this page. So here you can see these are all the duplicated data. So here this is our first value, that is Shalini. Shalini's Python mark is 45. So again you can see the name Shalini under 45. Then here you can see Pavan 24. So the same data you can find here. Then Shakti 30. Here also you can see Shakti 30. So for the color index 38, the pink color is assigned. So now what I am going to do, I am going to vary this color index. Then I am going to select the code and I am going to run this. So I have run the code. So now you can see the changes. For the number 12, somewhat the green color is assigned. Okay, in this way, if you want to vary the color index, you can vary. So this is how this program will work. Our fourth program is resizing all the charts in a particular worksheet. Okay, so what is chart resizing is, first of all, we have to create the chart. Then if you want to uniformly change all the chart size in a proper value, then you can use this code. So here you can see we are using the sub procedure. So I have started with the word sub. Then my sub procedure name is resize charts. Then here I have used two words. So I am giving underscore in between. Then I have used the open bracket and close bracket. So this is the syntax. Please follow this. Dim I as integer. So dim is dimension used to declare a variable. I is the variable name. As is the connecting word. Then integer is the data type. For I equal to 1 to active worksheet dot chart objects dot count. Okay, so why we are using this? So we are going to take that particular space. So we are creating the chart in the given cell range, right? If you are creating the chart, then it is occupying some of the space in the given worksheet. So that's why we are taking that space. Okay, we are going to take that cell and we are going to vary this. Okay, so with active worksheet that chart objects of I. So what is chart object? Chart object is nothing but the chart which we are creating. Okay, so we are going to take all the spaces which is going to occupy by the chart. So now what we are going to do, we are going to adjust the height and the width of that particular chart. So we are writing dot width equal to 300. Dot height equal to 200, meaning we are going to change the height of the chart to 200 and the width of the chart to 300. So instead 200 and 300, you can give any value. Okay, you can give 500 or 700 as per your interest. You can give anything. Then we are going to end the width. Okay, we are completing the width statement. So we are using end width. Next, we are going to take next cell. Then we are going to do the same process. So we are using the for loop. Then obviously, we have to use next statement. Then you have to end the sub procedure as well. So I am using end sub. Okay. So let me show you how to work on this code in the VBA editor. The charts. So let me create the chart first. So I have selected the cell range. Then I am going to the insert tab. So in the insert tab, you can see the charts list. So for this, I am going to select the bar chart. Then we are going to create the line chart for this name and the marks. Okay. So I am going with the line chart next. So here you can see two charts have been created. So now what I am going to do, I am going to adjust the size of these particular charts. Okay, one chart is in one size and another chart is in different size, right? So we are going to give uniform chart size to both these charts. Okay, so let me show you how to do that process. So we are going to run this code. So I am going to select this program and I am going to run this. Okay. Then I am coming to this. So here you can see uniform sizes you can see here. Okay. So if you want to vary this, you can vary. That is also your wish. So let me show you how to vary this. So instead of 300, I am going to give only 50. Okay. So the size of the chart should be 50 and the height of the chart should be 70. Okay. So here I have changed the values. Okay, so let me select this program and we are going to run this again. So now you can see the changes as well. Okay, so here my charts are, you can see the uniform size as right. So in this way, if you want to vary something, you can vary. Even you can increase the size of the chart as well. Like here I am going to give 550. Then here I am going to give 700. Okay, let me select this again and I will run the code again. Okay, so now see the changes. Okay, so the size of the chart is increased and you can see the uniform size as well. Okay, so in this way, if you want to resize the charts at the time, you can use this program. Our next program is how to insert multiple worksheets. Okay, so based on our user input, we are going to insert multiple worksheets. Meaning, if the user is typing the number 3, then we are going to insert 3 new worksheets. If the user type 5, then we are going to insert new 5 worksheets. So in this way, we are going to do. For this, we are writing this program. So we are starting with the sub procedure. So I have used the word sub. Then the sub procedure name is insert multiple sheets. So here I have used 3 words, but without space I am giving. So it is not going to throw you the error. Then dim I as integer. Dim is a dimension used to you declare the variable. I is the variable name, as is the connecting word, integer is the data type. So why I am using integer here? Because the user is going to give the numbers, whether he want to give 3 worksheets or 5 worksheets or 9 worksheets. So user is going to give the number, right? If you want to save the number, then you have to give the integer data type. Then I equal to input box, enter the number of sheets to insert. So this is the prompt message. Enter the multiple sheets is the title. Okay. So I is the variable. So in this variable only, we are going to save the user input. Okay. Then sheets that add after equal to active sheet, comma, count equal to I. So why we are writing this? Sheets that add after, meaning we are add the sheet after the worksheet which we are currently working. So that's why we are writing sheets dot add after active sheets. Then count equal to I. So in the variable I only, we are going to save the user input. So how many sheets the program should insert? As per the user interest, we are going to insert the sheets. So we are loading that I variable to the count. Okay, so then we are going to end the sub procedure using the statement insert. Let me run this program and I will show you how the things are going to go. Let me run this code. So I have selected my code and I am going to run this. So now it is asking me to enter the values. So for example, I'm just typing 2. So now the 2 sheets are going to insert. Okay, so I am showing that. Here you can see. After this, you can see new sheets. So that is sheet 11 and the sheet 12. So these 2 sheets are inserted newly. Okay. In this way, if you want to insert 5 sheets or 7 sheets, you can do the same procedure. You have to change the number alone. So while you're giving the input, how many number you are giving, how much number you are giving. So accordingly, you can see the new sheets. Okay. Our next program is how to convert the given text to uppercase. So uppercase is nothing but the capital letters. So the input should be in the small letters so that we can convert that to a uppercase. Okay. So we are using the sub procedure. So I have used the word sub. Our sub procedure name is convert uppercase. So here I have used 2 words, convert and uppercase. So I have used the underscore in between. Then I have used the open bracket and close bracket. This is the syntax you have to follow. Dim RNG as range. So dim is nothing but dimension. So it is used to declare a variable. So RNG is our variable name. Instead, you can give ABC or anything you can give, but that should follow the variable naming rules. As is the connecting word, range is the data type. For each range in selection, like why we are writing this code, whatever the data we are selecting, those data are going to be saved in the range variable. Range variable in the sense, in the word RNG, we are going to save the data, save the cell which we are selecting. Okay, so for each RNG in selection, meaning we are going to take the cell one by one from the selected range and we are going to convert that to uppercase and we are going to save it in the same place. So RNG equal to U case RNG, meaning we are going to convert that cells and once we convert it, we are going to save it in the same location. So that's why we are writing RNG equal to U case RNG. Okay. So, for example, we are selecting 5 cells in the sense like the cell ranges A1 colon A5. So first, initially the A1 cell will be saved in the RNG. Then it is going to be converted into the uppercase. Then once it's done, we are going to take the next cell using the next RNG statement. Then A2 cell will be saved in the RNG. Then we are going to convert that also in the uppercase. Then we are going to take A3 and we are going to convert in the uppercase. In this way, we are going to take the cells one by one from the selected range. Once all the cells are completed, we are going to come out of the loop. Then we are going to end the sub procedure as well. So let me run this code and I will show you how the things are working. This is our worksheet. So we are going to convert all these words into the uppercase. So for that, you have to select the data range first. Next, we are going to see about how to convert the text to lowercase. So here what we are going to do, we are going to convert the capital letters into the small letter. So here you can see only changes. Instead of U case, I have given L case. So that is the only difference. Other than this, everything is same. Here I have changed the sub-procedure name. So you can change the sub-procedure name or without changing also, it is going to be work. Okay, there is no issue in it. We are going to convert these data into the lowercase. So let me select these codes first. Then we have to write the code. So we are going to change this uppercase into the lowercase. Then if needed, you can change the sub-procedure name. Otherwise, you can use the same. Okay, let me run this code. I'm done. So here you can see all the data are converted into the lowercase. So in this way, this program will work. Our next program is auto fit columns, meaning if you are having a data in different sizes, if you want to fit the columns in a proper size, then you can use this function. So here we are using sub-procedure name. So here we are using sub-procedure. So I have used the word sub. Then my sub-procedure name is auto fit columns. Then here I didn't use any space, so it is not going to throw me any error. So I have used open bracket and close bracket. So this is the syntax you have to follow. Then cells dot select, meaning whatever the cells which I am selecting, it is going to take everything. Then what we are going to do, we are going to auto fit the column. So for that, we are writing cells dot entire column dot auto fit. So we are going to select the entire column and we are going to fit that based on the value which it contains. Okay, so once the thing is completed, we are going to end the sub procedure. That's it. So let me run this code and I will show you how the things are going to work. You can see the in the A column, you can see some data are there, but I can't able to see the sentence properly. So to solve this issue, we are going to do auto fit columns. So here you can see the information. Microsoft Excel is a spreadsheet. I like chocolates. India is my country. Using Power BI, we can create dashboards. My name is Shalini. My favorite color is red. Today is Tuesday. So in this way, we have some information in this particular cell, but we can't able to see the information properly. So for that purpose, if you want to see the information, we need to expand that column width, right? So for that purpose, we are going to run this code. Okay, so let me select this columns first. Then I will show you how to run this. Let me run this code. Done. Here you can see the changes. So automatically the width of the A is increased based on the data which it contains. So here you can see we are having a lot of statements. Out of that, using Power BI, we can create dashboard is occupying a huge amount of space. So accordingly, it is fixing that width. Okay. In this way, this program will work. Next, we are going to see about auto-fit rows. Here, there is no much difference. So we are going to use the word entire row. In the earlier program, we have used the word entire column, but here we are going to use the word entire row. That is the only change. Then I have changed the sub-procedure name as well. Okay. So let me run this code and I will show you how to work on this particular program. This is our data sheet. So here you can see lots of spaces are unwantedly used, right? So if you want to fix that in a proper location, for this, for A1 cell, it is occupying somewhat huge space. A2 cell is occupying somewhat less space. A3 is occupying, each and every row is occupying different space allocations, right? To overcome this issue, we are going to use this auto-fit rows function. Okay, so let me run this code. So first of all, we have to select these columns. Then what we are going to, we are just selecting the data which we are using. Okay, so I have selected the data. Then what we are going to do is we are going to run the code. Let me run this code. I am done. So I am coming here. So here you can see the unwanted spaces are removed to my entire sheet, right? So if you want to fix anything like this, at the time you can work on the auto fit rows. In this way, this program will work. Next, we are going to see about how to change the chart type. So first of all, we are going to create one chart. Then we are going to convert that chart into the column clustered chart. So let me show you how the things are working. So first of all, here we are using the sub procedure. So I have used the word sub. Then we have to give the sub procedure name. Here our sub procedure name is change chart type. Then we have used open braces and close braces. This is the syntax. Active chart dot chart type equal to Excel column clustered. Okay. So active chart dot chart type. Why we are using this? Like in which chart where I am keeping my cursor. So for example, in this particular worksheet, if I have selected in this particular worksheet, if I have 3 to 4 charts, then where my cursor is. So that is the active chart. Okay. So then that chart type, we are going to change that particular chart, like in which chart I am selecting. So we are going to change that particular chart into the column clustered chart. So column clustered is the chart name, and Excel we have to use. If you from the Excel only, we are getting the charts, right? So we have to type Excel column clustered. Okay. So if you want to convert that particular chart into line chart, then what you have to do, you have to type Excel line. If you want to convert that particular chart into pie chart, then what you have to type? Excel pie. So in this way, you have to type. So we have completed this. So we are going to end the sub procedure. Okay. So let me show you how this program is going to work. You can see the chocolate names under the quantity. So let me select these data. And I am going to the insert tab. Then we are going to create the chart first. So for example, I'm just going with the pie chart. So now what we are going to do is we are going to convert this particular chart into column clustered chart. So let me show you how to do that process. Let me run this code. So I have selected the program and I am going to run this. Now you can see the changes. Our pie chart is converted into the clustered column chart. Right. So now what we are going to do is we are going to convert this clustered column chart into line chart. So let me show you how to do that process. So I have selected my chart. Then I am going to my VBA code. So here instead of column clustered, we are going to convert that to line. So I'm just typing line over here. Then I'm going to select all the program. Then I'm going to run this. So I'm coming back to the sheet. So now you can see the line chart. So in this way, you can convert the chart types. In this program, we are going to make the Excel to speak. Okay. For example, if I am selecting any cell in the sense, it is going to pronounce in this particular cell what data we have. It is just going to pronounce. So with that help, we can listen the things. Okay. So for this, you can get the output in terms of audio, not in the terms of visuals. So here I have used the sub procedure. So I have used the word sub. Then speak is the sub procedure name, and I have used open bracket and close bracket. That is the syntax. Then selection dot speak, like whatever the data which I am selecting, that thing should be pronounced by Excel. That is the thing. So I have used selection dot speak. Then we are going to end the sub procedure. That's it. In this worksheet, I have some data like apple, ball, cat, dog, egg, and fan. So we are going to make the Excel to pronouns. So first of all, I am just keeping my cursor on the word apple. Then I am going to run that code. Let me run this code. So now I can hear the word apple. Okay, so you can't able to hear the sounds, but I can hear in your system. You just run this code, then you can also get the output. In this program, we are going to remove a character from a particular string. So for example, if we are having a word Python, so from the word Python, I am going to remove the letters O-N. Then what you can see only PYTH. So in this way, if you want to remove any particular character from a string, then you can achieve that using this particular program. So here I have used a sub procedure. So I have used the word sub. My sub procedure name is remove char. Then I have used the open braces and close braces. Dim RNG as range. Dim is nothing but dimension used to declare a variable. RNG is a variable name. Instead, you can use A, B, C, I, J, K, anything. As is the connecting word. Range is the data type. Dim RC as string. So dim is the dimension. RC is the variable name. As is the connecting word. String is the data type. So RC equal to input box, characters to replace, comma, enter value. So characters to replace is the prompt message. So with that information only, the user will get to know what he or she have to give. Okay, then enter value is the title. Okay, so next, whatever the input the user is giving, those data is going to be saved in the variable RC. For each RNG in selection, like whatever the data range we are selecting, that thing is going to be saved in the variable RNG. Selection dot replace what equal to RC, comma, replacement, nothing. Okay, so here you can see whatever the letters the user is giving, those letter is going to be replaced with null. Null in the sense within this double quotes. See, replacement equal to, we are giving only open quotes and the close quotes. We didn't give any characters over there. So this is a null, right? So if we didn't give any letters or strings over there, means it is not going to give anything. Just it is going to remove that particular character from a string. Okay. So then we are using the for loop here. Why we are using for loop? In this particular word, we are going to check by each and every character. If the character is matched with the user input, then we are going to replace that using the blank space, right? Blank space in the sense we are going to remove that character. That's it. So if you want to take the letters one by one, then you have to use the word next. Then the thing is completed. So we are using insert. So let me run this code and I will show you how the things are working. Let me run this code. It is asking me to give the character. So my character is E. I'm going to click OK. So again, I'm moving to the sheet. So here you can see XCL. E is removed. So in the word Excel, we have two E's, right? So one is in the capital letter, another one is in the small letter. But both the E's are removed from this particular word, right? So in this way, the thing will work. So now what I'm doing, I'm just selecting two datas. One is W, another one is Power BI. So we are going to remove E from these two words. Let's see how the things are working. So again, I'm going to run this code. Then it is asking me to enter the letter. So again, I'm typing E over here. I'm going to click OK. I'm coming to the sheet. So now you can see. So from the word Tableau also E is removed. From the word Power BI also the E is removed. Okay, so in this way, this program will work. We are going to learn how to replace a character from a string. So here, first of all, you have to understand what is the difference between this program to the earlier program. So here I have made the changes in two places. That is, I have converted the word remove to replace. Then in the area replacement equal to open quotes and then close quotes. So instead of giving open quotes and close quotes alone, here I have used the word bingo. Okay, so I have selected the code and I'm going to run this. So it is asking me to give the replacement. So instead of A, we are going to replace with the word bingo. Okay, and just run this. So here you can see the word apple. So apple is the original word. Here you can see in the formula bar. So instead of the letter A, that is replaced with the word bingo. So here you can say bingo, PPLE. Okay, so in this way the things will work. Even I'm just selecting the remaining two datas and I'm going to do the same process. So what we are going to do is we are going to replace the letter A with the word bingo. Okay, let me run this. So instead of this word bingo, you can give some other letters as well. Okay, so I'm just selecting this. For example, I'm just replacing with the word skill. Okay, so instead of letter A, we are going to replace the letter A with the word skill. Okay, let me run this. Yes. So here it is asking me to give the letter. So my letter is A. Okay, click OK. Now you can see the changes. So what is our input word? Our input word is ball. So we have replaced the letter A with the word skill. Again, the word is bat. So we have replaced the A with skill. So we are getting B skill T. Okay. In this way, you can see the output. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
We are into course data analysis and visualization using Microsoft Excel. We are into week 12 email automation. Recap of the last week, what we have covered in week 11. We have learned about VBA window, how the VBA code can be written on the VBA window. We covered Project Explorer. We covered about the properties and how we can insert different modules, how we can insert procedures. We learned about adding modules and then how we can start writing procedures. We can declare procedure public or private according to our choice. We learned about the variables in VBA. After that, we have covered different if and loop codes in VBA only. We learned about handling errors in the VBA, how we can get input from the user and how with the message box we can provide output to the user, and in this way with using input box and output this message box we can actually communicate with the user and we can handle the errors. We can restrict some kind of input over in our data, and everything what we can do with the code only. Table of contents for in this week, what we are going to cover? We are going to cover how we can do email with Microsoft Excel without opening or logging in into your Gmail or Outlook account. Then how we can have the email automation with Microsoft Excel, email with VBA, and how we can send email to multiple recipients, sending email to multiple recipients, but this time we are attaching the attachment as well. Learning objectives. By the end of this week, you will be able to understand the basics of email automation and you will be able to run VBA code for email automation. Let's start now. So first of all, we will learn how we can email with Microsoft Excel. So quick access toolbar we already covered, we have, and then we have this email thing. So let me go back to this, my orders Excel, and then we can see actually how it is happening. So I'll open my week 12 and this orders Excel, this orders workbook I'm opening, and after that let's see we have this code with us, this orders table data. In this we have customer ID, order ID, product, unit sold and date. So we have worked on this data set previously in the other weeks as well. So let's start here. Here we have this quick access toolbar, this customize thing you can do. You already know that how you can customize quick access toolbar. by default in this quick access toolbar, I have the option for email. If it is not there, then you can have it from this customization option of quick access toolbar. So this email is already quickly accessed by my tab by my Microsoft Excel. So this icon you can see here, this was for email. Even you hover your mouse over this icon, you can see in the tooltip email is written here. This icon is for the email. Once I click on this, you can see that something is processing here. So by default, this window will be open and this is linked with your Microsoft account, that is your Outlook account. So now you can see here in send, this is an icon for the send to CC. So I can put any email ID. Let me write admin@gmail.com, and this is to, I can add multiple email IDs as well here. In the CC, I can provide another email ID. This is allowed here. And here in the subject, what is the subject here? The subject is the name of the workbook. And in the attachment, only this Excel is provided. So one way is to you log into your account, whether it is Outlook account, then you write the to address, CC address, subject, and then you attach your Excel sheet. That you can do. Otherwise, there's another way with the Microsoft Excel functionality is that you directly click on this email icon that is quickly accessibly available. And if I click on that, after clicking, what I can do, I can see that by default in the subject as well in the attachment, my workbook's name has been assigned to the subject and this workbook has been attached in this email. So what I need to do, I can provide a to address, I can provide a CC address, I can link this email option with my address book as well. And here maybe I can write a content respected ma'am, kindly find attached. So even that suggestions are also available here with regards what I need to do, just send and click on that. So once this is done, this everything is possible here. And even you can see here, you can change the theme for the fonts, you can change the size of the fonts, you can make it bold, italic, underline, you can color it, you can, instead of this black one, you can use any other color, you can use this bullets and numbering as well. Bullets are here, numbering is here, numbering library. You can do the alignment as well. So if I select this and I click on this alignment thing, center, so you can see your content here. So even that editing of the content is also allowed with that. And then we have this option indent decreasing and indent increasing, that you also can do basic text is there. So there are multiple options that is available with the Microsoft Outlook, that is also accessible with Microsoft Excel only. And what benefit we are getting here, by default are the same attachment will be carried forward to that email with that subject as well. Of course, you can make the changes as well. So you can see that this Outlook is here allowed in to open to work with the Microsoft Outlook. So this is one option how we can do the email with Microsoft Excel. I'll just change this. So in the quick access toolbar, how we can access the email. So this is the window we get it. So let me try this with any other data as well. So let's see that. I'll open one more Excel file I have in this folder, that is email loop. So now I'm not working anymore with the orders. Now I'll be working on this email loop. So if I click on this email option, let's see what happens now. In this case, you can see the subject of the mail is email loop dot extension for the Excel file, and in the attachment we have the same Excel file. So similarly, you can do that also. So it's your wish if you want to do a simple email. So that time you can just log into your Microsoft Outlook account and attach the file as well. Otherwise, the second option is to link it with your Microsoft Excel. Just click on email, provide the to address, CC address if you want to provide, put the subject of the mail and write the content and just shoot the mail. With Excel, how actually we can automate the process. So the next thing we are covering in this week is email automation. So we don't want to do manual work here. We want to have automated work with Microsoft Excel. So whether that is allowed or that is possible or not, that is our agenda. To cover this email automation, we are going to cover a function that is hyperlink. Hyperlink function take two arguments. That is, first argument is link location. You can see here link location. And the second argument is the friendly name that you're providing to that link. So there is something like you're clicking on send email, and if you click on that, Outlook is opened there. So this is Outlook is the link, and the friendly name is the send email. We will do this by hands-on also. That time you'll get more clarity about that. So this is basically shortcut to the specified location. It connects with Excel mailbox using hyperlink. So basically what we are doing, we are connecting mailbox to a particular content. So that content is hyperlinked to mailbox. And with this email automation, what we can do, we can add multiple rows with this linking. We can do the mail customization. So mail customization case, you can understand that what we are doing, we have a list of email IDs with us. So if that you need to mail to all those people, what you can do, you can select in those all emails and put in the same address. But if you want to customize this mail for, like, you have two users, dear Albert, I'll go with one example here. So I have this Alexa Siri, and now what I want to do, I want to mail Alexa. So this is my two address. I can write here. I'll just write here. In this, what I have this is my email address. This I need to put into 2. Okay. And this I need to write as dear. After that, it should, like, for mail for Alexa, this content should be dear Alexa, and mail for Siri, this should be dear Siri. And this may be any other thing or something there. That customization is also possible with this email automation process, and this is, believe you me, this is very amazing flexibility, or we can say the functionality of the Microsoft Excel, where we can actually automate the process of email. For example, you need to email 200 or more than 100 people, and for all those 100 email, you want a different content, but that content can be customized with the help of Microsoft Excel. So next few minutes, we are going to cover that only, email automation. We will understand this by step process, so that everyone should be able to grab the hyperlink option. So hyperlink, how we are doing that? We are basically adding 2 arguments, or we are passing 2 arguments to this hyperlink function. The first argument is the link location. The second argument is the friendly name, and that is basically shortcut to the specified location, connecting with Excel mailbox using hyperlink, multiple rows can be linked, and mail customization. So in the email automation, just see this example. I have this example here. So you can see here, just understand this. In my 2, I have this address, cyan@gmail.com. Okay. In CC, this is admin@gmail.com. BCC, we are not putting anyone for now. And the subject is reminder for pending payment. That is okay. Dear Cyan, this person, your pending amount is 200. Please deposit it before this date. Thank you. That's it. And in another email, what I have another email ID. CC is same, and this subject is also same. Reminder for pending payment. And here this is dear Albert, your pending amount is again 100. Please deposit it before 1/1/2021. Thank you. So what is changeable now? Here the address for 2 is changeable, and then this name is changeable, the person's name is changeable, and this amount is also changeable. Rest everything is same. So this is my email customization example. What we are doing here, we are keeping the content same irrespective of the name of the person and the pending amount of the person. What we are keeping the same, we are keeping the same as CC email. You can see this admin@gmail.com is same. We are keeping this reminder for pending payment as same. We are keeping this please deposit it before 1/1/2021 same. Thank you. Rest, this we are keeping same. So this email automation we want. So let's go to this Microsoft Excel and understand this, how we can do that. So I'm into my this orders book only. So I'll go to sheet 1. In the sheet 1, I have this content already with me. So this sheet will also provide it to you people. No worries about that. In the orders, we have columns. Now you just understand what columns we have. We have this customer name with us. Okay. This is the name of customer. Customer's name is Albert, Cyan, Zen, Maria, Robert, Ben. Okay. And the emails are differently. Emails are provided here. And then amount is 100 for Albert. For Cyan it is 200, for Zen it is 300, for Maria it is 400, and for Robert it is 500, and Ben it's 600. And this is my body for text. This we will understand how it has been written. It is basically a formula. You can see here, we will understand this formula. And then we have the send reminder, send reminder, send reminder. For this you can see this is stepwise formation of the hyperlink. So this is our step 1. I'll write it as step 2. This is my step 2. So I'll write here again. This is my maybe step 3. And this is my step 4. So in these all 4 steps, basically what we are doing, what we want, I'll just click on this send email. So you can see that you can understand what is our output. So you can see that for Albert, what I have, this is my to address, CC, and this is subject reminder for pending payment. Dear Albert, your pending amount is 100. Please deposit it before 1/1/2021. Okay. So if I click on the second data set, in that way, what you can see, this is Dear Cyan, your pending amount is 200. Please deposit it before 1/1/21. Okay, so if I click on the third one, in the case of third customer, or you can say the third client, this is Zen. Dear Zen, your pending amount is 300. Please deposit it before 1/1/21. So for everyone, it is changing. What I will be doing here, so in this case, I just have how many records? I have only 6 records. These records can be 600 also, and what you need to do, you just need to make formula in one particular cell, and then after that you can copy that. So I'll show you. I'll just delete that, and the same formula I can copy in multiple cells as well. I'll click on that. So this is my 6th one. You can see here this Dear Ben, your pending amount is 600. Please deposit it before 1/1/21. And the to email address is Ben, and the CC address is admin@gmail.com. So now we need to understand the agenda of this workbook is to understand how this is working, how we can have the different or customized email with us. This we will understand here. Before that, you just see the database here. What we have in the subject, this is our D1. In D1, what we have written, subject, and this E1 is showing the subject. That subject is reminder for pending payment, and this E2 is showing the CC email address. Okay, that is fine. Customer name is given, email is given, this amount is also provided. What we need to do, we need to learn the formulas here written in the body text, and this send reminder. This is our step 1, step 2, step 3, and step 4. Then we will be able to understand the process of email automation. Let's do that. Now I'll come to this body text later on. So first I do this step 1. In the send email, if I click on this, so this is basically, this is our final output. What we are seeing here, this is our final output. I'll show you the first output as well. So in the first output, what we are able to do in the first output, we are just making this to email address. We are just putting it into 2, that is albert@gmail.com. Then in the second step, what we are able to do, we are able to add CC as well. This is the work of the second cell here. In this third step, what we are able to do, we are able to put as the subject as well. The subject is written here. And in the step 4, what we are able to do, in the step 4, we are having the body content as well. So in the step 1, we are adding to address. Then in step 2, we are adding CC's address. In the step 3, we are adding the subject of the mail. And in the 4th step, we are adding the body part, body text. And in this column, we are actually finalizing the content of the body. Now let's come to this first one. Here what we have used, let me come to the formulas part now. I'll do show formulas. So you can see the formulas here. We will not go anywhere else. We'll come to the step 1 only. So what we have in the step 1. So this is my formula here written in the step 1. I'll just expand this so that you can see it carefully, and let me wrap the content as well. So you can see here what formula we are using. We are using here hyperlink, and we have 2 arguments to pass here. This is link location, and this is the friendly name. So first you come to the what is friendly name. Friendly name is the send email. The send email is the second argument, and that is why that is friendly name. If I come to, let me come to this again, and I'll do this formula and disable the show formulas. So you can see here the friendly name is written as send email, and when I see this cell, I am able to see only send email because this is the name provided for that hyperlink, and all these values you can see here, send email. Here what we have used, you can quickly see on above, we have hyperlink function, and this hyperlink function has been provided by a friendly name, that is send email. So in the send email, what we are able to do, we can see it and clearly have the values over there. Let's come to the function again. I'll again do formulas and show formulas. So let's see the formula here. So in the hyperlink, the second argument we already understood. Now come to the first part. So first argument is for the link location. And what we are providing in the link location, in that link location, we are writing here mail to. Mail to is a keyword, and there with this end and quotes, we are passing that D5 field. What we have in the D5? So let's see that. In the D5, I have this email ID. So with this formula, now you can see here, hyperlink and this mail to is D5 and the friendly name is send email. We are able to actually open the Outlook here. So I'll click on that. What we have provided here, we just provided a formula bars column, the keyword as mail to, and with this mail to, we are able to open the Outlook, Microsoft Outlook. So let me click on that, send email. This is my send email, and in this send email, we have this email address albert@gmail.com. So let me change this address now. I'll write something as albert1@gmail.com. This is my new email address. Let me do the formatting here. I don't want to see this kind of formatting here, so you'll able to see the email address. So this is albert1@gmail.com. Now let me click at send email. So I'm clicking on send email again. So you can see that the email ID has been changed. Formula has been provided. So this formula is picking the value of D5. In that D5, what we have written, we have given this albert1@gmail.com. And the same formula you can copy here for rest of the cells as well, whether it is the rest of the 5 cell or whether it is the rest of 100 plus cell or maybe more one. So same data can be provided. So this is our first step where we are able to add the two address in the Outlook, and we are doing it with the email automation. Now let's add, I can write it here as well. So this is for adding two, and this is adding for CC. This is for subject of the mail, and this step 4 is the body text. You can see here. Now let's come to the step 2. I can show you the 6th one also. In the 6th, you will get the 6th user's name, that is ben@gmail.com. If you change the email address, so same email IDs you can forward here. And the main thing you need to understand here, what we are passing here, how we are connecting this with the Outlook. We are connecting this with Outlook with the mail to bar. And now let's come to the second part. In second part, what we are doing now, let me come to the second part now. In the second step, we want to add CC now to this email Outlook. So I have same. Now in the same manner, you come to the second argument. In the second argument is what has been provided. It is the friendly name. Okay. Now come to the link part, that is link location here. In this link, the content is same till this part. So we have been added the D5. D5 is the email ID. Now for adding the CC, what we are doing here. So basically now you can see here you have CC as well. You have the subject as well with you. So what you can do here. So we can understand the step 2 and step 3 together now. So here what we are adding, leaving this part, you have added here question mark. In that question mark, after this question mark, you are providing subject. Subject is again a keyword, and you are passing this value. Subject is written in which value? It is written in E1. E1 you are passing, but when you are copying the formula to another cell, at that time what will happen? The relative reference will come. So we will not take that kind of references. So we will fix the values. That is why we have used F4 and we have come up with this ampersand and this $1 for the fixing of the values for E1. So E1 will be used for all those contents here because the subject is same for all those emails. In fact, you can change that subject as well. So if you need to change it, you can have a separate column here. You can change that content as well. You can change it for everyone there only. So that is also allowed. For this example, what we are doing, we are keeping the same subject over here, and that is why we are fixing the content of E1 for the formula. And after that, we have this CC. CC, for adding the CC, we again added this ampersand, and with this ampersand, this and I can say we have the CC, and this time we have again a fixed value, that is admin@gmail.com, and that is provided, or that is given in the E2, and in that E2 you can see the value for admin@gmail.com, and again we are fixing those values over there, and the friendly name is send email. So with this function, what we are doing, we are providing the step in 2 and 3. We are providing subject as well. We are providing the CC part for the mail, and then here we are fixing the values. That is why we have been using the F4 key to fix the reference over there. Now what will happen here? Let me directly come to the step 3. So once you click on the step 3, now with the 2, you also have the CC address, you also have the subject here. Now the CC and the subject has been fixed. That is why we have used the fixed location or fixed reference. But if you want to make the changes over there, you can add again one more column there, and you can add those values there. So like let's try that also. I am adding here one value, and what I am doing here, so let me add this for maybe the subject. This is for my subject. So I can write here maybe reminder for pending payment 1. I can write here again, let me write here reminding payment for payment 2. You can write the IDs of the payment as well. Let me wrap this text so that you can see here, and then maybe I can add it for other 6 values as well. So this is for reminder. So this can be my subject here. So in that case, instead of passing this value E1, I can pass the value H5 as well. In that case, I will pass H6, H7, H8, H9, and H10. So in that way, my subject will be changed for each email, as we have changed for 2, as we have changed for amount pending, or maybe as we have changed for the customer name. So that we can do with this adding the subject here rather than using any fixed value. This is our third step. Now in the fourth step, what is the value here? We have the value here again. In that we have 2 address. We have CC, we have the subject here. We have the customer's name, that is Albert, and the pending amount. This is basically, if we talk about that, we have the body text here. So how we are adding the body now? In the same formula we have this time. Now one more thing we need to see in the step 3, what exactly we are doing. In the step 2 we have, let me write here, we have added the subject as well here. So I'll copy this here, CC and subject we are doing. Subject we are putting here. In the third step we are adding one more condition here. So in that condition, what we are doing, we are just assigning one condition here, that is E5 is equal to 0. In that case, this is basically if what we take, it takes argument as logical test. This is our condition is E5 is equal to 0. If it is true, then it is blank. If it is false, then it is doing the hyperlink. So what we have in the E5, so let me see that also. In the E5 we have this amount pending. So now let me just minimize this so that you are able to see here. Now this is my step 3, the condition 1. This is my condition 1. Let me highlight this. We are talking about this condition here. So how it is happening? So it is writing if it is 0. So let me come to the formula again. If E5 is 0, in that case it should be blank. Otherwise it should have the hyperlink. Let me do it 0. In that way you can see that this is disappeared. So I don't have any link now. If I make this also 0, again same thing happen. 0 again, 0 again. So this is valid for all the values here. Let me put it again 100. So this time I can see this link now. 200, 300, 400. So what is happening with this condition? So if I am not having any amount pending, in that case there is no email. If I have the amount pending, in that case I can make the email. So this is the advantage of using this if function here, I can say. And what we are passing their value, we are basically testing that if the amount pending is 0, in that case what we will put blank, no email in such case, if we are having pending amount, in that case what we will do, we will hyperlink the amount, and in that case we are opening the Outlook there, we are doing mail, we are having the subject, we are having the CC, and then we are shooting the email with send email. This we are doing here. Now let's try again. In that, what we have now, send email. So let's understand this. This we have done here. So this here, in the case if the amount is 0, this window will not open because we don't have any link there. Now, how we can have the body text now? We have the to address here, we have the CC address there, we have the subject here, and then we have the condition. Before moving to body text, just revise that how with this code, with what code we are having the to. We have just added a hyperlink function. In that hyperlink function, the first argument we have provided a mail to keyword for the link, and we are passing the D5 value where we are keeping the fixed value for the, where we are moving, we are having multiple values for this albeit one. In case of another function, the value will be D6. You can see here D6 is given here. Similarly for other D7, D8, D9 and D10. Now in the second step, we have provided the CC. In that CC, we have mail to as well subject as well CC. And we are having this multiple keywords here, mail to, subject and CC with the question mark in between. And we are passing the values here with quotes and the ampersand. And what we are passing here, we are keeping subject and CC as the fixed value. That is why we have used the reference address with the F4 key, and we have fixed the reference over there so that when we are copying the formulas, that formula will not get changed, these values not get changed every time we pass the subject and the CC. And we have understood that in case we want to make changes in the subject and CC as well, we can customize that also we can provide the range over there. This is actually our wish, how we want to implement this email automation, where we want to have the changes over there. So this is now come to the body text, how we are adding the body text. Now in this here we have the complete thing with us, where we have the to address, where we have the CC address, we have the subject with us, and we have the content also. How we can add the content? Content is given in this body text. This formula we will also understand this. Here what we have, the same condition, if E5 is equal to 0, then it should be blank. If it is having the values over there, it is not 0, in that case, hyperlink function should work. And in that hyperlink function, we have the mail to keyword. We are passing this D5. So for the next values, it will change to D6, D7, D8, D9, D10. In the subject, we have the values here. In the CC, we are having the values. Now, after the CC, we are again adding the body. In that body, we are adding it with the F5. F5 is this body text, and this is the friendly name given. So how we have provided the values? We have used keywords mail to, we have used keyword subject, we have used keyword CC, we have used keyword body, and the friendly name we have provided. So with this friendly name, we can see the send email, and all those value we can add that. Now you can see this for the mail to, we have a list of values. For the subject, we have the fixed value. For the CC, again we have the fixed value. And the for body, we have the different values, a range of values we have given. We have not fixed this value. So after F5, F6 will come, F7 will come, F8 will come, F9 will come, F10 will come, and then we have the send email with us. So this way we have added this time body text as well. For now, we are left with how this body text has been performed. We have added with this Outlook, this email automation, we have how we can add the mail to, how we can add the subject, how we can add the CC, and then how we can add the condition here in the step 3. We have learnt about how we can have the body text is given here, and this body text is shown here also. Body F5 send email, and then we can see that. Now let's come to the body text. How we have formed this body text. Here it is, this function, this hyperlink function is actually only picking up the value from body text. But how this body text has been performed? Now see here, let me click on the send email, and we can understand this, how this body part is working. I'll just close that and I'll come to the send email again. Now here you can see the output here. This is my output. In that output, now this is Dear Albert. Then you have some spaces here. You have enter here. And then you have pending amount as 100. Then again you have enter. Then you have the next line. Again you have enter. And this thank you. Now let me come to this body text. So we can compare these two here. Or I can keep this window here. Now you can understand this. So now you see here in the body text what we have provided. Dear Albert is same. Okay. This for a while we can leave this. And then you have your pending amount as 100. Okay. And then you can see here again there is something here percentage OA. Okay. And then please deposit it before this date. Again you have this percentage OA and this percentage OA. So this percentage OA is basically used for the space or for the next line. That is why you are having this kind of output. Now how we are getting this Albert and 100 here? So let me jump to the formula now. This is the formula here. To have a good view there, let me go to the formulas and then show formulas. In that show formulas, this is my formula here. Now please understand this. Again we have this condition. If E5 is equal to not equal to 0. If E5 is not equal to 0, only in that case it will work. In that case what we have? This dear, and then we are picking up the value of C5. What we have in the C5? So let's understand what we have in the E5 first. E5 is basically the value here. Value is given here. Value is provided here. E5 is written here. And then in E5 we are checking. So if I'm putting it 0, and let me come to the formulas here. In that case what will happen? I don't have any body text as well. If I write 100, then I have the value here. So how it is happening? Again it is associated with the condition. So even the body text is also associated with the condition. And here this, if I make it 0, again what is, in which cells I don't have the value? I don't have the value for body text. I don't have the value for the step 3. I don't have the value for the step 4. So these all fields are condition based. Let me mark it 100 again. So this is 100. In that 100 we have now the value here. If E5 is not equal to 0, in that case what we are putting here value? Dear. And then we have something in the C5. What we have in the C5? Now let's see that. In the C5 we have this name, customer name. So that is why this Albert, this Sian, this Zen, this Maria, this Robert and this Ben is coming. So how it is coming from? This is picking up the value from the C5, and we have the quotes with us. We have this ampersand with us, and then we are having this is for the next line. This is for the spaces. This percentage O and A. There we are taking 2 spaces. You can consider here 2 lines. You can consider here, and then we are having your pending amount is. Again we have some value for E5. What is E5? E5 is this amount pending. So what we are changing here? We are changing here C5 and E5. C5 is the name of the customer, or you can say the name of the client, and E5 is the pending amount that we want to display here. And again we have some spaces. With this time we are taking only single space. So this is percentage OA. Please deposit it before. This is the date here. In fact we can change that date as well. And again we have some spaces here, and then thank you. And in the second argument we are passing null. So if this value is not 0, if this value is 0, in that case what we will do? We will show nothing here. We will show the blank values here. So this is the condition of if. The logical condition is, the logical test is E5 is not equal to 0. So if it is true, we are using this body text. Otherwise we are having blank. So we will not have any body in that case. So what we are using here, we have the different values. What range we are passing? We are passing range for C5. We are passing range for E5. So that values we are passing here, and the rest of the content is same. Now we have this date as well. We can change that date as well now. So let me make some changes here. I'll just copy this here. So this is the way how we can assign the values here. So I'll write after this. So instead of date, right now I'm providing this customer name, or maybe I can add one more column here. So now this is, you can say that your pending amount is before Albert it is showing. So let me change the date here. So let me mark the date as 1st March 2022. I am adding here date in a new column, that is B. I can make it as, so this is changeable for everyone now. For Albert, it is 1st March. For Shan, it is 2nd March. For Zen, it is 3rd March. For Maria, it is 4th March. For Robert, it is 5th March. For Ben, it is 6th March. Now, let me make the changes here. Instead of C5, let me pass this B5 value there. This is the value here. So this is now, this date has been come up in a format, and that change, the dates change, we need to make the changes over there. So let me, for now, we can change that with the formula as well. So let me write in a string format. String format, it is picking up 2022. So now you can see here, now this is not date in the form of the string. We can have the values there. So if I do like this, and I'll copy this content here, so I can actually change the values here. So now you can see here, if I just directly click on the email option, in that email you can see, dear Albert, your pending amount is 100. Please deposit it before 1st March 2022. So we have changed this date variable as well. So what we are changing in this body content, we are changing the value for the name of the client. We are changing the value for the pending amount, that is E5. And we are changing it for the date as well, that is please deposit it before B5. So if you want to make any other correction, let me make this B small, your pending amount, maybe A small, S small. So all those changes I am doing here, let me implement for all those formulas here. And now if I click on that, so same changes you can see in that body text as well. So now you can see here, amount is A is small, my before this B is small, and maybe with regards you want to change something. So let me write here more things here. This after thank you, I'm adding again this spaces thing. I'm adding the spaces here, and then I'm writing here with regards. So let me see this time. Let me again change the formulas here. Formulas has been changed. Click on send email. Now this time we need to check this with regards is also available, and my spelling for with regards is wrong, so let me change that also. So all those corrections you can change. You don't need to do the correct format and all things. So in the formula you can do that, and after that with single click you can actually automate the process. Now you don't need to write all those mails. You just need to click over here and all the mails will be shooted up to different user. In this way we can automate the process here for the email thing. Email automation has been done here. So let me add some more things here. After with regards, maybe I want to add one more user here. So let me write here admin 1. This is maybe recipient, or this may be sender's signature. This we want to add. So let me make it admin 2. And similarly, I want to add it for admin 6 as well. Here in the formula, after with regards, so what I'll do, I'll again have a space here. Again I am copying this. This is my percentage OA, and after that what I am changing the values here, I'll be having another content here. This again I am copying here, but I'll change the values here. Instead of C5, I'll be putting here A5. This is my value here. So this has been changed here. Now let me see the changes in the mails now. I'll go back to the step 4. Now you can see in the with regards we have added something more. So we have this admin 1, we have the space here. So if you want to do all those changes, you can do that. So here just after editing this body text, you can do all that customization thing. So in the first row only of the table, you just need to do all those changes over there, and your email thing is done. Your email has been prepared automatically. Yes, just you need to do automatically. So now just think of the case, you have the 100 emails. Every mail you are writing by mail, and if you want to do some attachments, that you can do. Everything you can do there, and in that case you are manually doing everything. Now with this email automation process, you have made the formulas, and the email preparation thing has been done by those formulas. It has been done by, it is adding, it is changing the values. If you want to keep some values as a fixed value, you can do that as well. If you want to keep something as a range value, that also you can do over there, and all those values can be provided here. So let's quickly revise everything what we have done. We have a data set. In that data set, we have the customer name, we have the email, we have the amount pending, and then what we need to, this data has been provided to us, and we have some email address 242, and maybe the subject is fixed, maybe the CC email address is fixed, and we are asked to make a email automation process. And in that email automation process, what we are doing, we are first writing the first content, and in that we are using hyperlink function. In that hyperlink function, we are adding a keyword, that is a mail to. With that mail to, what we are doing, we are linking a mail to a to address with the D5 cell, and we are providing a range here. In the second argument, we are providing a friendly name. Let me change this as well here. Let me write here click me. So I want to see that click me here. This is my click me, and if I click on that, so you can see click me here. So this is the friendly name. This time you can see this click me. If you want to change it, you can do that as well. So in this case, this is click me. So here with this, we learned how we can provide the to address. In the second step, we learned how we can add the CC in the subject. In the CC, what we have added and CC, and we have passed a fixed value of the E2 cell. We don't want to get it changed over there on. This is the send email is again the friendly name over there. And in the subject has been provided with a question mark. In the subject, we have a fixed value. Again, this time, again, we have this E1 value reminder for the pending payment. And we have learned that we can change that as well. So let me do it here. So this time we want to add this thing here, this range we want to pass. So instead of this fixed value, what I will be doing here, instead of this E1 value, I will be changing it to G5. This is my G5 value, and write it here. So if I click on the send email, you can see the output here, reminder for pending payment 1. So let me quickly copy this formula to other cells as well. So let me click here, send email. So this time I'll be having reminder for pending payment 6. So we have learned how we can change the values there, how we can use the fixed value, how we can use the range of the values. So this is again up to our condition, what value or what range we want to pass here. Now if I come to the step 3, in the step 3 we have added a condition. In that condition, what we have added the condition, if the amount pending, this E5 value is 0, in that case there should be no hyperlink, so that is why this blank will come. So if this we have used if here, if logical test, if E equals to 5 is equal to true, then we have the blank content. If we have the value for what we have, if we have the value for, we have value, in that case we are using the hyperlink. We are providing a mail to there. In that mail to, we have this D5 value that will be changed here. D5, D6, D7, D8, D9, 9, 10 will come. In the subject, we have again the fixed value, that is even. You can change that as we did in a few seconds before. In the CC, again we have a fixed value. You can change that as well. You can have a list for that CC as well. And then we have the friendly name here. We just added a condition here. So if we don't have any pending amount, in that case we will not drop the email. If we have the pending amount, in that case we will drop the email. Now let's come to the fourth step. That fourth step we have, in that we are adding the body. What we are doing, we are again adding it with the end, and we are passing the value for the F field. F5 we are adding. This is a range, so this is not a fixed value. So next time in the next cell, when it is copying the formula, we are getting value for F6, F7, F8. You just notice this. And then we have F9 here, F10 here. Similarly, you can check for other formulas here. Here we have D5. Next we have D6, D7, D8, D9, D10. So if I go to the step 2, where we are having the values here, you can see here G5. Here we are actually changing the subject here. G6 we have, G7 here, G8, G9 and G10. And if you see the CC address and the subject address. The subject address we have changed here. CC address is E2. Next time also it is E2, 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 because we have fixed the value with the F4 key, and otherwise we are using the ranges here. And here we have just provided the condition here. If you see the condition here, this time this is E5 equals to 0, next time it is E6 for the next row, E7, E8, E9 and E10. And when we are adding the body content is also changeable. We can make it static as well. If you don't want to have a customized body content, you can make that a static content as well. So again, it is up to your condition. Here we have the value for body content is F5, F6, F7, F8, F9, F10. So this you can see here. So by this, we are able to add a 2, we are able to add CC, we are able to add subject, we are able to add condition, and then we are able to add the body content in the Outlook. After that, let's learn about how we have done this body text. In this body text, again we have used one condition. That condition is E5 not equals to 0. If this condition is true, we will have the content for the body text. Otherwise, it will be blanks with the working of the if function. And in that, what value in the true case of the value, what we are passing, dear C5 is the name of the person. You can keep it simple as well. You can write dear client as well. You want to customize that you can do as well. And in that customization, after this customization, you can provide a space here. Again, providing space or not space, it's your call. If you don't want to give, you want to write it like that, you can do that as well. So let me delete this ampersand and let's see how this email is working in that case. So I'll come to this formula part. I will be deleting this %O. So this I have deleted here, and let me delete it again for this content as well. This I'm deleting here. I'm deleting this for after thank you as well. I'm deleting it with after with regards as well. This I have deleted here. So let's see now, and let me click on the email. Now let's see the body part, how this %O is working. So you can see here, dear Albert, your pending amount is 100. Please deposit it before 1st March 2022. Thank you with regards admin 1. Everything is in one line. So that is why we have used this %O. So I'll come to my function again. I'll copy it again. So with this %O, we are having a good output with us. We can have it in the next line. So that customization you can do with this %OA. And with this %OA, what values we are changing here in this body text? We are changing value for C5. We are changing value for E5 as well. And then we are changing value for B5 as well. Here what we have added the client's name in the C5, maybe dear Albert, dear Sian, dear Ben, dear Zin. And then we have the amount pending that we are picking from this E5 cell. Here after that, we are depositing it before date. We are also changing here. You can use any string function as well there. You can use date function as well to have it in the correct format. And then you are providing a name for the sender as well with the A5. So we are using a range of C5. We are using a range of E5. We are using a range of B5 and A5. So 4 ranges we are using here. And in this way, this content is prepared. This body text is prepared. If you see here, now this time, I'll come to the formula here. E6, this is for checking for the amount pending. Then C6 is the value for the client name. B6, before that I need to come to E6 is again this amount, that is 200 in that case. And then this deposit date has been picked from the cell B6. After that, we have the value for the sender's name. That value has been picked up from A6. And if I come to the third row of this table, we are checking the value for E7. After that, we are writing the name as dear C7. And then similarly, we are picking up the amount, the date, and the sender's name. So you can add multiple things here. You want to keep that content as the fixed content. You can do that. You want to change it according to your condition from picking it from values from the formula or from the data set. You can do that as well with this email automation process. And this hyperlink function will be responsible to pick up the correct values according to how you have formalized the formula over there and how you have done the things over there. subject is there, send reminder is there, and send reminder is there, emails are there, and you can change all those friendly name as well. You want to add some more things here, you can do that as well. After that, once your things are done, I can have multiple customers here, and the dates and everything, the name, the data, the content, I can customize it. And the same formula for body text, the formula for this putting up the email, that can be changed by only copying up the things. Just we need to make sure if we want to fix the values there, like we have fixed for the subject and the CC. In that case, we need to use the fixed reference by F4. By pressing the F4, we need to be sure about how we are using absolute references or we are using the relative references. And in case of the providing the range, then provide the complete range, and you to see the formulas over there. So by default, it takes the formula. If we are passing this value one time, like I am passing here E5, so next time it will understood like it will be the value is E6, E7, E8, E9 and E10. So how Excel is taking for the references. So you need to make sure about the references you are providing. Then in the body text, we should be aware about how much indentation we want to provide. We want to provide indentation of a 1 line, 2 line, or we want to go beyond that, or we don't want to provide any indentation. That we can do by using this percentage OA. And subject and everything, in fact, you can change it later as well. So we maybe in my company, I have a fixed date, like after 15th March, I will be sending these emails, and before that I can formalize the content. I can put a standard here, and next time I can change that standard as well. That is also allowed with us, and that condition you can change, and you can change those contents as well. Maybe you can show this data set to your manager, and your manager will approve some more things there. So you can just come up with this is the output of my email, and your manager can recommend you some things, and those changes are easily customizable here in one formula, and rest of the cells you can just directly copy paste by dragging and dropping it. And once your things are done, once your emails are finalized, and that day you can just click on that with this email automation process, and you can shoot the email. In fact, you can see here, if I hover on this formula, what you can see here, this mail to, you can see mail to subject is written here, and the CC email body is there. Everything is given here, all the values. And now in the last, you can see click and hold to select this cell. So this is the, in this way we can use the hyperlink function. And hyperlink function, it is taking only two arguments. One is the link and how we are linking. For linking, we are using three keywords, that is mail to, that is subject and the CC. And to provide the body text, we are using the keyword body. Whenever you are writing this formula, you need to be very sure about how you are providing it. Like this quotes are mandatory, this %% is mandatory. Otherwise, you will be getting the syntax error, and this will be not be executed. This is all about email automation. So with this email automation, we can actually customize our process of email automation. What we can do, we can use this hyperlink function. We can connect this Excel mailbox using hyperlink, and we can do it for the multiple rows, and we can actually form the mail customization. And now we have understood this procedure. This procedure we are using to dropping an email with using VBA, Visual Basic Application. So what we have know for now, we need to do the adjustment with the references first, the tools, references, and then we need to select Microsoft object. Only then this feature will be enabled here only. And in the some versions, it is necessary to do it accordingly. So we have taken here how many variables? We have taken here total 6 variables. These two variables, the top one, it was taken to create the object. As we did in the module 6, we have another function. Here also we have taken two objects first. The first object is the reference to the Outlook application to initialize or to open the Microsoft Outlook application. And the second object, outmail, is for creating the item for opening the to mailbox. That is why similarly we are using two same objects, XOT app, that is for X for Outlook application, and then we are doing it for mailing item. Dim XMI item is for the mailing item as object. After that, we have taken other two variables as range. Range, we are starting from Excel and XRG. So this kind of a data type, it selects the range from user and it saves the data according to a range. Then we have two another variables, that is string type, and that is to store the email address as well as the another text. So this line, you can skip this line as well, but this is good to have this line in your code. Why? Because it is handling the error. We can say that this is used to handle the errors. On error, resume next. So even if it is finding a error in the email address, what it will be do? It will skip that part and it will fetch the new email address and put it into the tool. Now this the variable we have taken as a string x text. What we have there, we selected the range over there. So I'll just come to the execution part as we did earlier as well. So in this, it is asking me the range first. So this, now you can see here what it is asking. Active window, what was my active window? Active window in which I am working, that is this time this is email loop. So email loop is the active window. And then we are selecting what we are selecting. We are selecting a range selection dot address. That is for the address. So this line is aligned to select multiple values as a range. That is why we are storing into a string so that we can have a string in a combined format. After that, we are using another variable. This variable is used to store the input box, and this input box is asking us to please select the address list. This is the address list, and as we know, this is for changing the title of this input box, and where we want to have this value, we want to have this value in xtxt. This is the same variable where we will be picking up the value and we are putting it here. This you can add your own message as well. So let me change it here and let me write something else here. So this is, I can write here, select the email address. And after that, what I'll do, I'll select it completely and then I'll execute it again. Now you can see here that changes are reflected here only. That is, select the email address. Now I'll come here if xrg is nothing. So instead of 0 or keeping it blank, how we are comparing the value for xrg? We are comparing the value with nothing. Nothing is a keyword. You can see here it's showing into the blue line. So this is nothing. If it is nothing and then I exit sub, this, what is sub? Sub is this procedure. So it will come out of that. So if we are not selecting anything, so we will see that as well. So let me execute it here and see what happens in case I am not entering any value here. So I'll be deleting it here and click on OK. It is giving me error, not trying to type a formula when the first character is equal. So we are not providing anything and ultimately it is returned to here. So if this time I'll select here, I will be getting a range here. I'll click on OK. So it will try to open the Microsoft Outlook, and this is the sending email. Two email IDs we selected, alexa@gmail.com, siri@gmail.com, and this is for the CC address. I'll just close this. Want to save your changes? No, we don't want to do that. So accordingly, this is working. And then let me try if I put the nothing there. If I write nothing there, so let's see what happens in that case. We are just testing here with the different values. I'm writing here nothing and clicking on OK. Again, the reference you typed is not valid, or you did not provide a reference where one was required. To enter a reference using the mouse, click in the edit box and then click the cell in the sheet you want to refer to, or drag through the range you want to select. So ultimately, it is asking you to select the range here only. So what if I select the yes here? I'll click on OK and go there. So it is again starting the functioning for this Outlook, and you can see here we are not getting anything here because that was not the email address. Similarly, if I select any number, so what I'll do, I'll open it with the orders workbook. So I'm trying to open my orders workbook. Here we already have the numbers with the us, so we want to try it with the numbers now. So I'll come to developer code, or let me run this here and see what will happen in that case. I'll just run it, and instead of ranges, I'll go back to orders and I'll select some numbers over here and I'll click on OK. Let's see what happens now, whether it will be blank or it will be having the value. So it is blank only. So it is checking for the at the rate. How it is checking? So we will see that as well. Now, after that, we have if xrg is nothing, then exit sub, set xort app, create object. This is for the Outlook application. What we are doing ultimately, we are making the changes in the xort app, and then we have this loop with us, that is for each if excel dot value like this. Now this is the range here. Here we are checking whether it is an email address or not. This asterisk you are seeing here, asterisk, it means it can have multiple values before at the rate and multiple values after the at the rate. So now let me try. If in any Excel workbook, I'll just go back to the Excel workbook. I'm just writing here at the rate. So it is asking for a value here. So let me write here 1 at the rate 1. So this can be again a wrong email ID. I'll be putting another email ID as 1 at the rate 1 only. And now I'll run. I'll come to this visual basic part and I'm executing this procedure again. And this time what I'll be doing, I will be selecting the range as 1 at the rate 1. I'll click on OK. Now in that case, it should be working. So you can see here, this email ID is not correct, but how it is considering it is correct, because in the logic we have mentioned that there can be multiple values from 0 to 1 before the at the rate, and similarly there can be multiple values from 0 to later on after the at the rate. So according to that condition, it is correct. So that is why it is considering as it a valid email address. So we have this here. If excel dot value like this is matching it at, we call it the wildcard matching. Whenever we are using these kind of symbols like at the rate, so we call it wildcard matching. And then if it is true, we are keeping the email address is empty. Again, we are checking one more condition, and then we are assigning the value in the address, or we can say the variable we have taken as a string, that is x email address. And then we have the else case as well. In the else case, we are adding all the email addresses, keeping the semicolon in between. So let's check for the semicolon as well, whether we have the semicolon or not. I'll select the range again. The range is here only. So this time let me select the date. It will be giving me error again, or it will not be putting it as email address. Yes, you can see here there is no email address over there. Similarly, if I run it again, and this time I will be selecting a range as the valid one, that is with the at the rate. Now this time you can see here, you'll be getting a window with the email addresses there. Now you can see here we have the semicolon by default. So how this semicolon is coming? It is coming from the code only, which we have put it here only. That code we have mentioned here. The code is that we are having semicolon in between. If I change it to some other symbol, let me make it dollar. Obviously, in that case, my email ID will not work. My email will not be sent. But this is a wrong, but just we are trying that whether we can have multiple symbols here only or not. So let me execute this code again. I will be running here this code, and let me select the range again. This is the range over here, and I'll click on OK. Let's wait for the Microsoft Outlook, and you can see here the dollar is also there. So this time it is not checking anything. If you are directly working in the email, that time it will not allow you to do the email like that, or it will directly give you the incorrect email address message. But also in that case also your mail will not be sent here. Your mail will not be executed from their side. So you can have any other variable here also, but logically what we will take semicolon only. After ending if, then we have end if for another if as well. This we are ending the next as well. And then we are setting or creating a object item with the XM item, that is X mail item, and we are attaching it with the object that has been taken for the Outlook application, that is XOT app. And then we are again using with, and in the with what we are providing to the two part, we are having a string as X email address, which is having all the email addresses that have taken from the selection. And then in the CC we have another email address, so you can use any other string as well here also. So like if I use the same variable here, in that case what will happen, so dot display. So let's execute this code once again. I will be selecting the range over here. That range is, let me see, or I'll come directly to my email loop. In that email loop we have two email IDs here, so these email IDs we are taking here. I'll click on OK. Now you can see here that in the to and the CC you are getting the same kind of a email ID, because we have passed same variable in both the section, that is dot to and dot cc. Dot to and dot cc we are having here. We can add subject as well, we can have the body as well, and in fact we can see how we can add the attachment as well for the same code. Before that, let's see if we are writing something into subject. So let's see that. So I'm putting a dot notation here, and then after that I will be writing the subject. The subject for the mail, subject equals to, so let me write here. This time I am not picking this value from any variable or something, so I will be writing directly here. Dear sir, kindly find the attachment for your reference. So this I'm writing here. Let me add reference, and I'll be adding here with regards as well. I'll close these quotes, saving the code for the sub procedure and selecting the code here and then executing it. So again, we need to select the range. I'll be selecting from this time, I'll come to orders and we have the sheet one. I'll go with the email ID Albert, Sian, Zen, Maria, Robert, and Ben. These are my email IDs here. I'll click on OK. Now you can see here. Now in the subject also, dear sir, kindly find the attachment for your reference. My reference was mistakenly. So with regards is coming. Now this should be in the body. This should not be in the subject. So what I can do, I can just directly change this subject to body. So instead of subject, what I'll do, I'll write here body here, again saving it and then re-executing this procedure. I'll run it again. We need to select the range over it again. The range, we are coming to the sheet one and we are choosing these email IDs, clicking on OK and now waiting here. So now you can see here, dear sir, kindly find the attachment for your reference with regards. Let me add another subject here. So because we have changed it into the body, I will be writing here as the subject again. So this is dot subject and writing on equals to, and I'll be writing a subject as maybe payment. I'm writing here payment, nothing else. A small subject I have taken to test the code here. Let me select it again. This is my selection part and running the statement. So we are again selecting the range here. So this time again, I'll go with the email IDs, that is Albert, Sian, Zen, Maria, Robert, Ben. I'll click on OK. Let's wait there. Now you can see here, subject is also there, body part is also there, to part is also there, and CC part is also there. Let me close this. No, I don't want to change anything. I don't want to save here over here. Now, what it matters if the and change the order of the to and CC, whether there will be any updation or any error over here. So let me keep CC on the top. I'll just come with the indentation. This is CC at the top and I'm keeping body at the second position. After CC, I'm writing here body. Then I'm having to and then I'm having the subject. So let's see whether this will work or not, whether it will give us error or it will directly run it in the previous manner only, whether that order matters or not. So I'll execute that. It is asking me to select the range here. I'll come with the orders tab, and there I am providing the email addresses. Clicking on OK. It is not giving me any error. So whatever order you keep, it will have the values accordingly in the same format. So in the 2, we are having the string that is X email address. In the CC, we are also having the email addresses. You can write here, or you can have another variable to fetch the values for the email addresses. We have the subject here, we have the body part here, and as we did in the email automation section, similarly we can pick up all the values from the Microsoft Excel as well in the form of the strings, and ultimately we can shoot the email. And this time, who is doing our email thing? This VBA code is doing. You are not making any kind of formula or anything, you are just analyzing everything that what you need to do, and based on that you are just writing that code. And the best part of the VBA is the same code you can use for multiple sheets. So once you are done with the code, just you need to copy paste and you can use for another sheet as well, if you just need to make some small changes. What kind of changes are required? So you need to specify the email addresses. Maybe in one case only email addresses are mentioned for the do part, and in the another case email IDs are mentioned for the CC part as well. So that might of changes you need to do, otherwise the basic structure will remain same. If you go to module 6, in this module 6 we have taken a procedure where we were having only two variables as a object. One is for opening the Outlook or application, and another one is for the opening the mail part. And there we were creating object and creating item. Then we were just putting into the two CC, subject, body, attachment, display. But this time what we are doing, we are basically fetching the data or fetching the email addresses or fetching the two part, subject part, body part from the VBA code and from the Excel only. So runtime, on runtime we are having the values from the Excel, and then we are assigning the values. So we have understood for now that how we can drop email to multiple recipients using VBA. Next we have sending email to multiple recipients with attachment. So this time we need to make the attachment as well. We are done with like how we can send the email to multiple recipients by using VBA. Now let's understand how we can send the attachment as well. The code for that is mentioned here. So let me run this code directly in the Excel. We will cover that only. So this is the code for email attachment recipient. So again you see that we have taken two variables as object, that is X Outlook and X mail item. And after that we have another two variables. Just to remind again, dim is used as a keyword when you are declaring a variable, and with the as you need to specify the data type for that particular variable. And in the XRG in Excel, we are having the range to store the multiple values in one go. And then we are creating two string variables, that is X email addresses, email address, and X text. We are handling the error by writing the line on error resume next. In the txt, we are selecting the range what we are putting here, and then we are setting a variable for assigning the or getting the value from the input box. And in the input box, we are giving the message as please select the email address list, that is Microsoft Excel, and we are passing the string variable, that is xtxt, as we have done in the last procedure as well. Then again in the if, we are checking if XRG is nothing, then edit, then exit sub procedure. Then after that we are creating the object for Outlook application, and then we are creating the item for mail item as well. Then we are starting for each loop to iterate over the range over here that is given in the XRG. And again we have this at the rate. We have the at the rate thing as well. So that is why we are assigning the values here. So let's try one more thing. If I change this to $, so the email address should carry $. So let's see that. We will come later on that. So I'll run it here and see it is asking me a range here. So let me provide the correct email addresses this time, that is Albert to Ben. I'll click on OK. So it will try to open the my Outlook, and here you can see here nothing is selected here. Why it is not selected? Because the range has been changed and we don't have anything with the dollar. So I'll change it to at the rate only. Then we have another conditions as we had in the last program, and after that we are attaching all the email addresses with the semicolon in between, ending the if all those two. If we have ended here, then we have started with function or with loop here, and we are passing the mail item to that, that is X mail item we are passing. In the two we have the email addresses. CC, you want to put something, you can put it here. So let me write a CC email address as admin@gmail.com. Let me take admin1@gmail.com. After that, in the subject, let me write here gentle reminder. And then in the body, I can write here greetings of the day or for the day, waiting for your reply. This is my subject for now. You can have it from the Excel as well, but we are keeping it static this time. And then in the body is also there, and this is the main thing, how the attachments are being selected here. This is dot attachments dot add active workbook dot full name. So completely we are adding the active workbook here with that mail, and then we are closing this procedure and ultimately providing a value for the a null value we can say, or we are deleting the value inside the X Outlook variable and X mail item variable. So if I run it, now this time I have which Excel workbook I have. So let me select this completely, and to execute this procedure, let me select it once it again and click on that. It is asking me the range, and I'll come back to the range in the sheet 1. I'll choose Albert, Sian, Zen, Maria, Robert, Ben. I'll click on OK, and we have the a complete email setup with us. In the 2 we have the email addresses. In the CC we have the email addresses, and subject we have as a gentle reminder, greetings for the day, waiting for your reply. Orders has been attached as the attachment into a mail. Now similarly, let me try to run the same code with another workbook. That is, I'll close that and I'll open the email loop here. In the email loop, I'll be opening developer Visual Basic, and then I will be executing this code, running that. We need to select the range again. So I will be selecting these two email addresses, Alexa and Siri. Click on OK. Let's see. So again, we have Alexa and Siri as in the two email addresses. CC we have admin@gmail.com, admin1@gmail.com. Subject is there. And we have another Excel workbook, that is email loop. Subject is already there. So by declaring a public procedure, we can actually execute the code into multiple sheets, and we can take benefit of VBA code that might have been discovered or made or defined in the previous sheet or in the other sheet. So we have the power to reuse those VBA code here. So this we covered, how we can send email addresses to multiple recipients with attachments. So in this week, what we have learned so far, we learned how we can send emails to Excel from Outlook. So we are ultimately sending emails but using Excel with the Outlook here only. So we have the option, like in the quick access bar, what we have the option, if we directly want to do that, you just need to click on the quick access bar, and then we have this mail part here. You can directly open Microsoft Excel. There by default, this attachment will come. If you're working in the email loop, you will be getting this attachment. If you're working in the orders workbook, you will be getting that attachment. You can mention the two email addresses. You can mention the CC email addresses. You can write the subject here and the body part as well here. And then you can shoot the email by clicking on the send. And then we have some formulas as well. Email automation is possible with using hyperlink. Hyperlink function take two arguments. One is the content you want to, or the link you want to share with that hyperlink function, and then we provide the friendly name for that hyperlink, and with the formulas and everything, you can actually automate the process of email by using the formulas, by using the Excel. Then we learned how we can do the same email automation process with the VBA code as well. So the benefit of the VBA code is that you can use the same particular code for maybe 10 or 100 sheets, 100 workbooks over there, and you can actually perform the same kind of a task with the different kind of the values. And after that, we have learned how we can mail it to the multiple recipients in one go, and we can fetch the email addresses from the Excel. We can make the VBA code for the same as well. We can email to multiple recipients by automatically. It means email automation is happening. But this time what we are using Visual Basic Code over here, and with that code we can actually access the values over here. After that, we learnt about we can have the mail to multiple recipients but with the attachment. So attachments also we edit in this part. So we covered that VBA code as well. There we have seen that to have the attachment, we just need to add one more line where we are adding the values. Let me show that again, which line we are talking about. So this line, attachments dot add active workbook dot full name, it is actually adding the attachment into the Microsoft Outlook application, and then you can see the values over there only. By now we have covered all the weeks for the course data analysis and visualization with using Microsoft Excel. Assignments and projects you will be doing here, and by practicing the concepts with data set, you'll be master with the Microsoft Excel. Thank you.
Congratulations on completing Cryodos data analysis and visualization using Excel course. You've invested 26 hours mastering valuable skills from data cleaning and advanced formulas to creating insightful dashboards, preparing you to tackle complex data challenges. If you found this course helpful, please like and share this video. Don't forget to leave your questions and feedback in the comments, and we'll get back to you promptly. Be sure to download your well-deserved certificate from the link in the description to validate your new skills. For more advanced courses and resources, subscribe to our YouTube channel and also explore our website for premium programs. We wish you continued success in your data analytics career. Until next time, happy learning!